I won't be able to send another email until at least noon tomorrow, meaning that for the next 18 hours, Kurisu and I are effectively joined at the hip. And I really can't imagine that we'll be able to satisfy the device's removal conditions in the process. If only because it's me and Kurisu. It's hard to think that 18 hours stuck together will improve our relationship.
で、どうする
So,
どうすると言ってもどうしようもなかろう。
言っとくけど、私は一晩中あんたとこの状態で過ごすなんてごめんだからな。
それはこっちのセリフだ。
まあまあ二人とも落ち着いて落ち着いて。
Mayuri put a gentle end to the argument, just in time too. If the words had started flying, the electricity would have too.
何度も同じ過ちを繰り返すなんて学習能力がないんじゃないの？
Pot, meat, kettle.
やっぱりね、せっかくなのでオカリンがクリスチャンと仲良くなっちゃえばいいと。
それができれば苦労はせんのだ。
残念だけど、私も珍しくオカリンを同意するわ。
本当に珍しいな。珍しいついで意見があったということでこれが外れたりは。
そんな簡単に行くわけないでしょ、バカ。
It's like every word this woman speaks is specifically chosen to piss me off. If I didn't have this on, I would tell her once and for all who rules this lab.
どうしてか不思議だな。
まゆしどうしたん？何が不思議なん？
だってマユシーはオカリンともクリスチャンとも仲良しだよ。だったらオカリンとクリスチャンが仲良くなってもいいはずでしょ。
いかにもまゆりらしいのほほんとした意見だが、それが可能ならば人類皆兄弟、有志より常に歌われてきた平和と友愛の世界はとっくに実現されているだろうな。
兄弟か。マユシーとオカリンは兄弟みたいだけど兄弟じゃないから、やっぱり無理ってことかな。
結果的にはそういうことになるのかしら。
言葉の意味はよくわからんが、結論は合ってるんがすげえ。
Anyway, back to number 12.
なんとか外す方法はないのか。
あったらあんなに慌てるわけないでしょ。
大体売り物にするのだから普通は安全装置をつけておくくらい考えるものではないのか。
だから最初から完成品じゃないと言っとろうが。
そもそもなぜこんなに頑丈に作る必要があったのだ。
できるだけ本格的にしろと言ったのはあんただ。
俺は知らん。
都合の悪い時だけ知らんふりすんな。
知らんものは知らんと言ってるのだ。
だから二人ともそんなに怒ったらまたビリビリってなっちゃうお。
そもそも橋田が脅かしたからじゃない。
そもそもお前が驚かしたからだ。
ほら言わんこっちゃない。
I look at the clock. It's past 7:30. How has it only been an hour?
オカリンもクリスチャンも大丈夫？
Mayuri looks at our faces one after the other. In just over an hour, we had been shocked more times than I could count on my fingers. You would think that would inspire me to be more careful, but I can't help but get angry when Kurisu's around.
ほんと言い合いしたらビリビリするって、そろそろ二人とも学習した方がいいんじゃね？
そのくらい言われなくとも分かってはいる。
分かってるんならやめりゃいいのに。
それでやめられたら苦労はしない。
私は岡部さえ減らず口を叩かなきゃ別に怒ったりしないんだけど。
減らず口を叩いているのはお前ではないか。
私のどこが減らず口を叩いてるってのよ。
今のが減らず口でなくて何だというのだ。
Just like that, we are in an argument as soon as we open our mouths. But my body can't keep taking these shocks. It's only been an hour. Will we even survive until noon tomorrow?
ねえマユシは思うんだけど、二人とも手をつなげばいいんじゃないかな。
え？
ああ、そういえば手をつなげばビリビリは発動しないんだっけ？
That's true. I had just gone over number 12's functions too. What's wrong with me? I completely missed the most obvious solution.
岡部。
Kurisu gives me her left hand. I nod slightly and offer my right. We hold each other's hands.
おお。
Morir.
さっきまでいがみ合っていた同士が
Good
固い
afternoon.
握手と
Hope
か。
you're having a
全
wonderful
俺が
day
泣い
so
た。
far.
I am having a wonderful day. Thank you for checking. I hope you too are having a wonderful existence. Welcome on in, Mora. And
お前は助手のくせになんでそんな大事なことを忘れているのだ。
あんたこそさっき聞いたのに忘れてるとかバカなの？死ぬの？
なんだと？
何よ？
やっぱりこうなっちゃうんだね。
ですよね。
だいたいあの時あんたが早くメールを送ってさえいればこんなことにはなってなかったのよ。
それを言うならお前が誤ってスイッチを押してしまったのがいかんのだろうが。
そもそも新作ガジェットを作ろうって言い出したのは誰だ？
あの時お前がタイムトラベルの講義などしているから。
なあまゆし、
なあにダルくん。
この二人いつまでこうやって言い合ってれば気が済むんかな。
いくらビリビリさんが来ないからってちょっと言い過ぎだよね。
でもさ、こうやって見てるとあれみたいじゃね？
あれって
血は喧嘩。
ああ、確かにそうかも。
誰が血は喧嘩よ。
そうだ、一体これのどこをどう見たら血は喧嘩に見えるというのだ。
どこをどうって。
Mayuri stared at Kurisu and our conjoined hands.
手つないで喧嘩してるんだから、傍から見りゃ血は喧嘩にしか見えんだろ、上皇。
そうは言うがこうするより他にないのだから仕方あるまい。
Mayuri abruptly raised her hand.
はいまゆし。
二人とももういい加減に喧嘩するのはやめた方がいいとマユシは思います。
つうかさ、二人ともさっきからずっと同じこと言い合ってんじゃん。見てる方もそろそろ飽きてきたお。
I'm not doing this for their entertainment. but even I had begun to think that this war of words wouldn't lead anywhere. No, in reality, I had realized that long ago. I was merely waiting for a chance to say so. As I looked at Kurisu, I could see worry in her face. Perhaps she felt the same.
そうだな。まあ、マユリアダルの言うことももっともだと、俺も思わなくはないが。
私も異論はない。
では、今後どちらのせいだというのは、なしにしないか。
そうね。
That would have been a great time for the two of us to shake hands if we weren't holding hands already. This probably won't put an end to our arguing on a larger scale, but it seems like we have a temporary truce at least.
それで今日は二人ともどうするのかな。
え、どうするってどういうこと？
だって確か二人とも1メートル以上離れられないんだよね。クリスちゃんはお茶の水のホテルで暮らしてるんだっけ。
冗談じゃない。岡部と一緒にホテルに行くなんてごめんよ。
I had the perfect retort lined up, but knowing that it would spark another argument, I managed to hold my tongue at the very last second.
それじゃあ二人ともここに泊まるってこと？
やむをえんがそうせざるを得ないだろうな。
クリスちゃんも？
仕方ないけど、それしか方法がないならそうするしかないわね。
そっか。
After we answered, Mayuri seemed lost in thought.
あのね、二人には悪いんだけど、マユシーは帰らなきゃならないんだ。
まあそうだろうな。
ダルくんは？
僕ももうちょっとしたら帰るつもりだお。
だよね。っていうことは、もう少しでオカリンとクリスちゃん二人っきりになっちゃうけど、大丈夫かな？
ああ。
That's right. I had forgotten something very important. As it gets dark, Kurisu and I will be left alone, which means...
それダメ。困る。
マユシーも一緒にいてあげたいのは山々なんだけどね。今日はどうしても帰らなきゃならないんだ。
そこをなんとか。
ごめんね、クリスちゃん。
そんな。
でも、もしかしたらダルくんなら頼めば残ってくれるかも。
橋田が？
Kurisu looked at me and Daru one after another.
岡部と橋田と私、3人。
あ、僕ならマキセ氏が「行っちゃダメ」って言ってくれたらここに残ってもいいけど。
誰が言うか。
心配しなくてもオカリンと二人で襲ったりしないから大丈夫だってばよ。はあ、はあ、
よれなこの変態。というか、そんなこと言われてお願いって言うわけないだろうが。
She makes a good point.
ひでえな。ちょっとしたアメリカンジョークなのに。
どこがアメリカンジョークだ。そもそも橋田が言うと冗談に聞こえないのよ。
Maybe he's right about you being harsh, assistant.
まあでも冗談は置いといて。本当は僕も今日はちょっと用事があって帰らなきゃいけないんだよね。
So in the end, Kurisu and I will be left here alone after all.
そっか。でも多分大丈夫だよ、クリスちゃん。こう見えてもオカリンは紳士
う見えてもというのは気になるところだが、一部では辞書で紳士と引けば岡部倫太郎のことと書かれているともっぱらの評判だ。
ほらね。
だけど紳士は紳士でも変態紳士だったりするかもなのだぜ。
なおさら信用できんわ。
というか常習よ。お前今までだって何度もここに泊まっているだろう。今さら心配することもあるまい。
あのな、どう考えてもいつもとは状況が違うでしょうが。
I'm just trying to tell you not to worry, damn it.
とにかく変なことしようとしたら大声出すからな。
お前こそ妙なことしたら許さんからな。
なんで私がしなきゃなんないのよ。
What an annoying conversation. Think about it. She's just my assistant. We're only going to spend one night together. What does she think I'm going to do? What? Yes, it's me. What's that?
上司が聞くの手先のものがないかったと。心配する。たとえそうだとしても、あんな尻に蒙古藩の残るような女に惑わされる俺ではない。
おい、何気に失礼なこと言ってないか。
ふん、蒙古藩女は黙っている。
蒙古藩なんてないわよ。
もうまたそうやって喧嘩して。
Mayuri spoke up in a rare fit of anger.
いいですか？マユシーはそろそろ帰っちゃうけど、二人とも仲良くするんですよ。喧嘩なんかしちゃダメだからね。
はい。
すみません。
はい、二人ともいいお返事です。それで、ラル君はどうする？
あ、僕も帰るを。とその前にオカリン、
なんだ。
例の新しいガジェットのために適当にラボにあるパーツとか使ってもいいよね。
ああ、もちろんだ。すべてはお前に任せる。好きにしろ。
オーキードーキー。
何？あんたまだこれ以上ガジェット増やすつもりなの？
当然だ。ちょっと新作を作ったからってこのラボをお前だけの力で持っているのではないということを思い知るがいい。
誰もそんなこと思っとりゃせんわ。
はいはい。それじゃあマユシーたちは帰ります。二人とも仲良くね。
オカリン、一緒に魔法使いになろうなって誓ったあの日のこと忘れるなよ。
I never agreed to that. It's after 9. Mayuri and Daru left about 5 minutes ago. In that time, the silence has only been broken by the ticking of the clock. Neither one of us has said a word. I can feel the tension in the air. I'm sure there's been situations that put Kurisu and I alone in this room before, at least as far as I can remember, but I didn't think anything of them at the time. Neither did she, most likely. At a glance, this is the same sort of thing. But what's with this tension in the air? It's so thick I can hardly breathe. Don't tell me this is going to last until tomorrow afternoon. I don't think I would be able to take it. The worst part about all this is the silence. So maybe if I break the silence, things will get back to normal. One word. That's all it would take to fix things. Okay. What awful timing. Our words stumbled over each other.
何？
ああ、いや、特にこれというわけではない。そっちは。
私も特にないんだけど。
Silence again. Damn it, why would she start talking when she's got nothing to say? No, she must have been thinking the same thing I was, but our awkward timing ruined any chance at a conversation. Something. There's got to be something we can talk about. What did we talk about up until now, anyway? Now that I think about it, it's only been about 10 days since we first met. We've talked about time travel, D-mail, experiments, and gadgets. In fact, so much of our conversation has been centered around gadgets that we haven't spent any time in casual conversation with one another. Of course, discomfort will arise when we're forced into a situation like this. And this awkwardness will only continue until something is done. Anything. I just have to say something.
ああ、そういえば喉が渇いたな。
それにしても今日も暑いわね。
そういえば確かドクターペッパーの買い置きがあったはずだが。
なんでも今年は記録的な猛暑になるって言ってたっけ。通りで暑いはずだわ。
いや、そういえばあれは昨日飲んでしまったのだったか。
そういえば友達が言ってたけど、アメリカもかなり暑いらしいのよね。
こんなことなら今日のうちに買ってきておけばよかったな。
それにしても温暖化の原因が二酸化炭素だっていう間違った情報はいつになったら撤回されるのかしらね。
いや、参った参った。
ほんと入っちゃうわよね。
This is all wrong. It almost looks like we're having a conversation, but we're just rambling to ourselves. How long can we monologue like this? There's no way we can keep it up until noon tomorrow. None. And why is it so hard to come up with something to talk about all of a sudden? There's only one thing I can do in a situation like this.
さっきから態度がおかしいではないか。いつもの威勢の良さはどこへ行ったのだ、クリスティーナ。
何よ急に。
お前に言っておく。この本を狂気のマッドサイエンティストでは恐怖の対象は常に緊急の実験。さあ、それに伴う結果、世界の支配構造に破壊と混沌をもたらすことにある。
いきなり何なの。
モック、俺の恐怖の対象は科学的思考にのみある。女であるとか色であるとか、そういうことに対する関心は極めて低いと言っているのだ。
え、岡部ってもしかしてそっちの人？
そっちとはなんだ。
だからほら、ベーコンレタスっていうかブラックリストっていうかブリティッシュライブラリーっていうか。
BL. You're asking if he's into boys.
お前は一体何を言っているんだ？
Okay, I got it.
だからうほっとかあーとか言わせんな、恥ずかしい。
Bacon lettuce. BL. Wait, boys love.
あ、恥ずかしいのはお前だ。男と見るとカップリングだなんだと何でもかんでもくっつけたがるこの不女子のおめ。なぜ俺が誰なんぞと。
やめろバカ、想像しちゃっただろうが。
バカはお前だ。想像するんじゃない、今欲しい。
Oh god, now I'm almost imagining it.
言っとくけど、私にその趣味はないかな。だけど、あんたってばまゆりみたいな子がそばにいるってのに、ただの幼馴染だって言うし、それにさっき
きだと？いつ俺がそんなな話をしたというのだ。
そうじゃなくてさ、あんたと柱が約束したっていう。
約束？
ほら、言ってたじゃない。一緒に魔法使いになろうって。最近はそういうのに嫌悪感を持ってる男が増えてるって聞いたけど、あれ本当なのかって思って。
バカを言え。あれは誰が冗談で勝手に言ったことで、俺はそんな約束を交わした覚えはない。
どうだか。
本当だ。現に俺はバリバリの肉食系だ。チャンスさえあれば骨の髄までしゃぶり尽くしてやるほどのな。
チャンスさえあれば。
あ、
骨の髄まで。
Kurisu wordlessly slid away from me. How could this happen while I was trying to soothe her anxieties? Methinks this girl is a little too nervous.
さっきと言ってること全然違う。
待て。今のは言われたから答えただけで、そういうつもりではないぞ。
肉食を自慢する男の人って。
とにかく落ち着け。これ以上離れると。
I was interrupted by a jolt of electricity.
だから言ったではないか。
そういうことはもっと早く言えと言ってるじゃない？
Perhaps because she realized anger would lead to another shock, Kurisu calmed herself halfway through her sentence. That last shock must have had her feeling a little more cautious.
とにかくそこまで不安なら言っておいてやる。俺は誓って何もしない。本当だ。だから安心しろ。
信用してもいいんだな。
アインシュタインに誓って。
I raise my right hand as I take the oath.
わかった。そこまで言うなら信じてやる。
よし、そうと決まれば、さっきのような時間を過ごしてもしょうがない。
The longer the silence and inaction continues, the slower time seems to pass. The way we experience time is not absolute, but relative. According to the general theory of relativity, the way our bodies experience time is dependent on gravity. Naturally, changing gravity is beyond us at the moment, which is why it's so critical for us to find some activity that makes it feel as though time is passing more quickly.
明日の昼12時まで少しでも気が紛れ、かつ時間の進みが早く思える。そう、何かゲームでもして過ごすというのはどうだろう。
ゲーム？そんなものここにあったっけ？
いや、俺もわかる。とりあえず開発室のパソコンでできるゲームを買って探して。
With that, I persuaded Kurisu to look for a game with me, and
なんだこれは。エロゲしか置いてないではないか。
we discovered an assortment of games with very adult covered art. There was no end to them. If he can afford all these games, he should be able to afford to donate to the lab. Kurisu gave me a cold stare.
違う、これは俺のではない。全部誰のだ。
Kurisu slides 30 centimeters away from me. There's no way I could play any of these with her.
そうだな。考えてみる。二人モニターの前に並んでパソコンでゲームというのもおかしな話だ。
We have to have something else.
あ、そうだ、思い出した。もっとこうボードゲームのようなものがあったような気がするぞ。ほら、お前もやったことがあるだろう。ライフゲームとかモノポリストとかそれ系のやつだ。
そうね。確 確かにあの手のゲームなら何回かやっているうちにあっという間に時間が過ぎそうね。
だろう、確か前にマユリたちとみんなで遊ぶようにとどこかで買っておいたものがあったはずだ。あれを探そう。
We searched the laboratory for a board game this time, and we found
これはツイスターではないか。
You have to know what Twister is. It's a game where you put your hands and feet on randomly chosen colored spaces and basically get intertwined with other players. So what is it doing here? As far as I remember, we've never played anything like this in the lab. Could this possibly be another result of the email I sent? But that led to another problem.
岡部、あんたわざとやってるでしょ。
Her skepticism is valid.
違う、俺はこんなものがここにあったことさえ知らん。
She falls silent and goes for a double slide away combo. By this point, we had realized that the kill time with the game idea was going nowhere. So instead, we went to a convenience store to get some snacks and ended up standing around there reading manga and magazines until about midnight.
それにしても1メートル以上離れちゃダメっていうのは思ってたよりもずっと大変ね。
She's not kidding. Staying close was especially hard outside, where simply walking out a step with each other could lead to a sudden shock. The convenience store was nearly as tough. It's easy to separate if one person sees something that catches their interest and the other doesn't notice and takes a couple steps forward. We suffered more than a few shocks that way, which made the staff very suspicious of us.
普通に日常生活に支障をきたすレベルだ。
商品化するとしたら改良する必要があるわね。
クリスティーナ、お前、この状況でまだそんなことを考えているのか？
当たり前でしょ。不幸な事故とはいえ、こうしてモニターする機会ができたんだから、どうせなら活用しなきゃ。じゃないと何のために嫌な思いまでしてこんな状況に甘んじてるんだかわかんないでしょうが。
まさに実験大好きっ子だな。またの名を実験バカとも言う。
あら、科学者としては普通のことよ。それとも自称マッドサイエンティストの法王院京馬さんはそんなことすら考えられないほど混乱してたのかしら。
冗談ではない。当然俺も同じようなことを考えていたに決まっているだろう。
どうだか。
She's just like Mayuri. She may initially panic once an unexpected event occurs, but once she has time to pull herself together, she's perfectly composed. I feel like women have nerves of steel when the chips are down.
それにしてもほんとこの部屋暑いわよね。海外ならまだしも今時日本でエアコンないとか健康的文化的な最低限度の生活に支障をきたすんじゃない？
その資金を得るためのガジェット制作でもあるのだ。とりあえずこれでも飲んで我慢しろ。
I took a Dr. P out of the convenience store bag and offered it to Kurisu, but she turned it down with a shake of her head.
いらない。
なぜだ？ドクターペッパーは好きだったはずだろ？
そうね。好きだけど今はやめとくわ。
She said as beads of sweat ran down her forehead. She's an odd one.
この暑さだと夜だろうが建物の中だろうが熱中症になる可能性があるというぞ。そうなってからでは知らんからな。
Well, if she doesn't want it, I'll drink it. I twisted off the cap and downed about half of it in a single guzzle. It was perfectly chilled, Perhaps because it had been in the store's cooler for a while, it doesn't sell very well, and tasted delicious. The tension in the air after our first shock and the weird feeling that lasted until just a few minutes ago had both completely evaporated. At this rate, we should have no problem making it to tomorrow afternoon. I can hardly believe it. I had hoped the rest of our time would fly by without incident, but such was not the case. It was just after 2. I never could have imagined it would come over me so suddenly. What can I do? Karisu was right next to me reading an article written in English. I look at her. I try to quell the urge, but it's growing and growing inside me, overpowering me. I can't take it anymore.
おい、さっきから何隣でもじもじしてるんだ。気が散るでしょうが。
Without a word, I took her hand.
何？何のつもり？
クリスティーナよ。
I can't.
あんた、もしかして。
I didn't need to say a word for her to understand my desire. She's a sharp woman. I nodded slowly and firmly.
お前がドクターペッパーを飲まなかった理由が今わかった。
やっぱりか。トイレか。催しちゃったのか。
総貯水容量ギリギリでもはや決壊寸前だ。
あんなにグビグビ飲むからだ。
こうなることが分かっていたのに、あの時に一言でも言ってくれれば。
This is bad. Even tensing my abdomen to yell at her makes me feel like everything's going to leak out of me.
というわけでトイレに行くぞ。ついてくるがいい。
だが断る。
She responded without batting an eye.
お前、やはりアットチャンネルだ。
何のことよ。私はただ断るって言っただけよ。だが断るだなんて言ってない。
語るに落ちた。アットチャンネラーでないの。なぜだが断るがアットちゃん用語だと知っている？天才少女マキセクリスはアットチャンネラーである。この情報をマスコミは買ってくれるだろうか。
どうでもいいけど、あんたトイレに行きたいんじゃなかったの？
あ、そうだった。こうしちゃ俺。とにかくトイレだ。今すぐトイレに行くからついてくるのだ。
だから断ると言ったろうが。
お前は俺がここで生かしてしまってもいいというのか？
うわぁ、恥ずかしい。19にもなっておもらししちゃう男の人って。
そんなことを言っていられるのも今のうちだぞ。体がエクスプロージョンを起こせば、お前もただでは済まないことになるんだぞ。分かっているのか？それともあれか、まさかそんな性的な。それは度合いで言うとかなりの変態具合だぞ。
冗談も大概にしろ。誰もそんな趣味持っとらんわ。
With every word, I got closer and closer to my limit. I twist my body to the right and left and made one final agonized appeal.
だったらなぜそう固くなに断る？それでお前に何の得があるというのだ？
あんたね、人に物を頼むときは頼み方ってもんがあるでしょうが。
一緒に来てください。お願いします。
最初からそう言えばいいって。
I couldn't listen to her for any longer. I dragged her to the bathroom and left her on the other side of the closed door. I made it. Fortunately, even with the door between us, we're within a 1-meter radius of each other. If we weren't, an electric shock would have torn through my body, releasing what was inside it and spelling the end of the world.
早くしてよね。
She didn't have to tell me twice.
聞くなよ。
That was a close call, but we avoided the end of the world. They say even a longest night has an end, and the rays of dawn spilling into the lab lent credence to that. Sunlight bestows blessings upon the world and hope upon its people. I wonder if I would appreciate the sun as much had I not wanted so desperately for it to rise. Finally, 6 came.
なあ、試しに D メールを送ってみないか。
何言ってんのよ。忘れたの？ D メールが送れるのは昼を過ぎてからでしょ。
当然忘れてなどいない。しかし、万が一ということもあるじゃないか。どうせ、俺たちにはこのまま手をこまねいて待っているしかやることがないのだ。試してみる価値はあると思うのだが。
まあそうね。もしもそれで遅れたら儲けものかもしれないわよね。
We agreed to write and send a D-mail.
文面は昨晩送ったメール同様、行った D メール実験をやめさせるものでいいな。
ええ、問題ないわ。
よし。
I opened the mail menu and typed D-mail experiment is trouble. I adjusted the wording slightly because spending one night with Kurisu made it clear that the number 12 instant had an even more troubling impact than initially thought. I want to get out of this predicament as soon as possible. That's how exhausting the last 12 hours were to Kurisu and I.
では行くぞ。電話レンジカッコ仮。起動。
The phone wave powers on. If it works, the machine will start emitting electricity.
くそい。
お願い。
We shout as we pray for success. However, nothing happened. There's no feeling of dizziness, no strange sensation of the world turning around. The only thing we heard was the familiar ding that tells you your food is microwaved. I checked my right wrist to be sure. Lo and behold, number 12 was still firmly affixed.
やはりダメか。
分かっていたこととはいえ、やっぱり落胆は大きいわね。
しかしだからといって、このまま手をこまねいていたところで、時間が過ぎるのをただ無意に待つだけだ。
そうね。また後で挑戦してみましょう。
ああ。
We have nothing to lose, and if we succeed, we're golden. We tried again 2 hours later, just after 8. Right around this time, the nation of Japan starts getting ready for the day. Maybe the phone wave is ready too. Admittedly, the grounds for that assumption were fairly weak, but it's that sort of wishful thinking that propelled us into another attempt at sending a D-mail. But as expected, the results were unfavorable.
次は1時間後の9時にやりましょう。
ああ。
At this point, Kurisu and I had learned from our mistakes. We had been shocked so many times that we didn't even get close to an argument during our wait. After this, we tried sending our D-mail every hour on the hour at 9, 10, and 11. You would think we might just wait until noon, but we were being stubborn, like you always are, because you're both very stubborn people, since we had already made so many attempts. The two of us tried and tried to send a D-mail, but every attempt ended in failure.
では行くぞ。5、4、3。
2、1。
点はレンジカッコ仮起動。
I hit the send button on my phone for the 6th time today. The plate in the phone wave started to spin, and a few seconds later, the phone wave stopped unceremoniously. Our new D-mail attempt failed.
そんな。
Kurisu's shoulders slumped as she emitted a sound that was equal parts fatigue and disappointment.
まあ仕方あるまい。そもそも送信できるのは12時くらいからというだけで、きっちり12時に遅れるわけではないのだ。
そうか。あ、でも次はきっと大丈夫よね。だって今までの実験だと少なくとも13時には確実に遅れるようになってるんだし。
あ、そういうことだ。
I don't know why our D-mail rules are so inaccurate, but I also don't really care right now. I just want to be able to change things, and that should be our last disappointment. No more failed D-mail transmissions, no more sitting lifelessly on the couch as the seconds tick endlessly by.
あと1時間。少なくともあと1時間で確実に解放されるのね。
そうだ、あと1時間だ。
ねえ、その間この12号機から解放されたら何をしたいか言い合わない？
そいつは考えたな。さすがは天才少女。
もうその言い方はやめてよ、照れるじゃない。
なあ、こいつはすまないな。つい癖で。
What a dumb conversation. It's so uninspired, like it came out of some foreign TV series. Looking back on it now makes my skin crawl, but at the time, we were completely invested in what we were talking about. The freedom we had longed for was just ahead of us. We were completely elated. Now that I think about it, I was the only one whose freedom lay ahead because of my special ability, reading Steiner. Once the email was sent, Kurisu wouldn't be free from number 12. There would be no liberation for her. But that thought couldn't have been further from our minds.
解放されたらどうしようかしら。やっぱり熱いシャワーを浴びてクーラーの効いたホテルの部屋で思いっきり眠りたいわ。岡部は？
俺も同じだな。今は開放感に満たされ、思う存分に眠りたい。
楽しみね。
ああ、楽しみだな。
We spent the next hour in high spirits, and at last the hour hand of the clock approached 1.
あれ？ねえねえダルくん、鍵開いてるよ。
え、マジで？オカリンたちまだ帰ってないのかな？
ひょっとして2人とも疲れて寝ちゃったとか？
入ったらまずいことになってたらどうする？
それはないよ。だってオカリンだもん。
ハゲドウ。
Quoted for truth. QFT.
トゥットゥルー。オカリン、クリスちゃん、おはよう。あれ？
どうしたんまゆし？
オカリンとクリスちゃんが。
おんや？二人ともどうしたん？なんか燃え尽きちまったボクサーみたいになってるんですけど。
おーい、オカリン、クリスちゃん。
どうして？
あれ？二人ともまだ12号機装着したままってことは？
なぜだ、なぜ D メールが作動しないのだ。
いろいろ調べてはみたけど、やっぱどこも壊れてないと思われ。
だったらどうして送れない？ もう昼の3時を過ぎているんだぞ。これまでだったら普通に遅れていたはずじゃないか。
もしかしたら回数制限があったとか？
回数制限だと？そんな話俺は聞いてないぞ。
そりゃそうだろう。僕も今適当に言っただけだし。つうか、まあ普通に物理的現象として考えたらそんなことあるはずないんだけどさ。
だったら何が原因なのだ？
だからわからんって。
It was just about 1 when we excitedly sent the email that we thought would liberate us from number 12. But tragically, the email wasn't sent back in time. It didn't change the past. And we have no idea why. No matter how many times we tried, the only response we received from the phone wave was this ordinary ding. It didn't shoot out electricity, let alone change the past. The greater one's expectation, the more brutal the betrayal. By the end, the two of us were running on empty. We were so spent that we didn't even notice that Daru and Mayuri came in for quite some time.
私もう一回やってみる。
そうだな。
Perhaps this time we'll succeed. How many times have I thought that in this past hour? My thoughts were interrupted by the ding of the phone wave. With no idea why it wasn't working, the two of us sunk into the sofa.
大丈夫クリスちゃん。
ええ、大丈夫よって言いたいところだけど、さすがにちょっと無理かも。
We can't do a thing about this. Daru and Kurisu couldn't figure out why it wasn't working, so we're completely beaten.
これはもう D メールを送って過去を変えるのは諦めた方がいいかもしれんね。
それじゃあオカリンとクリスちゃんはこのままになっちゃうの？
しばらくの間はそういうことになると思われ。
しばらくってどれくらい？
それは僕にもわかんねえ。オカリンとマキセ氏が仲良くなれば早く外れるかもしんないし、電池が切れるまで待たなきゃなんないかもしんないし。
If we can't send email, we can't change the past. That's a fairly ordinary situation to be in, if you think of it. After all, we never knew that it was possible to send an email into the past until a few days ago. But it's different now. Changing the past, now that I've tasted the forbidden fruit, I assumed that any mistake could be undone with some kind manipulation. I thought that the ability to send email was a given. I had subconsciously taken it for granted, but that idea now lies shattered upon the ground. The absolute fatigue that comes with being awake for an entire day, and the utter despair that comes with being proven completely wrong combined within me. That cruel cocktail that left Kurisu and me barely holding on to what remained of our sanity. At that moment, the front door suddenly flew open and someone came in.
こんにちは。
Suzuha walked in with a voice brimming with energy.
あ、すずさん。トゥットゥルー。シーノマよりトゥットゥルー。
She looks around the room, giving her head a slight tilt as she captures me and Kurisu in her sights.
どうしたの？なんかみんな深刻な顔しちゃってるけど。誰くんが驚かしちゃったから、オカリンとクリスちゃんが離れられなくなって大変なのです。なんかよくわかんないけど、困った状況なんだろうなってのはよくわかった。
Suzuha looked around the room again and scratched her head.
そっか、じゃあ無理だね。 れて旅行に行っちゃったからバイトも休みで暇なんだよね。それで遊び相手にでもなってもらおうかと思ったんだけど。
あー残念だけど今ちょっとそれどころじゃないかも。
そんな感じだよね。そっかそっか、だったらいいんだ。こっちこそ取り込み中にごめん。そんじゃ失礼しました。
After Suzuha left, the room once again fell silent.
とりあえず僕もうちょっとだから例のやつだけ完成させるわ。
That thing is probably the new gadget I asked him to make, but it doesn't matter anymore. I would rather he worked out some way to solve my problem, but he's done his due diligence already, so I don't have a choice.
シャワー浴びたい。
Kurisu said this quietly as if emerging from a
ホ
daze.
テルに帰りたい。シャワー浴びたい。ゆっくり寝たい。
クリスチャン。
わがままを言うな。そんなこと言ったところでこいつをどうにかしなければいけないのは分かっているだろう。
どうにかってどうやって？
それは作ったお前にしか分からん。
だったら無理ね。私は完璧なものを作ったって自負があるもの。
And just like that, we're back to square one. No, more like square -1, since using D-mail to fix this is off the table. The only improvement over yesterday is that we're too exhausted to argue with each other.
そうか。ならばどうしようもないな。このまま1週間だか10日だか電池が切れるのを待つか、もしくは
Unless our feelings can intertwine. It's me and Kurisu. So the chances are slim.
そうだ。いいこと思いついたわ。
Everyone immediately looked at Kurisu.
さすがはマキセ氏。僕にできることなら手伝うを。
それでぜひ聞かせてもらおうか。そのいいこととは何なのだ。
それはね。
With 6 hopeful eyes staring at her, she gave a wry laugh and said,
切っちゃうっていうのはどう？切るってダーリンのおバカちゃんを？
ダメよ、そんなことしたらより強力な電流が流れちゃうでしょ。
だったら何を切るというのだ。
そんなの決まってるでしょ。これよ、これ。
With a smile on her face, Kurisu slowly raised her left arm, and in her hand she held my right arm.
ね、これをこの辺りでチョキって切っちゃえば外れるのを待たなくてもいいでしょ。
What the hell is she talking about?
どういうことかな？ハルくんわかる？
マキセ氏、ヤンデレが来たー。
A female character who acts abnormally and often violently due to her excessive affection towards a male character, usually the protagonist.
バカか、そんなこと言ってる場合か。クリスティーナよ、お前正気か。疲労困憊のあまりおかしくなってしまったのか。
ほら、私は正気よ。 だって今の状況を考えるとそうするのが一番合理的じゃない？
She said this with a cold smile and a small chuckle.
冗談ではない。そんなことをしたら俺の右手が暴走して大変なことになるぞ。
だからそれごと切り落としちゃえばこれから先二度とその12秒が暴走することもなくなるでしょ。
Damn it, what's with this genius girl? Is she really a mad scientist?
でもこういう時って物は何を使えばいいのかしら。ノコギリ包丁、ノコギリ、それとも斧とかそういうの？
クリスちゃん、どうしちゃったの？
グロ注意。
そんな悠長なことを言っている場合ではない。ダル、この女を何とかしろ。
あらダメよ。
橋田は私のこと手伝ってくれるって言ったもの。
いや、僕そういうのはちょっと。
じゃあさっき言ったことは嘘だったんだ。
Daru seemed to crumple under Kurisu's stinging gaze. I could tell that he was sweating from every pore. Despite the lack of air conditioning, it feels as though the temperature in this room suddenly dropped below freezing. How did we get here? Have the events of the last 24 hours really driven her insane?
まあいいわ。とりあえずさっさと始めちゃいましょう。
始めるんだ。
だから言ったでしょ、切るの。
She wore a look of ecstatic glee, a complete reversal from just a few minutes ago. But that smile sent chills down my spine.
まだ苦しいな。冷静になろうな。話せばわかる。お前は今ちょっと疲れてるんだ。とにかく落ち着け。
冗談。冗談よ。そんなことするわけないでしょ。何真剣になってるんだか。
冗談って？
だから冗談は冗談だってば。いくらなんでもそんなことできるわけないでしょ。
クリスちゃんはおかしくなってない？
ごめんねマユリ、驚かしちゃった。
She smiles.
こんな時に何という冗談を言うのだ。危うく本気に仕掛けただろうが。
こんな時だからこそこんな冗談でも言ってないと心が折れちゃいそうだったのよ。それとも何？自称狂気のマッドサイエンティストさんは今ので怖くなって震え上がっちゃったとか？
それこそ冗談だな。あの程度の狂気性など俺からしてみれば赤ん坊が泣いているにも等しい。
そんなこと言って顔面蒼白になってたのは誰かしら？
だる、言われてるぞ。
お前のことを言ってるんだ。
ねえ二人とも、そんなに怒ったらまたビリビリきちゃうよ。
その心配はなさそうだおまゆし。
どうして？
だってほら、二人ともしっかり手つないでるし。
本当だ。
We had picked up a horrible habit. When we start getting into an argument, we hold hands. It had been trained into us since last night. Just like Pavlov's dog, if it were trained to avoid electric shocks. Desperation does strange things to people. I also had the option to trick myself into believing that the pain from the electrical shock was pleasurable, but I feared that that might lead to issues down the line, so I took the lesser of two evils. Kurisu stood up as if she had made a decision.
いつまでもここでこうしていたってどうしようもないってことが痛いほど分かったわ。とにかく今私たちに必要なのは睡眠と休息。ず つながれてようとなんだろうと、生きていくためにはこの2つは必要不可欠なの。
至極まっとうな意見だが、だからといってどうするつもりだ。もしかしてここで俺と一緒に寝起きするつもりか。
I personally wouldn't really mind, but she shot that idea down
う
previously.
るさい。それでも仕方ないんだけど、どうせ同じ休むなら少しでも休める環境で休む方が賢明よね。というわけで私帰るわ。ええ、そうよ。
待て、帰るってどこへ帰るつもりだ。
決まってるでしょ。ホテルの部屋よ。
Hotel, but that means
でもそうするとオカリンはどうする？もしかしてさっきみたいに腕を切るとか言い出すんじゃ。
まさか。さっきのは冗談だって言ったでしょ。
でもだったらどうするつもりだ。
もちろん岡部も一緒に行くのよ。このさ仕方ないでしょ。
I'm going back to her hotel with her. The room seemed to freeze over once more. And for a while a silence fell upon the lab. Daru was the one to speak first.
ホテルに行く？オカリンと二人で？
それほど広い部屋でもないから、さすがに3人に4人も入れないし、そういうことになるわね。
What does this mean? I thought she didn't want to go back to her room with me. Isn't that why we spent the night here? So why now? What is she thinking? What are her true
クリ
intentions?
ス貴様、この俺を部屋に連れ込むと確かにそう言ったのだが、
連れ込むとか言うな、いかがわしい。
ならば言い方を変えよう。貴様、俺を自らの根城に誘い込んでどうするつもりだ。あ、そうか、わかったぞ。お前、さては俺のこの天才的な脳を欲するあまり解放して取り出し、自分だけのものにしてめでるつもりだな。それともロボトミー手術でも施し、実験材料にでもするつもりか。
A surgical brain treatment for mental disorders. Lobotomy. A small hole is made in the skull, and the frontal lobe is severed with a long scalpel. There are cases where this technique has cured mental disorders, enough to earn the inventor a Nobel Prize. However, the technique has also caused serious side effects, including loss of humanity. By the 1970s, many countries had banned the process.
お望みならば本当にそうしてやろうか。
できるものなら。
I was going to say go ahead and try, but then I remembered the right arm incident and I thought better of it.
あのな、ホテルに帰るんだからやることは一つ。寝るに決まっとろうが。
ホテル、やる、寝るだけ聞いた。
足だ。なんならあんたの脳も取り出してやろうか。
ふひひ、さあ
ったく、どいつもこいつも変な想像するんじゃないの。いい？さっきも言ったけど、この状況は変えられないんだから、どうせ寝るなら快適な環境で寝たいってだけ。
In other words, she just gave up. I thought as much last night, but women really are brave in situations like this.
しかし、いいのか。
何が？
だから俺が一緒でもだ。
あんた言ったじゃない、変なことはしないって。それともあれは嘘だったの？
もちろん嘘ではない。それについてはニュートンに誓ってもいい。
昨日はアインシュタインだったような気がするけど、まあ細かいことはともかく、あんたがそう言うなら私はあんたのことを信じるわ。
She looked straight into my eyes as she told me that. she trust me? There's no way I could think of doing something weird after hearing that, especially with the look in her eyes.
いいなあオカリン。マユシーもクリスチャンの泊まってる部屋に行ってみたいのです。
そういえばそんな話もしてたわよね。それじゃあ今度この12号機が無事に外れたら私の部屋でお泊まり会しよう。
やったー。お泊まり会なんて前にルカ君のところでやった以来だから楽しみだよ。
何？マユリ、お前ルカ子のところに泊まったのか？待て、俺はそんな話聞いていないぞ。
あれ話してなかったっけ？ああ、そっか。その頃ちょうどオカリンなんだか忙しそうにしてたから言ってなかったかも。
一応確認しておこうか。ルカ子は男のままだよ。
Could he have miraculously changed sexes somehow?
そうだよ。
I guess not.
そのことは親には言ったのか？
ルカ君のところならいいよって。
ルカ子のところに？ということはお前の親はルカ子と会ったことがあるのか？
前に一回家に来たことあってね。礼儀正しくていい子だねって言ってたよ。
That's probably because they thought he was a girl.
ルカ君のお父さんも娘が2人できたみたいで賑やかでいいねって喜んでたのです。
He would say that. But could that mean? No way. Just thinking about it is giving me a headache.
あれどうしたのオカリン。
いや、
It's Lukaku. If she just slept over at Lukaku's, it should be fine, right? I have mixed feelings about all this.
男の独占欲かっこ悪い。
そういうことではない。
それよりオカリンもクリスチャンも昨日からずっと起きてるんだよね。ホテルに帰るなら早く帰ってゆっくり休んだ方がいいとマユシーは思うな。
そうね。このままここでダラダラ喋っていても仕方ないし。行こうか、岡部。
いいのか？
だから信用してるんだってば。
そうか。
If she's okay with it, I should be too.
Stream elements
では行こうか。
said,
いざ。
Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
マクツって何よ。
With that, I'm headed to the hotel in Ochanomizu, where Kurisu is living during her stay in Japan.
あ、待って、オカリンオカリン。
Daru stopped me on my way out the door.
どうしたダル？
こんな時だからこそ一つ言っておかなきゃいけないことがあったんだお。
なんだ？
Daru's expression grows serious. He asks,
そんな装備で大丈夫か？
一番いいのを頼む。
お前らな。
Neither one of us said a word as we made our way to the station, from Akihabara to Ochanomizu. Normally we could have walked it, but we were too exhausted to even consider it. It was just about sunset when we arrived. Fortunately, Ocha no Mizu is only one stop away. It'll take 3 minutes at most. Once we arrive, Kurisu's hotel is an additional 5-minute walk from the station. As she approaches the front desk, the attendant hands her the key without even asking her for her room number. I wonder if Kurisu noticed the curious look the attendant gave her when they noticed me by her side. After that, we took an elevator to the 6th floor. We stopped in front of one particular door in a hallway full of them.
目をつむって。
何？
いいから目をつむって。その後は私が中まで先導するから。そのままいいって言うまで絶対に目を開けるんじゃないぞ。わかったわね。
おう。
I didn't know what was going on, but I did as
そ
instructed.
れじゃ入るから。絶対に目を開けるなよ。絶対だぞ。
それは目を開けろという振りでは。
あ？
ないのだな、理解した。
She opens the door and lets me into the room.
そこで待ってて。
After a few steps, she tells me to wait, so I stand still. I can hear her moving around in the room.
今度はこっち。
I did so for about 5 minutes. Then she took me by the arm and moved me somewhere else for another 5 minutes, during which time I stood still with my eyes shut, just as promised. Just as I was getting impatient and preparing to complain,
いいわよ。目を開けて。
I heard her voice at my side and slowly opened my eyes. To a room far beyond anything I had imagined.
もしかして日本に滞在中はずっとここで寝泊まりしてるのか。
最近はラボで明かすこともあったけど、基本はここね。
I mean, I had entertained the thought when I saw this hotel's exterior, but I imagined she might have had a tiny room for business trips or something. Perhaps that was wishful thinking. This girl, she said that she was staying at a regular hotel last time I asked, but to book a place like this, she really is Celeb 17.
教えてくれ。一体どんな悪いことをすればこんな部屋に滞在できるのだ？
人聞きの悪いことを言うな。そんなこと一切しとらんわ。それより何か飲む？
ドクターペッパーはある。
あいにくだけどない。来る途中に買ってくればよかったよね。コーラでいい？
Kurisu opened the fridge and took out a cola. Of course, I made sure to stay within a 1-meter radius of her as she moved around the room. I looked at the bottle of soda she gave me. This has to be from the hotel's minibar. It must cost at least twice the price it would at a convenience store, and she can hand me something this expensive without batting an eye. Celeb 7 is something else.
安心して。毒なんか入ってないから。
I downed the bottle. Given that I had been too afraid to drink anything since the bathroom incident, the beverage felt as though it raised me from the dead.
それにしても、さっきは何をバタバタと騒がしくしていたのだ？
それはほら、一応あんたでも男の人なわけだし、迎え入れるにあたって片付けなきゃならないものとかいろいろあるの。
片付けなきゃならんもの？
だからホテル暮らしもしばらく続くと散らかったりとかいろいろあるのよ。
いろいろ？
そうよ、いろいろよ。
心配しなくても。別に俺はお前のクマタンパンツが干してあろうと気にはせんのだが。
分かってんなら言うな。つうかクマタンパンツなんて何年か前に卒業したわよ。あ
なるほど。ということで、数年前までは履いていたということだな。クマタンパンツを。
すい すわ。
なんだクマパン。どうだ、最近のアナウンサーみたいで悪くない呼び方だと思うぞな、クマパン。
あんた、それ以上クマパン言ったら二度とこの部屋から出られなくしてやるからな。
Seriously? I was just trying to lighten the mood a little.
ねえ、岡部。
Kurisu's face grew stern as she looked at me.
なんだ助手よ。
さすがに疲れたし、そろそろ寝ようかと思うんだけど。
そうか。では俺も休むとしよう。
もう一度言っておく。私、あんたを信用してるから。
わかっている。安心しろ。
She trusts me. That's what she just said. That's why she brought me here. Then I must repay that trust in kind.
それじゃあ、そのまま動かないで。
ちょっと待て。
何？
貴様、その手に持っているものは何だ？
何って、目隠しとロープだけど何？もしかしてあんた見たことないの？
そういうことを聞いているのではない。それをどうするつもりだと聞いているのだ。
決まってるじゃない。今から私が寝て起きるまで変なことができないようにこれでじっとしててもらうのよ。
寝て起きるまでだと？一体どれだけの間そんな目に合わせるつもりだ？
悪いけど我慢しろ。私の安眠のためだ。
俺の安眠はどうなる？
あんたはちょっとくらい疲れてる方がおとなしくていいのよ。
Damn her.
冗談ではないぞ。俺のことを信頼していると言ったあの言葉は嘘だったのか？
信頼はしてるわよ。でもそれとこれとは別。念には念を入れなきゃね。
She's smiling, but her eyes are filled with grim determination. Looks like she's not kidding after all.
そもそもクリスティーナ、なぜ部屋に目隠しやロープなどを常備しているのだ？まさかそういう趣味なのか？しかしだからといって至ってノーマル思考性的な意味で閉じな俺を相手にするのは間違っているぞ。
なわけあるか。アイマスクは飛行機内で使うため、ロープはちょっとした洗濯物を干すため、旅行の必須アイテムだろうが。それよりも諦めておとなしく縛られろ。痛くしないから。
Crap. I don't think I can take the humiliation of being tied up and blindfolded. I wanted to run to the other side of this massive room, but since we can't be more than a meter apart, all I could do was glare at her and back away. Though eventually we would hit a wall, and that would be the end of that.
言っておく。もし本当にそれで縛るつもりだ、俺もおとなしくはしていない。お前がシャワーを浴びている時も寝ている時も何度も激しく抵抗して電流が流れるようにしてやるからな、クマパン。
Though, naturally, that'll shock me too. But sacrifices must be made. If I die, I'm taking her with me.
卑怯な。あとクマパン言うな。
今日はお前だ。わかった。ではこうしよう。100歩譲って目隠しは甘んじている。その代わりロープはなしにしろ。
Or else I won't be able to sleep at all.
何かあったら文字通りすぐさまお縄を頂戴すればいい。
誰がうまいこと言えと。
Despite Kurisu's knee-jerk at-channel response, she gave the idea some thought. And
あったわ。じゃあロープはなしってことにする。
本当か？
ええ。その代わりアイマスクだけは着用してもらうけどいいわね。
まあそ れくらいならば我慢しよう。
I can at least pretend I'm just wearing the eye mask as a sleep aid.
じゃあこれを装着して。
Kurisu handed me the mask. It's a bit annoying, but a promise is a promise. I put the eye mask on with my own two hands.
じゃあそのままじっとしてて。
な、
よいしょ。
おい、
何か？
何かではない。なぜ俺は縛られているのだ。約束が違うじゃないか。
ちょっと動くな。アイマスクがずれちゃったじゃない。
それはお前が縛るからだろうが。
さっきのは寝る時の話でしょ。今から私はシャワーを浴びるのよ。悪いけどせめてその間だけはその格好でいてもらうから。
I thought of lodging a few more complaints, but then I realized that would just be a waste of time. Besides, I was tied up whether I disagreed with it or not.
分かった。ではさっさとシャワーなりなんなり浴びてくるがいい。
ああ、そうそう。あとこれもお願いね。
これとは何だ。
ヘッドホンよ。
ヘッドホン。なぜそんなものをせねばならんのだ。
それはあんたが私のシャワーの音を聞いて変な想像をしないために。
Excuse me. What is she trying to hide?
あはー、さてはお前。
何よ。
ホテルのシャワールームといえばユニットバスだから一緒に別の用も足そうと。
だってばほんと最低。ほんとデリカシーないしほんと殺す。
待て、冗談のつもりだったのだ。まさか本当のことだとは。
それ以上言ったらマジ殺すからな。
すみません。
She's literally got me blinded and bound. This really could be dangerous. So there I was, tied up, senses deprived by the eye mask and headphones, waiting for Kurisu to finish taking her shower. I must have fallen asleep. What could have happened afterwards? Oh, that's right. Kurisu got out of the bathroom and complained about all sorts of little things I had somehow done wrong. And I guess we both crashed after that. The lights are still on. She insisted that I wear the eye mask, but I must have forgotten. I checked the clock. It's past 10. It was around 6 when we were arguing, so it's only a few hours that I slept. I heard Kurisu sigh from just over my head. Of course, she's asleep in her bed and I'm on the floor, but even the floor of this room is luxurious. It was actually more comfortable than sleeping on the couch in the lab. Her voice was barely audible, but I heard it.
ごめんなさい。パパ。だから。
I wonder what kind of dream she's having. She said so. What was she going to say after that? Why is this genius girl trying to be a scientist? Why did she travel overseas? And why is she crying? I stopped thinking about it. It's none of my business, and as far as I'm concerned, I never heard a thing. I put the eye mask on and went back to sleep. The next morning, well, perhaps I should say afternoon, since it was already past 12, by the time we left the hotel and headed toward the lab. From Ochanomizu, we crossed Hiji Ribashi Bridge and passed the Yushima Seido Temple and Kanda Myojin Shrine on our way into Akihabara. It's only about a 20-minute walk. But as we made our way through the back streets of Akihabara, we had an unexpected meeting.
あ、岡部さん。
ルカ子、それに
桐生さん？おはよう。
Lukaku and Finger. That really was unexpected. Out of the ordinary, in fact.
お前たち何をしているのだ、こんなところで。
The question on my mind simply slipped out of me.
そこ。
Moeka slowly pointed at a small, nondescript building. I waited for her to keep going, but she remained silent. Outside of her messages, she really is a woman of few words. I tried to get a little more info out of her.
あれがどうしたというのだ。
リリの名前。
The name.
アークリライト。
ああ、アークリライトってもしかして桐生さんがバイトしてるっていうヘンプロじゃない？
I see. I do remember hearing that she worked here. Ironic, given how bad she is at communicating with people. I thought she might have been fired by now, but I guess it's not the case. This must be the most tolerant company in the world. If I'm ever in need of a job, this is the first door I'll knock on. Though that would mean I would have to kowtow to Moeka because she would be a senior employee. I can't imagine I would like that very much. Anyway, that's not important right now.
なるほどな。始圧師がここでバイトをしていることは分かったが。しかしなぜルカ子まで一緒にいるのだ？
撮影お願いしてたの。撮影？
どうせ秋葉原に舞い降りた本物の巫女。
何？ルカ子がか？
そう、グラビア飾れって編集長の。
Clever. I know there are cosplayers who dress up in Shrine Maiden costumes, but Lukaku might be a real Shrine Maiden in Akiba. Well, aside from the maiden part.
ルカ子は男だぞ。雑誌で取り上げるには看板に偽りありではないのか。
写真じゃわからないから。
This seems very unconsidered somehow. Like, wouldn't Lukaku's life get harder if this feature blows up and he becomes super popular? Perhaps not. This generation might be more accepting of someone like him. That might even become key to his popularity. If Lukaku were to get popular, would we be able to make money off of him? We could copyright his image and make official Lukaku-sponsored products. The future gadget laboratory could almost function as a maid cafe. Might be a good idea.
それでルカ子はどうするつもりだ？
No response. What's going on? He's looking at me and Kurisu and blushing.
どうしたのかしら、漆原さん。
さあな。おい、ルカ子、ルカ子、聞いていないのか？
はい、僕のこと呼びましたか？
呼びましたかではない。お前は始圧師の依頼を受けるのかと聞いているのだ。
あ、いえ、
ただ僕はとりあえず話だけでも聞いてくれって言われたから。
だから受けるのか断るのかどちらなんだ。
だから受けるつもりは。
Once again, Lukaku blushes while looking from Kurisu to me and back again.
どうしたの漆原さん、もしかして具合でも悪いの？
いえ、そういうわけじゃなくて、
ただどうした？
ただやっぱり本当なんだって思って。
本当？本当ってどういうこと？
さっき桐生さんが。
指圧師がどうした？
二人が一緒に出てくるところを見たっていうから、ホテルからそれも手をつないで。
指圧師！
Did she see us together?
お二人の関係は。
違う、あれは単に出てきただけで。
入ったから出てきたんですよね。
それはそういうこと。でもそれは違くて。
テンパりすぎだぞクリスティーナ。しかも指圧師も指圧師だ。こういう時だけ情熱になりよって。
Oh my gosh, you both came out of there holding hands. Are you two? You know. Come on, tell me. Don't just stand there.
だからといってわざわざメールで送ってくるな。
こういう時どう言っていいのか。僕とにかくおめでとうございます。
だから違うんだってば。というわけなの。
After that uncomfortable misunderstanding, we felt obliged to explain ourselves to Moeka and Lukaku.
つまりあの時手をつないでいたのも仲が良かったのではなく、逆に喧嘩中だったというわけだ。
As a side note, Kurisu and I now have a pretty good understanding of how much voltage needs to build up before we get our shock. Meaning that if we feel an electrical shock coming while we're arguing, we automatically hold each other's hands. This makes it very confusing for anyone watching to determine if we are friends or enemies.
そういうわけだから、私とこいつの間には何のやましいこともなければ、これから先もそういうことが起こることはありえないの。
尺に触る言い方だな。言っておくが俺の方こそ、お前のようなめんどくさい女はお断りだ。
はあ？それはこっちのセリフです。あんたみたいな男となんて噂されるだけで鳥肌が立つ。
なんだと？
何よ。
We hold hands.
そういうことだ。
だから二人とも分かったな。
つまり喧嘩するほど仲がいいってことですか。
違う。
で、一晩同じ部屋で過ごして結局何もなかったん？下手ですな。
だからないと言っているだろうが、お前までそんなことを言うのかだるよ。
Why does everyone, including Shining Finger and Lukaku, have such dirty minds? This world can't operate if everyone's thinking from the waist down. Truly a deplorable state of affairs.
だってさ、おにゃのことホテルなのだぜ。スウェーデンとか優勝。何もしないってのも、それはそれで失礼なんじゃね？
あのね、そういう男の理屈を勝手に押し付けないでくれる？
そうだ。俺が助手と何か妙な関係に陥るなどということは、たとえ世界に俺と 助手2人だけになったとしてもありえないことだ。
そこまで言われるとなんかムカつく。
Why? I've been telling her stuff like that since yesterday to grant her peace of mind. Why would she get mad about that now?
ほらね、マユシーが言った通りだったでしょ。
Mayuri, who up till now had her head buried in an English textbook, entered the conversation. I assumed it was homework, since it looked like she was having a hard time with it. It would have been to ask for Kurisu's help, given that the book was in English, but it seemed Mayuri didn't want to add anything more to Kurisu's pile of troubles.
オカリンはね、そういうことが好きな人なのです。
まゆり、その言い方はあらぬ誤解を招きそうなのでやめてもらえるか。
誤解ってどんな？
要するにだな、それではまるで俺が不能だと。
いちいち説明すんな。
英語で言うと、インポッシブル。
マユシマユシ、今のもう一回言ってくんない？
インポッシブル？
はあはあ。
だから変態発言はやめろと言ったろうが。
What is all this? One day. It's only been one day. So how is it that the atmosphere in this lab has gone back to normal? All of the stress and tension of the other day is completely gone. To be fair, it's hard to be serious when you're dealing with Mayuri and Daru. But the fact that we are forced together by number 12 still remains.
そんなことよりだ。早く D メールを送るぞ。
D メール？なんで？
お前たちはどうして俺がわざわざクリスティーナのホテルまで行ったと思っているんだ。
なんでって？
クリスちゃんの泊まってるホテルがどんなところか見たかったからだよね。いいな、やっぱりマユシーも一緒にお泊まりしたいな。
Do they not remember somehow?
冗談だお冗談。そんなに怖い顔しちゃダメ。
How dare he take this so lightly just because it doesn't affect him? I think I need to teach him a lesson.
いいかダル、これは
ほら岡部、それより D メール早く送ってみましょう。
え？あ、おいクリスティーナ。
Before I could launch into lecturing Daru, Kurisu grabbed my arm and dragged me into the development room.
何をする？俺はダルに。
仕方ないわよ。
え？
私たちにとっては一大事かもしれないけど、橋田やまゆりにとっては所詮人事に過ぎないんだから。だからムキになったって仕方ないわ。
She.
それよりね、D メール文面は同じでいいんでしょ。だったら早く送りましょう。
おう。
I managed to regain my composure and send the D-mail.
やはりダメか。
Despite our repeated attempts, the best we could muster was a series of things from the phone wave.
原因は
わからない。でも電話レンジ自体が作動しているところを見れば、多分何か重大な条件が不足しているんだと思う。
しかしその条件が何なのかは分からずか。
そういうことね。
Bottom line, we have to spend another day like this. Even though we've gotten more used to this situation, things still get extremely awkward and even suffocating now and then.
その様子だとやっぱダメぽ？
Looks like Daru was keeping an eye on us. Upon seeing that we had reached a stopping point, he entered the room.
あ、残念ながらな。原因もわからずだ。
We are obviously disappointed, but the shock we felt yesterday has faded somewhat. We were certain yesterday that we would free ourselves, and having that ripped away dropped us into the oceans of the depths of despair. But today we understood that failure was very possible. We were prepared for this, so the results didn't have the same impact.
そうそう、その代わりつうのも変だけど、僕からオカリンにプレゼントがあるんだお。
プレゼントなんだ。
ほら、例の頼まれてた新作ガジェット、あれ完成したお。
何？もうできたのか。
要は発信機をくっつけるだけだからね。基本構造はとっくにできてて、あとはパーツさえあればって状態だったのさ。そんで昨日2人が帰った後、開発室も空いたことだし、今のうちにって思って仕上げたってわけ。
新しいガジェット？何？あんたたちまだそんなものを作ってたの？
Doesn't sound like Kurisu was listening to our conversation yesterday. Fair, given everything that was going on. I'm sure she had other things on her mind.
新作ガジェットね。で、今度は一体どんなガジェットなの？
知りたいか、クリスティーナよ。
まあ、気になるといえば気になるわね。
そうか。ならば教えてやろう。新しいガジェット、すなわち13号機は。
13号機は先に私が作りかけてたものがあるから、そっちは14号機でしょ。
あだ14号機は
ズバリ電波ジャッカーだ。
電波ジャッカー？何それ？
わからんのか。読んで字のごとくテレビ放送を電波ジャックする装置だ。天才少女なのだから言葉から類推すればわかるだろう。
テレビ放送？なるほど。要するにブロードキャストシグナルイントリュージョンってことね。
なんだその長ったらしい英語は。
あのね、日本では船を乗っ取ったりバスを乗っ取ったりするのをシージャックとかバスジャックとか言ったりするけど、あれって全部和製英語なの。
そうなん？
そうよ。そもそもハイジャックはそれ一つで乗り物を乗っ取るって意味の一単語なの。だから船を乗っ取るのもバスを乗っ取るのも全部ハイジャック。ジャックだけで何かを乗っ取るって意味はない。で、さっきの話だとおそらく14号機はテレビの発信電波の上から別の電波を送って映像を流す装置ってことでしょ？違う？
いや違わない。その通りだお。
それだと英語ではブロードキャストシグナルイントリュージョン、要するに放送信号への割り込みとか介入とかいった意味になるかしら。
そっか。バスジャックは和製英語だったんか。オフ会でのトリビアネタいただきました。
When member of Fukai, when members of an internet community meet in real life. Just had to show off the fact that you grew up in America, didn't you? So what if I can't speak English? All I need is the internet and Dr. Excite to beautifully translate all the English I want. Excite Sensei, a machine translation site. That
だけど
sounds
今時何のため
exciting.
にテレビ番組を乗っ取ったりするのよ。
そんなの決まっているだろう。この幸運今日世界を混沌に陥れた暁に全世界に向かって俺のありがたいメッセージを発信するためだ。
ならそれこそネットの動画サイトとかにアップすればいいだけの話じゃない。何もそんなことする必要ないと思うけど。
それでは見ようと思った人間しか見れんではないか。つまらん。突然世界中の人間に反強制的に見せるところに燃える男のロマンがあるのだ。わからんか。
わからんな。
That was a lightning fast answer.
まあ全世界っつっても電波の強度から言ってジャックできるのはせいぜい秋葉界隈。しかもアナログテレビ限定なんだけどさ。
何それ、ますます意味ないじゃない。
お前のようなスイーツ脳に高尚なロマンを一生かかっても理解できないかもしれないな。だこれ以上不毛な話は必要。その14号機はどこにあるのだ。
ああ、それなら昨日完成してそこに。あれ？
どうした？
いや、確かにその辺りに置いたんだけど見当たらないよ。
I quickly surveyed the development room, but I couldn't see anything that even hinted at being number 14.
おかしいなあ。昨日確かにこの辺に置いたんだけど、もしかして無意識のうちにこっちに置いたとか？やっぱないな。
Kurisu and I followed Daru out through the curtain. He's looking high and low, but hasn't found even a hint to the device's location. Mayuri, who was so engrossed in her English homework she didn't hear us talking, takes her nose out of her textbook.
どうしたのダルくん、何か探し物？
いやさ、昨日新しく作った新作号機がどっか行っちゃったみたいでさ。まゆし知らない？
14 号機ちゃん？どんなの？
それがこれくらいの大きさの。
I gave the room a quick once over.
どうしたオカリン？もしかして見つけた？
いや、そうではない。どうやら足りないのはそれだけではなさそうだぞ。
え？
I looked around the room once more, as I thought.
ない。やはりないぞ。段ボールに入れておいたガジェットが根こそぎなくなっている。
嘘！
If I remember correctly, I put everything in one place in the corner of the development room, and all of it is completely gone. Could we have been burglarized?
大変だ。警察に電話しなければ。マイリー、今すぐポリスを呼んでくれ。119、いや117、どっちだ？
岡部落ち着け、それどっちも違う。
Then Mayuri raised her voice for some reason.
どうしたまゆし？何か心当たりでもあったん？
そういえばね、言うの忘れてたよ。
何を？
この前言ってたメイクインのお客さんの店長さんいるでしょ？
それは例のガジェットを買い取ってくれるという人物か？
その人がね、昨日の夜ここに来たのです。
What?
ということはまさか。
段ボールに入ってたガジェットは全部まとめて持って行ってもらっちゃったのです。
Really?
どうしてそれをもっと早く言わないんだ。
ごめんなさい。言わなきゃって思ってたんだけど、まゆしはおバカさんだからつい忘れちゃってたのです。
The moment I scolded her, Mayuri fell into a gloom. Maybe I was a little too hard on her.
まあ忘れたものはしょうがない。盗まれたというのでなければいいだろう。
そうよ、まゆりのおかげで資金難から脱出できたんだし、むしろ感謝してもいいくらいだと思う。
ごめんなさいオカリン。今度から気をつけるね。
もういい。 はい償うとも言う。
功罪相次ぐな。
今回は罪よりも功の方が大きいことだし、むしろよくやったと褒めてやろう。
それは喜んでいいのかな。
あ、さっきは怒鳴って悪かった。
マユシーも悪かったからいいのです。
Kurisu looked at me quizzically.
あんたってさ、やっぱりマユリには比較的素直。
バカを言え。俺は常に素直だ。
どこがだ。
Anyway, it's a good thing that we've gained some capital by selling off our gadgets. That should have staved off our bankruptcy for a while yet. As I chewed that idea over, I noticed that now Daru was wearing a quizzical look.
どうしたのナダル。腹でも減ったか。
違う、そうじゃないよ。もしかしたら僕14号機もその段ボールの中に入れたかもと思われ。
何？それは確かか？
はっきりは覚えてないけど、そんな気がする。
Which would mean that right now, at that shopkeep's store,
あー、でもそんな難しいもんでもないから、作ろうと思ったらすぐ作れるけど。
あ、いや、今すぐ必要というわけでもない。それに最悪、その買い取ってくれた店長とやらに行って買い物せばいいのだから気にするな。
we've got money in our hands now. Anyway, I'm fine with letting the little things go.
あれ？
Another exclamation, this time from Kurisu. Everybody's exclaiming today. Now what could it be?
ねえ、あそこのパソコンの横に置いてあったハードディスク知らない？
ハードディスク？いや、俺は知らん。
え？それってもしかして250ギガの黒いケースに入った？
そう、橋田知ってるの？
ああ、あれマキセ氏のだったんか。そいつはしまったかも。
どういうこと？
さっき言った14号機だけどさ、要はハードディスクに録画したデータを送信するガジェットなんだよね。
待って、ひょっとしてまさか。
そのハードディスク14号機に使っちゃったって。
使った？それじゃあ。
いやー、オカリンが開発室にあるものは使っていいって言うからさ、まさかマキセ氏の私物だったとは思わなくて。
It looks like Daru accidentally used Kurisu's hard disk without knowing that it was hers. It is true that I said he could use whatever he wanted, but...
普通そういうのって確認してから使うもんでしょ？
そうなんだけど、とりあえず取り付けてみてって思ったもんだからさ。ごめんごめん。
まあいいではないか。あそこに放置していたお前も悪いのだし、あれほどのホテル生活をしているのだ。ハードディスクの1台や2台使われたところでどうということもないだろう。また買えばいいではないか。
I tried to redirect the blame off of myself. Sure, I said that Daru could use anything in the lab, but how was I supposed to know he would find something that belonged to her? I could see Kurisu's shoulders beginning to tremble.
そういう問題じゃない。
This may turn out worse than expected.
落ち着けクリスティーナ。
I grabbed Christina's hand, hoping to forestall the electric shock. I never could have imagined that my right arm, a wild instrument of uncontrolled chaos, would be used as a tool of peace.
とてもじゃないが落ち着いて はデータが入ったままなんだぞ。
データ、それは大切なものなのか？
大切？それは確認してないからわからないけど、ひょっとしたらその可能性もある。
ひょっとしたらってどういうこ
あのハードディスクはね、13号機の一部なの。
Number 13. That's the new gadget that Kurisu's been developing.
橋だ。14号機はあの中にある映像データを世界中のテレビに映すガジェットなのよね。
世界中っつうか、出力的にはせいぜい秋葉中くらいしか送れないけど。
それでも不特定多数の目に触れるという意味では十分よ。
Kurisu's face turned a pale shade of blue. This is definitely going to be worse than expected.
と？クリスちゃん大丈夫？顔色悪いよ。お水飲
大丈夫よ。ありがとうマユリ。
なお、クリスティーナ、その13号機というのはどういう機能を持っていたのだ？
それは。
She was oddly hesitant to respond. Is it something she finds difficult to talk about? But if she doesn't explain it to us, we won't know what has her so worried.
どうやら14号機がここから持ち出されたことで大変なことになるらしいというのは分かった。だが、そこのところを説明してくれなければ、具体的に何がどう大変なのかさっぱり分からん。説明してくれるか？
でも。
Kurisu studied our faces before she spoke. She was trying to hold back her tears. I think this is the first time I've ever seen her like this.
わかったわ。それじゃあ言うけど、13号機はね、13号機は脳の中の思考を映像として記録する機械なの。
脳内の思考を映像に？
そんなことが可能なのか？
Daru and I responded in unison. Mayuri merely tilted her head.
別にそう難しいことじゃないわ。例えば、私たち 同時に視覚情報を映像として記録する研究だって現段階ではかなり進んでるの。私の通ってるビクトル・コンドリア大学の精神生理学研究所が開発した技術にビジュアルリビルディングっていう技術があるんだけど、知ってる？
Unfortunately, I haven't.
まあ、要は映像データを神経パルス信号にコンバートする技術のことは。この技術を使えば脳にデータ化した神経パルス信号を送り込んで、実際には目にしていない映像をあたかも目。
Computer, if you could stop being weird, that would be appreciated. Silly computer. Okay.
それはバーチャルリアリティというやつか。
まあ、わかりやすい言葉で言えばそういうことね。で、これができるならまた逆もできるということ。
しかしそんなに簡単にいくもんなん？
もちろん簡単じゃないわよ。でもね、ここでもう一つ、私が大学で研究していたのは人の記憶を神経パルスとして解析することなの。
記憶を？
まあ難しい話だから細かいことははしょっちゃうけど、記憶をデータとして取り出せるなら頭の中で見た心象風景や思考なんかもデータとして取り出せるんじゃないかって。
What does that mean? That she was able to go from it might be possible to actually finding a way to make it happen in this lab.
しかしそんな神経パルスをどうやって取り出すというのだ。とてもじゃないが、そんな大掛かりな装置、この開発室の中には。
別に大掛かりなものは必要ないわ。これがあれば。
Kurisu held out a headphone-like object that I once saw this lab some time ago.
もしかしてそれが？
VR 技術を用いて作ったヘッドセットみたいなものね。かなり簡素化してはいるけど。
Which means I was right. That really is part of number 13.
なるほど。13号機の概要は分かった。クリスティーナ、お前がこのラボの新しいガジェットとして何やらとんでもないものを作ろうとしていたことも分かった。だが、なぜそこまで慌てなきゃならんのだ？
Well, remember when the last time it was used? Last time it was used is when you put it on her head when she was sleeping. It sounds almost like she was having a dream about you. A very embarrassing dream, it sounds like. From what I just heard, it sounds like the primary component, number 13, is that headphone-style headset. Meaning the hard disk in the development room was just a storage device.
それはあんたのせいよ。
俺の？言っておくが、俺はその13号機がどんな機能を持ったガジェットなのかすら知らなかったんだぞ。それがなぜ俺のせいになるのだ？
あんた、前に寝てる私の頭にヘッドセットを装着したでしょ。
Now that she mentions it, I may have. I think I did. That was just before the whole number 12 incident affair. I was suspicious of those almost headphones, so I decided to put them on Kurisu's head while she was sleeping.
あの時にデータ化された私の頭の中の思考があのハードディスクに保存されてる可能性がある。ここで問題になるのが、橋田があのハードディスクを14号機の一部として使ってしまったということよ。
あ、そうか。14号機の機能を使えばあの中に保存されてるかもしれない牧瀬氏の思考データが。
そう、秋葉原の街中のモニターに映し出されてしまう可能性がある。もしもそんなことになったら。
The color once again drains from Kurisu's face.
そのデータはそれほどまでにまずいものなのか。
I imagine Kurisu's thoughts being something that leads to cyber terrorism or something similarly dramatic.
だからそれはわからないんだって。でも下手をすれば世界が終わってしまうほどのものかもしれない。
何、そんなになのか。
ダメ。その先は怖くてとてもじゃないけど考えられない。考えたくない。
Kurisu held her body with her arms and shivered. This normally confident woman seems scared half to death right now. This really is a big deal.
もしかしてそれもマユシーのせいかな。
いや、どっちかっていうと置いてたハードディスクを使った僕のせいかも。
この際誰のせいだとかそういうのを追求しても仕方ないわ。そんなことよりその14号機を回収する方が先よ。
確かにマキ選手の言う通りだ。とりあえずマユシがガジェットを売ったっていう人に連絡取って14号機だけ返してもらった方がいいと思われ。
そうね。ねえマユリ、その店長さんに連絡してくれる？
どうしたマユシ、連絡取れるよね？
それが知らないかも。
連絡先知らないの？
じゃあその店はどこにあるん？
その人はメイクインにたまに来るお客さんで、
Stream elements.
だから多
Said.
分秋葉
Stay
原にある
moist, my
お店
friends.
だと思
Hydrate.
うんだけど、どこにあるなんていうお店なのかはよく知らないのです。
なんてこと。
Kurisu held her head in her hands and once again looked like she was about to cry. I can't believe that Mayuri doesn't know anything about the person she had conducted business with. But Mayuri is Mayuri. If she didn't think that he was a trustworthy person, she wouldn't have sold the gadgets to him. Mayuri may seem flighty at times, but she's actually a good judge of character. She is lab member 2 after all. That should be proof enough.
とにかくここで頭を抱えてても仕方ない。私はそのお店を探してみる。
そういうことなら僕も手伝うを。
明日いいの？
いいのも何も見つからないとやばいんでしょ？
それはまあ確かにかなりやばい。
だったらやるしかないじゃん。秋葉の店ってことなら僕の方が詳しいし。
マユシーも手伝うよ。だって元はといえばマユシーのせいだから。
マユリ。
滑稽だな。
どうしたんオカリン、急に笑い出しちゃってさ。
これが笑わずにいられるかなあクリスティーナよ。
何よ岡部。何がおかしいのよ。
Kurisu was about to continue, but I stopped her with a raised hand and continued.
いいか、何度言ってもお前たちは忘れているようだからもう一度教えてやる。この未来ガジェット研究所の目的は何だ？
ガジェットさんを作ってみんなで遊ぶ？
違う、そうじゃない。
I can't believe that she said the same thing as Daru. I guess I have to teach them once
いい
again.
か、我が未来ガジェット研究所の目的は作り出したガジェットを使い世界の支配構造を覆し混沌をもたらすことだ。しかしどうだ、クリスティーナの話で14号機によって もしかしたら世界に未曾有の危機が訪れるかもしれないと考えてみろ。それこそ我々の望む世界の根端。何も慌てる必要などないではないか。
ちょっと、それじゃオカリンはまさかこのままほっといてもいいって言うん？
誰もそんなことは言っていない。
でも現に今
だがしかし
I shouted over whatever Daru was trying to say.
しかし
まだ時は満ちていない。それにこの兵糧我が手によって世界に混沌をもたらす。第三者が偶発的にもたらされた混沌など何の意味もないものなのだ。
従って
14号機が引き起こすかもしれないという世界の終焉はこの俺にとってむしろ好まざる事態であると言える。よって王雲京馬はここに命じる。これ未来ガジェット14号機の回収を総力をもって行うのだ。
It seems I've rendered everyone speechless.
なんとなく分かってきた。
なんだ分かったとは何のことだ。
岡部ってさ、なんだかんだ言ってやっぱり素直じゃないのよね。
だよな。いちいち必要ないプロセス入れずに、あのままじゃあみんなで探そうぜって言えばいいのにさ。
何を言っているのだ。
俺はただラボメンとしての心構えを語っただけで、素直とか素直じゃないとかそういうのは関係ない。
ほら、そういうところが素直じゃないのよ。
うん、でもそこがオカリンのいいところなんだよ。クリスちゃんも分かってくれて嬉しいのです。
そうね、いいところかどうかは別として、ずっと一緒に行動してるとだんだん思考パターンが分かってきたかも。
もしかして12号機の効果が現れてるのかも。ってことはもうすぐ外れるフラグ来た？
お前なんとに
どうせ私なんかに理解させるほど単純な思考じゃないとでも言うんでしょ。
あがく
あ、図星だったっぽい。これは本当に12号機って効果あるのかもしらんね。
いいからほら
くだらないことを言っていないで14号機を探すぞ。
In spite of the gravity of our situation, we managed to shake off the feeling of inevitable doom and agreed to split up and search for numbers 13 and 14. Or we would have, had Karisu and I not been bound together. She and I were forced to form our own little search party. But, as Daru mentioned, there may be some truth to our continued union, gradually improving our ability to cooperate.
では行くぞ。
ええ、行きましょう。
Now, like now, we didn't even need to discuss which way to. We had set out in opposite directions.
お前こそ俺の思考が分かってきたというならどっちに向かうかくらい分かるだろう。
宣言でかい。あんたの中二病丸出しの頭の中なんて分かりっこないでしょ。
We're not off to a flying start.
雑貨屋の店長さんかにゃ。
なあ、マイリがガジェットを売る約束をした相手でここの客という話なんだが心当たりはないか。
ああ、そういえばマユシーがそんな話をしてたことがあったにゃ。
どこの店の人間か知っているか。
常連さんならわかるんだけど、そのお客さんって最近何回か来たくらい セーリスもあんまりよく知らないんだにゃ。
では見た目はどんな感じのやつだ？
そうだにゃ。
背は
高いわけでもなく低いわけでもなく、
体格は
太ってるわけでもなく痩せてるわけでもなく、言うならごく普通かにゃ。これといって特徴のない感じの人だにゃ。
Nondescript. That's not good. I was hoping she would give us some sort of lead.
でも
どうした？何か重要な特徴でもあったか？胸に7つの傷があるとか？
そういうわけじゃないな。ただ悪い人じゃなさそうだったにゃって思って。
そうか。
Well, that's not helpful.
でもどうしたのかにゃ急に。そのお客さんがどうかしたのかにゃ。
実はできればなんとか連絡を取りたいの。
We told Bears everything that had happened.
なるほど、大変なことに。
そういうわけだから、もしそのお客が来たらすぐ俺たちに連絡もらえるか？
わかったにゃ。
参ったわね。
We're already stuck dead in our tracks. Aside from Mayuri, I thought Bears would be our best bet as to any information on this guy, but she couldn't give us anything. To be honest, if our well of information at Mayclean is dry, we're not going to have many options.
秋葉島の店をしらみつぶしに探すしかない。
And even then, the fact that he runs a store in Akiba is our only clue.
効率は悪いけど今はそれしかないの。
まあ、うちのガジェットを面白いと言って買い取ってくれるような店だ。意外と早く見つかるかもしれんしな。
It must be a store with very good taste.
そうね。きっと変わった店だと思うから。
The two of us will never see eye to eye, will we? In the end, Kurisu and I swept through as many stores in Akiba as we could until late into the night, but we never found the one we were looking for.
そうか、わかった。あ、明日も頼む。
やっぱりダメだったか。
ああ。
The phone call was from Daru, but as my demeanor indicated, he didn't find so much as a single clue. I'm sure he would have called us earlier if he had anything good to tell us anyway. Kurisu has been like this since we came back. I know she's worried, but there's nothing we can do about it now. Worrying is just a waste of energy. Besides, I had a bigger problem in front of me.
一つ聞くが、クリスティーナ。なぜ俺たちの夕飯はこれなのだ？
A couple of empty plastic cups stand on the table, the fossils of the meals we had prepared by adding hot water and waiting 3 to 5 minutes.
なぜってあんたも買うとき何も文句言わなかったじゃない。
それは夜食か何かだと思っていたからだ。そもそもこんなホテルに泊まっているくせになぜ夕食がカップ麺なのか。選択肢は他にもいろいろとあるだろう。
何？じゃあ岡部がおごってくれるの？
バカを言え！なぜ俺がセレセブであるお前の夕飯をおごらねばならんのだ。だいたいこういう時持っているやつがおごるものだと相場は決まっている。
それこそ冗談じゃないわよ。むしろここに泊めてあげてるんだから、それくらいあんたが出してもいいんじゃない？あとセレセブ言うな。
俺は別に泊まりたくて泊まってるわけではない。
Needless to say, we've been holding hands since this lovely little conversation started.
食い終わったのならシャワーを借りるぞ。
I stood up and started walking towards the bathroom while holding Kurisu's hand.
待て。誰がここのシャワーを貸すと言った？
誰も言ってはいないが、他にシャワーがないのだから仕方あるまい。
冗談じゃない。ラボにだってシャワーはあるんでしょ。だったらそこのを使えばいいじゃない。
仕方がないだろう。使おうと思ったが、その暇がなかったのだ。というわけだ、借りるぞ。
私はオッケーしてない。
どうしても貸せないというのか。
どうしても貸さないと言ってる。
そうか。
Then I have no choice. I didn't want to say this, but she's backed me into a corner.
言っておくが、俺は昨日も一昨日も風呂に入っていない。いい加減匂うが、お前はそれでもいいのか。今日も一日動き回って汗もかいているし、いい加減いい醸造具合になっている。その上、分かっているだろうが、俺たちは互いに1メートルと離れられん運命だ。それでもお前はいいというのだな。この匂いとともに明日の朝まで寝食を共にする覚悟があるというのだな。ならば俺も現状を甘んじて享受し、明日ラボに行くまで我慢しよう。
もう分かったわよ。その代わりちゃんと出るときに煮沸消毒しなさいよね。
Does she think I'm a roach or something? Who cares? I felt gross all day, so I'm probably going to feel really refreshed after a good shower.
それにしても助手よ。お前、さっきまで深刻そうな顔をしていたくせに、随分と元気になったじゃないか。
あんたと話してると深刻にしてるのがバカみたく思えてくるのよね。
それは結構なことだな。
何が結構よ。だいたい岡部って。あれ？
She stopped herself before she finished her thought.
どうした？
ねえ、もしかしてあんたって私が落ち込まないようにわざと？
ん？
そんなはずないわよね。
I didn't get to find out what she was going to say. But I did get to take a shower and sleep. On the floor, of course, wearing an eye mask. A new day. We decided to kick things off by searching for numbers 13 and 14 in the morning, and then meeting back at the lab in the afternoon.
オカリンの方はどうだったん？
そう聞くということは、誰の方もダメだったようだ。
ほうもってことは、オカリンもダメだったってことか。
From the way Mayuri was disappointedly slumped on the couch, it seemed that her luck wasn't much better.
ごめんねオカリン。マユシーがちゃんと聞いておかなかったばっかりに大変なことになっちゃって。
何度も謝るわ。別にあれはお前のせいではない。
She looks so sad. Isn't there something I can do?
ここの名前は何だ？言ってみろ。
ここってラボのことかな？
違う。いいか？ここは未来ガジェット研究所だ。すなわち過去では未来を見据えて活動する、そういう場所だ。だからいつまでも過ぎたことを振り返ってぼやかするんじゃない。
オカリンもたまにはいいこと言うんだお。
何を言うか、俺は常にいいことしか言わん。
とか言ってついさっき過去に D メールを送ろうとして思いっきり振り返ってたくせにね。
あ、それは仕方ないだろう。できるだけこの状況から脱したいのはお前だって一緒だろうに。
まあそれはそうだけど。
第一考えてもみろ。電話レンジカッコ仮が正常に機能していれば14号機紛失のトラブルだって起こらずに済んだのだ。
That's right. If we could only send a D-mail, all this would be. Of course, the fact that I'm thinking this right now means that our D-mail experiment failed today as well.
もっとも俺の場合は過去を悔やんでいるのではなく、過去を顧みることで未来への可能性を模索しているのだよな。つまり結果として未来へつながっているわけで、決して後ろ向きなわけではないということだ。
まったくへりくつばっかりうまいんだよ。
I suddenly noticed Daru and Mayuri staring at Kurisu and me.
何？
何を見ているのだ二人とも。
なんかオカリンとマキセ氏2人の間の夫婦がちょっと変わったかもって思ってさ。
何？
実はね、まゆしーもね、ダルくんと同じこと考えてたのです。
前よりまで何言い出すのよ。
そうだ、今だって言い合っていたところで以前と何も変わっていないではないか。
確かにそうなんだけどね。でもね、なんかね、やっぱり違うのです。
違うって、だから何がどう違うのよ。
こうなんつうか前みたいなトゲトゲしさがないっていうかさ、同じように言い合っててもどこか柔らかいみたいな感じ。
そうそう、まゆしーもそういう風に言いたかったのです。
やっぱさ、昨日も言ったけど12号機の影響って実際あるんじゃね？
冗談でもない。なぜ俺が女子と仲良くなったりしなければならないのだ。
言わせてもらうけど、それはこっちのセリフよ。なんで私が岡部なんかと。
でもさ、ビリビリってなる回数も確実に減ってきてるでしょ？
それは。
It's true that the number of shots we've received while not holding hands has gone down practically to zero.
ただそれはどの程度で電撃が発動するか分かってきたからであって。
でも、それがわかるっていうことは、やっぱりダーリンのバカちゃんの効果の表れなんじゃないかな。
These two. Why are they trying to make Kurisu and I such good friends? I really don't get it. Kurisu is my assistant. No more, no less.
とにかくほら、今は14号機を探し出さなきゃいけないんだし、そんなこと言ってる場合じゃないでしょ。
そういうことだ。
And since we don't know where the buyer went, we have no choice but to search high and low.
そうだね。下手したらあと1日だもんね。それこそ早くなんとかしないとな。
まったくだ。
その通りよ。
あと1日だからな。
あと1日だもん。
One more day.
え？
Wait.
おい、ダル。今のはどういうことだ？
今のって？
今言ったではないか。あと1日と。それはどういう意味だ？
どういうって？だからタイマーが作動するまでだお。
タイマ
ちょっと橋田、何よそれ、説明しろ。
説明って、だから14号機につけた簡易のタイマーが明日の夕方5時、つまりちょうどあと24時間後ぐらいに設定されてるって話。あれ？
それはつまり、明日の夕方には。
いやおうなく14号機が稼働するってこと？
Hey, what the hell? He never said.
もしかして僕言ってなかった？
聞いてないぞ。
ああ、そっか。僕てっきり言ったもんだと思い込んでたわ。いやいやいや、左遷。
I can't believe my ears. That's not it. I believe my ears just fine. I just can't believe that nobody ever told me this. How could Daru and Mayuri forget to tell us something so important? Only so much can be attributed to carelessness.
ちょっと言い訳させてもらうけどさ、ほら、一応完成したって言っても実際動くかどうかわかんないからさ、やっぱ実験しないといけないわけだし。で、オカリンのことだから、どうせ後になって任意の時間に自動的に放送できるようにタイマーをつけてくれとか言い出すだろうなと思って。
That?
確かに言うかもしれんな。
でしょ？
I mean, if we're going to be signal jacking anyway, we might as well. If we want a knowing official sounding, for those of you who are watching this video sort of effect, a timer is of the essence. Well played, Daru. To know me this completely, you truly are my favorite right arm. However, your ordinary praiseworthy actions have backfired on us.
そういうことだから、両方一緒に動作確認した方が手っ取り早いってことで、ちょうど完成した日の3日後の17時にタイマーをセットしておいたんだお。
3日後か。ということは。
明日の夕方にはハードディスクの中に入ってるデータが
Broadcast on analog monitors throughout Akiba. Of course, these days, even the government is pressing people to switch to digital. There probably aren't many stores that still use analog. But of course, that doesn't mean that they're entirely gone. Just take the TV in our lab for instance. What's more, there are tons of analog CRTs in the workshop downstairs. A truly staggering number of analog monitors in a mere 10-meter radius. Following that train of thought, Akihabara is filled with junk electronics stores. There may be far more analog monitors than we ever could have imagined.
あ、でもほら、もしかしたら14号機が失敗作で動かないって可能性もあるわけだしさ。
Of course there is, but it doesn't make me feel any better.
どうしよう。もしもあれが流れてしまったら。
Kurisu was muttering to herself. Until now, we were taking this pretty seriously, but we still had an underlying spark of optimism. But now, reality had crushed that spark into nothing, and number 14's activation hung over our heads like the sword of Damocles. Kurisu's shoulders fell under the weight of her worries. To me, Makise Kurisu was a female assistant with the pitiable caveat of being an app channeler. But to the outside world, she was the hope of the neuroscience community, a girl who at the young age of 17 was published in an American science journal. Of course, even I must admit that her mind is a veritable wellspring of knowledge and theories that often crystallize into grand ideas. Not that it's any match for the mind of Ho-Oh and Kyoma, of course, but still, the information created in her head that had to be shared will be exposed to the public. It didn't really register with me when I heard that yesterday, but the more I think about it, the more I realize that this will be a major concern. What's more, since what's in Kurisu's head is enough to make her tremble in fear, It may be something that could bring about horrors beyond the comprehension of the common man. It is not a given that advancements in science and technology will always be used for the betterment of the people. It is very possible for heartless people to use those advancements for ill.
オカリン、どうしよう。
Mayuri's voice trembled, but regardless of how much time we have left, our options at this juncture are limited.
とにかく草の根を分けてでもガジェットのありかを探し出すしかあるまい。
やっぱそれしか方法はないよな。
これまで回ったところを含めもう一度全員で手分けして小さな店舗ジャンクショップまで捜索の手を伸ばそう。それからルカ子やフェイリス、鈴葉と萌香にも連絡して捜索を手伝ってもらうぞ。
Once I had given them their marching orders, Daru and Mayuri bolted out of the lab, leaving Kurisu and I alone. Kurisu still stood rooted in place, looking anxious.
俺たちも行くぞ。いつまでもここでこうしていても仕方がない。
She responded, but showed no signs of movement. She's usually so bossy. What's with this timid behavior?
無様だな、クリスティーナよ。いつもの威勢はどうした？
なんだと。
たかが世界がどうなろうと関係ない。己の研究と理論が成果として現れるのは科学者として望むところではないか。
あんたみたいな自称マッドサイエンティストと一緒にすんなバカ。
俺は自称ではない。自他ともに認めるマッドサイエンティスト。オーンキャーマだ。
はいはい、ワルスワルス。
お、やっと自分がアットチャンネラーだということを認めたようだな。
アットチャンネラーで何が悪い？
そうやって開き直れる元気があるならば大丈夫だな。
え？
ここでそうやって気落ちしていたところで事態が好転するわけでもあるまい。
岡部、あんたもしかして。
勘違いするなよ。俺はただお前の頭脳と知識をどこの誰とも知らん連中に利用されるのが許せんだけだ。それはこのラボとそしてこの俺のためだけに使われるべきものだからな。
ツンデレですね、わかります。
やかましい。そんなことを言っている暇があったらさっさと捜索するぞ。
そうね。
She actually smiled a little at that.
行こうか。
Kurisu offers me her left hand. I look at it and
行くぞ。
started walking.
待ちなさいよ。こういう時は手を取るのがマナーだろが。
I went outside and gave Suzuha a call. Hearing that she was nearby, we decided to meet right here. As I waited for her, I took out my phone to call another lab mem, but Suzuha rolled up on her bike before I could. She must have been closer than I thought. She closed in at high speed, but then she maneuvered sideways and skidded to a halt.
やっほー。用って何？
前置きはなしだ。実は
I briefly explained what had happened and told her that we needed help.
なるほどなるほど。要するに前にラボにあったおもちゃを置いてる店を探せばいいってこと？
おもちゃではないガジェットだ。
じゃあそのガジェットっていうおもちゃを探せばいいんだね。
だから
ええ、悪いんだけど、お願い。
Kurisu stops me and offers Suzuha her gratitude. She made a good call. We didn't have time to cross all our T's.
すまないな。
いいっていいって。どうせ今日もバイト休みで暇してたんだから。それじゃ、見つけたらすぐに連絡するよ。
I told Suzuho which areas I wanted her to search, and she took off on her bike.
こういう時に自転車の機動力はある。
そうね。
We sent Suzuho off with a prayer in our hearts. Then we visited May Queen. I knew that she couldn't answer the phone at work, so we came here to ask for help.
例の店長さんなら今日も来てないにゃ。
実はそれに関連してなんだが、今日は頼みがあってきた。
頼み？
ああ、実は。
Having already told her what was going on yesterday, we just gave her the relevant updates.
なるほど。そんなに深刻なことになってたとは知らなかったにゃ。
そこでフェイリスにも捜索を手伝ってもらいたい。
もちろん忙しいのは分かってる。でもできる範囲でいいから手伝ってもらえるとありがたい。
わかったにゃ。
助けてくれるの？
他ならぬ京馬とクーニャの頼みにゃ。今日はこの通り仕事があるから夜まで抜けられないけど、明日でよければ捜索に協力するにゃ。
ありがとう、助かる。
あ、それからメイクインの常連さんにも頼んでみるにゃ。
そうしてもらえるとありがたい。
任せるにゃ。
Having taken the time out of her day to speak with us, Ferris returned to work.
頼もしいわね。
No customer could resist a chance to do Ferris a favor. That might give us a veritable army of searchers. We really lucked out on this one. And we haven't even asked for Lukaku and Moeka's help yet. I should give them a call.
ねえ岡部、あそこにいるの？
Kurisu was pointing at something. I followed her finger and was met with the sight of a red and white Miko outfit.
ルカ子、それに萌香も一緒だ。
What are they doing in a place like this?
とにかく行きましょう。
な、
We rushed after them before they could escape our sight.
ルカ子。
岡部さん、それに牧瀬さんもどうしたんですか？
お前たちこそそんな格好で何をしているのだ？
それはその。
Lukaku looked towards Moeka's hands that were holding a digital, single-lens reflex camera. Photo shoot, she said. Then this is...
昨日言っていたあれか。お前受けるのか？
桐生さんにどうしてもって押し切られちゃって。
指圧心に。
Try as I might, I can't imagine Moeka forcing anyone to do anything. But now that I look at Lukaku properly, the Miko outfit really does suit him. The passerbys don't seem to think of it as anything out of the ordinary either. Well, this is Akihabara after all.
岡部、そんなことよりも早く話をしないと。
おお、そうだった。
I was just about to waste our time on something completely unimportant.
二人ともいいところであった。実はお前たちお願いがある。
お願い。岡部さんが僕たちにですか？
I then proceeded to explain the situation for the third time in the last half hour.
大変なことに。
そうなる可能性もあるということだ。
それは一大事です。でも僕たちはそのお店を探すだけでいいんですか？ええ、14号機が回収されさえすればそれで解決するはずだから。
どうだ、手伝ってくれるか。
もちろんです。じゃあ僕は万世橋より向こう側を中心に探してみます。
An email. I doubt I'll be of much help, just wandering around stores, so I'll see what I can dig up back at the office.
ではルカ子も指圧師もその方向で頼む。
ありがとう、二人とも。いえ、困った時に助け合うのは当然ですから。
Depending on how things go, let me use it as a scoop, okay? Oh, now he wants to help. But we do need everyone we can get right now. I'll overlook it this time. Once Lukaku and Moeka canceled their shoot and parted ways with us, Kurisu and I turned to face each other.
これで頼める筋は全て頼んだ。
あとは私たちね。
そういうことだ。もう一度店という店を徹底的に探すぞ。
え、わかったわ。
It was already 6. Most stores in Akihabara closed by 8, leaving us 2 hours to search as many stores as possible. That's all we can do at this point. But as long as there's something we can do, we have to do it. Kurisu and I nodded to each other and started our search for number 14. For the next 2 hours, we scoured Akihabara, going from door to door, from the alleyway junk shops to the hardware shop in the radio center. We even checked the major brand name electronics store as long a shot as it was in our search for our missing gadgets. But the more we search, the more the horrors of Akihabara begin to mount. Most towns are fairly consistent when it comes to what kinds of stores they have, but the same cannot be said of Akihabara. For instance, you have specialty stores that stick to their genre, such as the Braun Tube Workshop below the lab, but you also have chaotic stores that deal in just about everything imaginable. Maybe this place has our gadgets. They probably don't, but... well, it never hurts to ask. Perhaps my mounting agitation is making me think this way, but once those thoughts entered my head, I started leading us into maid cafes and underground idol concert venues. Though there was obviously no chance we could find our gadgets in places like those. Night fell upon our failure, and we returned home drenched in fatigue and disappointment.
ごちそうさま。
As soon as we got back, we took showers one after the other and ate some food. Thinking that instant noodles wouldn't be enough, we got 2 bento boxes from a convenience store. But even that wasn't enough to soothe our exhausted sun-baked bodies after a search like that. We heard from Mayuri, Daru, Ferris, and Lukaku, but the results were unsurprising. Kurisu sighs, holding her knees to her chest.
クリスティーナ、落ち着かないのはわかるが、そうため息ばかりつくな。
うっさいわね。
She stared at me. Why?
ごめん。今の八つ当たり。
まあいい。誰しもそういう時はある。
うん。
仕方ない。 お前にいい言葉を教えてやる。俺の恩師がくれた大切な言葉だ。
岡部の恩師？どんな言葉？
諦めたらそこで試合終了ですよ。
安西先生。
Anzai Sensei, the coach from a famous basketball manga. On the internet, posters sometimes express a desperate desire by quoting the manga like so. Anzai Sensei, I want to. If you give up, it's game over is another oft quoted line from the series.
さすがワットチャンネラー、開始が早いな。
何が恩師の言葉よ。期待して損した。
だが意味としてはこれ以上ないから、今の状況にふさわしい言葉だと思う。
それは
今俺たちにできるのは時間いっぱい使って14号機を探すことだけだ。
I tried to reassure Kurisu and myself to be honest.
必ず見つかる。
この世に必ずって言えることなんて存在しない。
いや、今回に限って俺が断言している。必ず14号機が見つかる。
なんでそんなことが言えるのよ。根拠もなしにそんなこと言うの。
根拠はあるぞ。
She looked at me without a word. I'll take that as a yes.
だってなぜなら今回我が未来ガジェット研究所に名を連ねるラボメン全員が協力しているから。
何それ。全然根拠になってない。
なっているさ。俺が認めたラボメンが力を貸している。
Kurisu raised her head ever so slightly. That's better. The sad look doesn't suit Christina. Angry and unpleasant is much more her style.
明日も一日歩き回らない。
As I stood up, I took my crumpled eye mask off the table. It's practically a courtesy at this point, as sometimes it's not even on when I wake up, but a promise is a promise. I waited for Kurisu to get into bed and proceeded to my usual spot nearby on the floor.
岡部。
She called me just as I was lying down. She was rather loud about it too. Is she mad at me?
今日はいいから。
Don't need to. What? After a bit of wondering, I assumed that she could only be talking about the eye mask. It's really not that big a deal, but if she says it's okay, might as well take it off. I removed the eye mask, put it on the table, and proceed to lower my body.
違う。そうじゃなくて。
No, she wasn't talking about the eye mask.
ほら、明日は一日歩かなきゃいけないわけだし、そこじゃ疲れも取れないでしょ。だから。
So, what could it be?
だから、その、今日は。
No, it can't be.
今日はベッドの上で寝てもいいから。
Maybe it can. Did she really just say, I can sleep on the bed?
いや、でもそういうわけにはいかんだろう。
私がいいって言ってるんだからいいの。
しかしこの部屋の主は一応お前なのだから、その主を床で寝させるわけには。
バカ。私が床で寝るなんて一言も言ってない。
何？しかしそうするとベッドの上に。
Kurisu and I are sharing a bed.
だからそういうことを言ってるんだ。 言わせるな恥ずかしい。
Well, I thought that might have been what she meant at first, but the idea seemed so far-fetched that my mind simply rejected it. Who could believe that Kurisu would ever ask me to share her bed?
勘違いするなよ。単にベッドで寝るのを許可しただけで変なことしたら即通報するからな。
本当にいいのか？
だからさっきからいいって言ってるでしょ。何度も言わせんな。
She turned away and lay on the bed with her back facing me. She had left enough space on the bed for another person to sleep. No, rather by opening up this space, she had added more distance between us. Even if I wanted to sleep on the floor, we would be over a meter apart, so I couldn't. My decision made for me, I slid into the open space next to Kurisu. My body sank into the mattress without so much as the squeak of a spring. I had been telling myself that the floor was sufficient, but sleeping on the mattress like this was ascending into heaven. I settled in with my back facing Kurisu. How? In the last few days, I've grown used to being this close to her. But now, even though we're facing away from each other, there's a tension in the air.
岡部ってずるい。
Her voice was quiet.
ずるいとは随分だな。俺のどこがずるいというのだ？
あんたって普段バカなくせに時々すごく力強い言葉を投げかけてくる。それも人が落ち込んでる時に限って。そういうの。
普段バカは余計だ。それに俺はただ思ったことを言っただけだ。何も特別なことを言ったつもりはない。
それがわかるから余計にずるいって言うのよ。
We were exchanging words that we would never ordinarily think of saying to one another. Are we able to talk like this because of number 12? If that's the case, then maybe Daru and Majuri were right.
一つ聞いていい？どうしてそこまで必死になって14号機を探してくれるの？
知りたいか？
She was being unusually straightforward.
助手の失態はラボを代表する俺の失態でもある。それに言ったはずだ。お前の頭脳は我がラボのために使われるべきものであって外部に流出されるべきものではないからな。
すぐそうやってごまかす。
別にごまかしているわけではない。ただこれがいくつかある理由の一つというだけだ。
じゃあ他の理由は？
知りたいか？
I asked her the same question again. If she says yes, I'll be sure to tell her.
やっぱりやめとく。
そうか。
Part of me was relieved. If she kept pressing, I doubt that our relationship would have been able to stay the same as it is now. I don't know what prompted me to think that, but something did. Out of nowhere, Kurisu put her hand over mine.
クリス、
勘違いするな。別に変な意味じゃない。ただこうしてた方が電撃を心配せずにぐっすり眠れるでしょ。
そうだ。
I gripped her hand.
おやすみ。
She must have been wiped out. Minutes after we said goodnight, I heard her calm, sleeping breath from behind my back. Listening to the rhythm of her breathing, I drifted off to sleep, with the warmth of Kurisu's hand on my own. The next morning, just before the shops opened for the day, Kurisu, Mayuri, Daru, and I gathered at the lab.
というわけで、万世橋方面はルカコ、お茶の水方面は指圧市。それから、昭和通り側に関しては、バイト選手が捜索してくれることになっている。
フェリスちゃんは？
フェリスは、顔の利く萌え関連の店舗に話をして、情報を集めてくれるそうだ。したがって、俺たちはそれ以外のところを重点的に捜索する。いいな。
All three of them nodded. They looked like they're ready for anything.
いいか、なんとしても夕方17時までにフニトビョルグを見つけ出し、14号機を確保する。
Bjorg, according to Norse mythology, is the mountain where the mead of poetry is hidden, said to grant its drinker incredible poetic abilities and knowledge. Bjorg.
覚えられないなら気にしなくてもいい。とにかく14号機を確保するのだ。わかったな。
オーキードーキー。
I was worried that Mayuri and Daru would have been exhausted from yesterday, but the two left the lab with such vigor that Kurisu and I sent them off with full confidence.
俺たちも行くぞ。
ええ。
We've got 7 more hours until our time limit. The hour of our judgment draws closer.
おう、岡部じゃねえか。
おかえりおじさん、こんにちは。
リスト。
We ran into Mr. Braun and his daughter, Sister Braun, as we stepped outside. I had practically forgotten that they had been on vacation for the past few days, and now I was wishing they still were. Their timing couldn't have been worse. I didn't expect anything bad to happen, of course, but I didn't want a conversation with them to kill my momentum.
おう、どうだ。休みにしてた間、特に変わったことはなかったか。
ええ、これといっては。
Kurisu and I had been stuck together by number 12 and been forced to scour Akihabara for number 14, but none of that had anything to do with Mr. Braun, so it seemed an appropriate answer.
そんなこと言って、俺がいねえのをいいことに、上で例のドッカンドッカンっていう派手な騒ぎを起こしてたんじゃあるめえな。
していない。天に誓ってそんなことはしていない。なあ、クリスティーナ。
ええ。
本当だろうな。もしも嘘だったら家賃上げっからな。
本当だ。そもそもやりたくてもできなかったのだからやりようがない。
何？おめえ今なんて言った？
あ、いや、なんでもない。何も言っていない。
おう、まあいい。とにかく俺が帰ってきたんだ。これからも騒ぎは起こすなよ。
分かっている。
岡部。
Kurisu poked my back. I imagine she wants me to hurry.
さてと、可愛いブラウン管に命を吹き込む前に。そうだ、おめえうちのバイト見なかったか。あの小娘、今日から店開けるって言ってあったってのに来やがらしねえ。岡部、お前どっかで見つけたら言っといて。
悪いがミスター・ブラウン、俺は今あなたとの無駄話に付き合っている暇はないのだ。
あ？誰が無駄話だって？大家とのコミュニケーションも立派な。
とにかく話は後にしてもらおう。俺たちは先を急ぐのだ。行くぞ、クリスティーナ。
ああ、おい、岡部、 てめえまだ話は終わってねえぞ。そうだ、昨日の夜そこで何があっておい。
Mr. Braun was still talking as we left the Ohiyama building, but we paid him no mind. He had wasted our time, and quite frankly, what Mr. and Sister Braun did on their vacation isn't of any interest to me. If Kurisu and I weren't bound together by number 12, I may have stayed behind and kept him company, but right now we are as one. We can't waste another minute.
とにかく探そう岡部。
そうだな。
We don't have much time left. Just like yesterday, we started asking about our gadgets at every store we visited. No store was too big or too small. At each one, we explained what we were looking for, the date it was sold, its dimensions, and functionality. By the time we finished, they all shook their heads. We got so used to giving our explanation that we practically started doing so automatically. We checked in at stores we had visited before. We thought that perhaps the staff didn't remember what they had in stock. Many of those who remembered us simply looked annoyed. It didn't happen at any of the bigger, fancier stores, but the more specialized places weren't too happy with us. However, we couldn't just skip them. We entered buildings and visited every little shop inside of them, some of which were selling rather adult merchandise. I felt uncomfortable visiting these sorts of stores with Kurisu, but desperate times called for desperate measures. The curious eyes of the staff and critical eyes of the customers
Stream
stared
elements.
lasers at us.
Said. Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
But we continued to search every last store in our quest for number 14. Each time we stepped out of a store, the sun shone down upon us so strongly that I thought I might faint. The repeated temperature shifts from the chilly air-conditioned stores to the hot outdoors may have been physically affecting me. One way or another, I could feel my exhaustion starting to mount, and if I was feeling spent, I could only imagine that Kurisu felt the same way. No, given the female body, she might be feeling even worse than I was. It was after being turned away by shaking heads at our 40th store that Kurisu stopped in her tracks and started to think. It's already 3. We've only had 2 hours left until the timer went off.
ねえ岡部、
どうしたんだ。もしかして疲れたか。
そうじゃない。
I heard the fatigue in her voice. But if she's not going to mention it herself, I'm not going to bring it up.
実は今更なんだけど、少し疑問に思ったことがある。
疑問に思ったこと。なんか言ってみる。
その店、真由里がガジェットを売ったっていうその店なんだけど、本当に秋葉原にある店なのかな。私たちその店がこの近辺にあるっていう前提で探してるけど、もしかしたら秋葉原にないのかもしれない。だって少ない人数とはいえこの2日余りこれだけ探してないのよ。せめて一度その可能性を疑ってみるべきだったかもしれないって。
しかし、前入りは秋葉の店と。
確かにそう言った。それで間違いない？
それは。
I whipped out my phone and called Mayuri. The ringing continues. She has to pick it up if she's not otherwise occupied, right?
はい、まゆしーです。
前入りか。
Good, she answered.
オカリン、どうしたの？
She didn't even greet me with a toot-toot. She must be really focused on her search.
前入り、確認したいことがあるのだが、いいか。
確認したいこと？何かな？
お前の言うその店長さんの店、確かに秋葉原にあるのだろうな。
多分そうだと思うんだけど。
A less than confident answer. Not that I can throw stones, given that I couldn't remember what she said to me.
もう一度よく考えてみろ。その男は自分の店の場所をどこにあると言っていた？秋葉原にある店と言っていたか？
確か、
思い出せ、まゆり。その男は何と言った？
確か近くでお店をやってるって言ってたような気が。
近くでか。確かにそう言ったのだな。秋葉原でと言ったわけではないのだな。
多分そうだと思う。
そうか。わかった。では引き続き捜索を続けてくれ。
I hang up the phone and turn to Kurisu. She obviously overheard my side of the conversation, but I gave her a quick rundown of the call.
なるほど。近くでお店をやってるってそう言ったのね。
ああ、ということは必ずしも秋葉原ではない可能性が出てきたということだ。
A shop nearby. Nearby in this situation being a relative term, a term so subjective that it can take on any number of meanings and distances. For example, if someone who lives in Akihabara says nearby when they're at May Queen, then they're likely referring to a place you can reach on foot from there. But to someone who lives in Shibuya or Shinjuku, nearby could be as far away as Kanda or Ueno. And we have no way of knowing what the shopkeep meant. Still, it's very possible that his store's not in Akihabara. And in that case, it's taken us so much time to search Akihabara alone. 2 hours is nowhere near enough time to expand our search to both Kanda and Ueno. No, with our current search party, it would take us days to cover everything, if that were even possible. 2 hours is nothing. Stunned by our miscalculation, we just stood there hopelessly. Only 2 hours remain. If the store with our gadgets is not in Akihabara, finding it will be impossible.
みんなに連絡して。
Kurisu's voice was perfectly calm.
みんなにどうしてだ？
だってこれ以上探しても無駄だもの。無駄なことにラボのみんなを付き合わせるわけにはいかない。今すぐ連絡して捜索を打ち切ろう。
One good thing though, if it's just an AoE thing, if the person's store is like out in the country somewhere where, there aren't any like a whole bunch of computer monitors, like, everybody doesn't have a whole bunch of stuff, it could just not have any effect at all. I mean,
打ち切るだと。
だって秋葉原だけならまだしもそれ以外の場所もとなるととてもじゃないけど探すなんて不可能でしょ。
I had the same thought. But
だったらここは潔く諦めた方がマシ。私たちは精一杯やったわ。できる限りのことはした。頑張った。それでダメだったんだからもう。
ふざけるな！精一杯やっただと。そういうことは最後までやったやつの言う言葉だ。
岡部。
それに頑張ったというが結果の伴わない努力など 何の意味もない。私はこれだけ頑張りました。一生懸命努力しました。でもダメでした。だからどうしたというのだ。そんなものはただの自己満足にしか過ぎないのだ。結果があって初めて努力は報われる。結果のない頑張りなど単なる無駄骨だ。徒労だ。結果が伴って初めて努力は評価されるのだ。クリスティーナ、お前には失望した。科学者であるお前がそんなこともわからんとはな。
Kurisu's shot me a vicious look.
だからってこれ以上やったって無理なのは分かってるんだから、やるだけ無駄でしょうが。結果が伴わないと意味がないってあんた言ったな。だったら結果が徒労に終わるって分かってることを今やめて何が悪い。無駄な努力は無駄だと分かった時にやめた方が傷だって浅くて済むだろ。
無駄かどうかまだわからん。
わかる。秋葉原だけじゃないんだぞ。見つかるはずないだろうが、常識的に考えて。
そんなことはやってみなきゃわからん。もしかしたら探して1軒目で見つかるかもしれない。
This is no time to argue, but our anxiety is only getting us worked up. This isn't good. At this rate, we're going to get shocked for the first time in a while. But I can't give up. As long as there's a chance, no matter how small. If number 14 activates and something as disastrous as Kurisu describes comes to pass, Kurisu will be held responsible. And I don't say that out of concern for the public. Even if Kurisu isn't blamed for it, she would have to live with the guilt for the rest of her life. And I can't.
さっきからかもしれないかもしれない。結局何も具体的な方法だってないんだ。だったら
いや、あるはずだ。具体的な方法はきっとある。
I don't have a reason to believe that. I'm just trying to talk back. But still, is there nothing we can do? Something we've overlooked? Something we've forgotten about? What sort of gadgets did we have? Out of numbers 1 through 9, we sold everything but 7, Ghost in the Ball, and of course 8, the phone wave. We could use a Sialoom saber if there were a trail of blood to follow. This really is pointless. My thinking was flawed from the start. So I have to think differently. Our new gadgets numbers 9 through 11 have all been sold. But maybe there's something there.
ねえねえルカくん、この傘があれば。
Maybe.
この傘があればどこかに忘れてきても大丈夫ってことかな。
岡部、いきなりどうした？
あったぞ。場所のわかるガジェットが。
え？
未来ガジェット9号機、ホーミングディーバ。
We look at each other, and I see hope return to Kurisu's face. I immediately take out my phone and call Daru. Every second I have to wait is agonizing. Pick up. Pick up the phone.
誰か
オカリンどうしたん？もしかして見つかった？
いや、それより今どこにいる？すぐラボに戻れるか？
割と近くにはいるけど、でもなんで
9号機だ。今すぐ9号機の動向を調べられるか？どうだ、誰？
ちょっと待ってて、今調べてるから。
We caught up with Daru at the lab. Number 9 looks like an ordinary umbrella, but it's outfitted with a GPS so you can locate it whenever it gets stolen or lost. I had completely overlooked it. If I were properly involved in its creation, perhaps I wouldn't have, but it's a little late to be worried about that now.
でも9号機って傘を開かないと位置情報はわからないんでしょ？
それに関しては過去の位置情報を遡って調べることができるから、もし一度でも開いていればわかるんだよ。で、今はそれをたどってるって。しゃー！ビンゴー！
分かったのか？
あったお。昨日の昼過ぎに一度開いた形跡があったお。
それで場所はどこなの？
場所は御徒町。
分かった。行くぞクリス。誰？細かい場所の情報は？
分かってる。携帯に送るを。
My man. As we stepped out of the lab, we were once again greeted by Tenoji.
岡部ってさっき話の途中で。
悪いが話なら後でたっぷり聞く。
おい、だから待てってよ。
Now I really don't have time for idle chatter. I took Risu's hand and waved down a taxi on Main Street. We have an hour and a half left. Our budget's tight, but our time limit is even tighter. Daru sent me the requisite map info while I was in the taxi. I showed it to the driver and we hurried to the location in question. The store was located in a small alley just a couple minutes from Okachimachi Station. It was a tiny little knick-knack store. Even looking in from the outside, I could tell that the place was a mess.
14号機が。
間違いない。
At last this madness will come to an end.
ないとはどういうことですか？
いや、それが確かに買い取った時にはあったんだけど、帰ったらなくなってたんだよね。
Oh my good heavens, seriously? Really now? For realses? As Mayuri said, this man had absolutely no distinguishing characteristics. Even his story was indistinct.
段ボールに無造作に入れてきたから、もしかしたらどこかで落としたのかも。
どこかでとはどこです？
それが分かってたら回収してるよ。こっちだって代金は払ってるんだから。
It was past 4 by the time we trudged back to Akihabara. The shopkeep had taken out the cardboard box to corroborate his story, and all the gadgets were in there. Except, of course, for number 14. He didn't know we were coming, so it's not possible that he hid it beforehand to throw us off. Besides, what would he get out of doing so? Nothing that I could see, so suspecting him of foul play is meritless. 1 hour left. We only have 1 hour until number 14 activates, and we don't have the first clue as to where it could be. Up until now, our goal was to find the shopkeep, but now we don't even have that much of a lead. If he dropped it somewhere, someone might have picked it up and put it in a trash can, or even taken it with them.
とりあえずみんなにはラボに戻ってもらいましょう。
Giving up is no longer an issue. Our chances are well and truly dead. I should save everyone a little bit of time. I took out my phone and sent everyone a message asking them to return to the lab. As I was returning my phone to my pocket, it rang. Susuha was calling.
ああ、岡部倫太郎。ごめん。私店長に怒られて先に店に戻ってきちゃってた。
It seems like she regrets going AWOL.
本当はもっと早くに連絡しようと思ってたんだけど、ついさっきまでお説教食らっちゃってさ。なんか参っちゃうよね。
いや、戻っているなら構わない。詳しい話は後でするから、今はそのまま本来の職務を続けてくれ。
ああ、待った待った。実は電話したのはもっと大事な用があるからなんだ。
I was about to hang up, but her words stopped
大
me.
事な用。急ぐことか。
うん。店長がね、昨日の夜一旦店に寄った時にベンチの下に何か落ちてるのを見つけたらしいんだけど、もしかしたらラボのものじゃないかって。
落ちていた？ブラウン管工房のベンチの下に？
Overhearing that, Kurisu grabbed my phone and butted into the
落
conversation.
ちてたってどういうこと？もしかして14号機が落ちてたの？
落ち着けクリスティーナ。バイト選手、それはどんなものだ？
なんかアンテナがついた黒い箱みたいなものだって。
14号機だ。間違いない。
スズハ、聞こえるか？今すぐそれを確保。いや、その前にダルを。
I couldn't contain myself and took off towards the lab with Kurisu in tow, which turned out to be a bad idea. I ran straight into a man who had stepped out right in front of me.
失礼、急いでたんだ。
I apologized right away and made the move past the man until he grabbed my arm.
おいてめえ、シーンの最前線に立つこの俺にぶつかっていて、それで済まそうってのか。
Now that I had a good look at him, I recognized him as the guy of Blessed Man I ran into in front of Fierce's cafe the other day. This is the last thing I needed, but it's too late to disengage now.
ちょっと、岡部倫太郎。途中で話やめんな。
I can hear Susuha shouting from the phone in my hand. However, this man currently had that arm firmly in his clutches, so I couldn't answer her. Kurisu sounded forlorn. It was then that I realized we were surrounded by men who looked like dark knights patrolling the streets. It appears that the man I bumped into refers to himself as. That's the most pathetic way to spice up the name Shido I've ever heard.
こいつが俺にぶつかって礼もなく逃げようとしたのさ。
謝ったはずだ。
ああ、あんなもんちゃんと謝ったうちに入るかよ。
てめえ、謝るっつったら土下座に決まってんだろが。地面に頭つけて謝んだよ。
It's obvious that we're in a trouble, but the people passing us by do everything they can not to get involved. A cold-hearted move to be sure, but if I were in their position, I would do the same. I really can't blame them.
ほら、どうして女の前で土下座はごめんってか。
だったらいいんだぜ。そん時はてめえをエレガン やるだけだからな。
仲間と普段なら俺の右手でひとひねりなのに。
I really can't do anything when Kurisu and I are bound together at our wrists.
Spin dash diva.
だったらやってみろ。
FRRRT hello
どう
uni.
した？
Hello, Spin. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a fantastic existence. We have no time. I balled my hands into fists and silently knelt down. From there, I dropped my forehead to the ground. I heard Kurisu above me.
なんだ。でけえ口叩いた割にはあっさり土下座かよ。エレガントじゃねえな、おい。
He tapped me on the back of my head. The more he looks at me, the more he gets into his sick little game.
おいおい、続きはどうした？それだけじゃ謝ってるうちに入んねえだろ。
How humiliating, but I can't waste any more time. I need to get this apology over with and get back to the lab as soon as possible. I swallowed the words I wanted to say and managed to choke out an apology.
すまなかっただ。それが謝ってる態度が？
My words only served to further rile them up. They pushed my head into the asphalt.
どうした？何か言いたいことでもあるのか？
No. I need to get through this. Stay strong, Okabe Rintaro.
あんたたちいい加減にしろ。
A roar echoes above my head. Kurisu.
人が土下座までして謝ってるのに、その上から押さえつけるとか、それが男のやること？
Damn it, no. I was trying to get through this.
なんだこの生意気な女は。
何よ、私は当然のことを言っただけでしょ。
おいおい、女だと思って調子に乗んな。
俺たちは相手が女だろうが容赦しねえぞ。なぜならそれが男の中の男、伊達ワルスタイン。
つかよく見ればそこそこいい女じゃねえか。そんな彼女の前で土下座するような情けない男とっといて俺たちの恋を可愛がってやるぜ。
バカじゃない？何が伊達割るよ。それのどこが男の中の男よ。情けない男。冗談じゃないわよ。あんたたちなんかよりこいつの方が何倍も何十倍も男らしい。
Kurisu.
おい、聞いたか？土下座男の方がかっこいいってよ。男も男なら女も女だぜ。
うるさい。それね、中二病だし、いつもバカなことしか言わないし、傲慢で不遜でムカつくこともいっぱいあるけど、それでも本当に大事な時には誰かのために行動できる男なんだ。
She's standing up for me.
あんたたちみたいにマザーファッカーに情けない呼ばわりされる筋合いなんてこれっぽっちも。やる、触るなバカ。
クリスティーノ。
I shook the hand off my head and stood up. I grabbed Kurisu's left hand and pulled her
おい
close.
てめえ、誰が立っていいっつったよ。
大丈夫か？
Kurisu's hands were trembling and tears were in her eyes. She was really scared. An impact. I had been hit square in the back.
調子こいてんじゃねえぞ。
The sharp pain in my back made my vision go red. This is bad. At this rate, Kurisu's going to wind up in trouble too. I wrapped Kurisu in my arms to cover her.
岡部、何を。
お前はそのままちゃんとしていろ。
女の前だからって何かっこつけてんだ。
Pain shoots through me. My back, my sides, my waist, hips, legs. Kurisu wriggles in my arms.
俺の右腕さえいつも通りなら。
I wish I could let Kurisu run away from all this.
右腕がいつも通りならこんな奴らってか弱え奴に限ってそういうこと言うんだカスが
ごめん、岡部。これさ、この12号機さえなかったら、あんた一人でも逃げられたのに。
気にすんな。これしか。
I was nearly knocked out by the pain racing from my back through my liver. If only... If only we were free of this thing. If I could just save her. Please, come off. Please. Let us out. I heard a tiny beep. Number 12.
おいお前らどけ
The beating stopped. But when I turned around, I saw Shindo grabbing a nearby signboard. Are you kidding me? If I get hit with something like that, I'm not getting back up. Do these BQN assholes not get that?
逃げろ、クリス。でも。俺のことはいい。早く行って14号機を止めるんだ。
ダメよ、岡部も一緒に。
Shindo held the sign above his head. We're done for. That sound, it's getting closer. It sounds like a car exhaust. And now honking. A big car is barreling down the alley towards us. Everyone's screaming, trying to get away. I can smell burning rubber. A limo breaks up the people surrounding us, leaving tire tracks on the asphalt. And comes to a stop right in front of me. The back door opens. Before I could move, Kurisu took my right hand and pulled me into the back seat. The limousine took off with a squeal with the door still open. We heard the ugly snarls of the punks behind us, but they got further and further away until we couldn't hear them anymore.
二人とも大丈夫かにゃ？
私は大丈夫だけど、岡部が。
俺なら問題ない。この程度かすり傷だ。
It was obviously worse than that, but I didn't have time to cry about it.
それよりもどうしてあの場に。それにこの車はどうした。
これはフェイリスの知り合いの車にゃ。今日はいろんなところを回らなきゃいけにゃいって話をしたら貸してくれたのにゃ。
What kind of friend would lend her a car like this? Actually, maybe I should be asking what kind of person she is to have a friend like that.
それからあの場所はモエニャンが教えてくれたのにゃ。
According to Ferris, Moeko was nearby when we got jumped. She was on her way to the lab after receiving my message. When she saw us under attack, she didn't know what to do, so she texted Ferris. Ferris, meanwhile, was on her way to the lab in her limo and came to help us out.
ごめん同士の見事な連携プレーで。
まったくその通りだな。
Now's not the time to be getting sentimental.
フェイリス、車をラボに。
分かってる。もうすぐ着くにゃ。
What time is it? I was going to check my phone until I noticed Kurisu's left hand gently holding my right. On our wrists sat number 12, but the bands were no longer snug. Our imprisonment had ended. The thing that had bound us no longer locked us together, so we didn't have to hold hands anymore. But still, Kurisu held my hand firmly and somehow gently, surely. And I held her hand in mine. Soon after, we arrived at the lab. We exited the limo and entered the Brawn Tube workshop to find all the lab members waiting for us.
オカリン、大丈夫？
ああ、問題ない。
ごめんね。マユシーはまた。
気にするな。マイルのせいじゃない。
She seemed to calm down once she realized that nothing on me looked too out of place. Mayuri launched into an explanation about how the store we were looking for wasn't in Akihabara, but I cut her off to look for the owner of the workshop. But that giant newspaper-reading man refused to be found.
鈴葉、ミスター・ブラウン。
それがちょっと目を離した隙にどこかに行っちゃって。そんな。
マユリ、時間は？
She takes her watch, pockety, out of her pocket. Kaichu, a keepsake that Mayuri inherited from her grandmother.
あと10分くらいで5時になっちゃうよ。
We have 10 minutes until number 14 goes off. I've said it before, but at this point, we literally have no time.
おい、なんだなんだこの人数は。商売の邪魔じゃねえか。
Just then, a booming voice rang out from the entrance to the store. I turned to see a familiar face.
ミスター・ブラウン、こんな時にどこへ行っていたのだ。
どこって、俺はないよ、うちに。てめえ、岡部。さっきは人の話も聞かねえで、どっか行っちまいやがって。あのな、昨日の夜、そこのベンチの下でって話よ。
それだ。それはどこにあるのです？
どこってことは、やっぱあれ、おめえんとこのだったのかよ。だって妙なもんだと思ったぜ。
そんなことはどうでもいい。早くそいつを渡してくれ。
なんだよ、必死になっちまって。それが拾ってもらったやつの態度かよ。
礼なら後でいくらでも言う。だから早くそれを貸してくれ。
時間がないのだ。
わかったから、そっ顔を近づけるなって。今出してやっからよ。
I was begging him so desperately that the tip of my nose was nearly touching his face. Mr. Braun shoved me away and started looking for a gadget amongst his CRTs.
確かこの辺りに。
Hurry!
あれ？ここら辺に置いたはずなんだが。
We're wasting time.
あったあった、こいつだ。こいつで間違いな。あ！
I snatched number 14 out of Mr. Braun's hands. It's the first time I've seen it. It's a black plastic case with slightly bigger than a regular hard disk, and it has an antenna on it.
誰？これで間違いないな。
間違いない。そいつが14号機だお。
クリス。
危なかったにゃ。ギリギリセーフ。
よかったです。
なんだよ。おめ 全員揃って何なんだよ。
Mr. Braun seemed perplexed by the wave of relief that seemed to pass over everyone in his store. 5 minutes to spare. Well, you gotta take it apart first. Hurry up now.
ではダル、タイマーを外して。
どうしたのマユリ？
時計、
何？
時間。
I followed my curious stare to the analog broadcast on the CRT TV, and in the upper left of the screen I saw 4:59, 59.
5分遅れてたみたい。
Before Mayuri had finished speaking, number 14 started groaning to life. Oh shit. The signal showing the time on the CRT cut out. All at once, every last CRT in the workshop began to display something that could bring about the end of the world.
クリス、
I heard a familiar yet strange voice coming from the TVs.
待ってくれ。クリス、
岡部、どうして？
聞いてくれ。クリス、俺はバカだった。
岡部、
俺はこれまでずっと自分の気持ちに気づかずにいた。いや、きっと気づいていたけど気づかないふりをしていたんだ。でも今になってお前がアメリカに戻ってしまう今になってようやく分かった。俺はお前に会うためにこの世に生まれてきたんだ。
岡部、
だから行くなクリス。アメリカなんかに行かせはしない。俺はもう一生お前を離しはしない。
離さないで岡部。二度と私のことを話したりなんてしないで。
話すもんか。
岡部、
凛太郎だ。
凛太郎。
クリス。
We couldn't help but stare at the images on the screens. What is this?
これはオカリンとクリスちゃん？
Why is it us?
わーお。恥ずかしい。
Wait, how did we end up in such a saccharine scenario in the first place? Where could this have?
なんだこの見ているだけでこっぱずかしくなる映像は。こいつのどこが世界を終わらせるかもしれない映像なのだ。
知らない。私は全然こんなの知らない。
知らないわけあるか。これはお前の持っていたデータのはずではないか。
だから知らないものは知らないって言ってるだろうが。
13号機。
何？
なおかりん、13号機って頭の中で考えたことを映像として記録する装置って話だったよな。
ああ、確かそういう。
But that would mean
違うわよ。これは私が想像したものじゃない。こんなこと考えてない。絶対違う。
だったらなぜ目をそらす。
それはねえまゆりちゃん、やっぱり岡部さんと牧瀬さんって付き合ってるの？
ルカ子急に何を言い出すのだ。
そうなのかも。
まゆりまでどうしてそうなるのよ。
だってほら、ダーリンのおバカちゃんが亡くなってるよ。ってことは、二人とも心が通じ合ったっていうこ
I left it in the limousine on the way here.
それにさっきからずっとつないでるね。
I hadn't noticed until just now, but she was right.
違う、これは条件反射で。
そうよ、言い合いになったからつい。
でも車の中でもとってもいい雰囲気だったにゃ。
リア充爆発しろ。
Ryaju Bakuhatsu Shiro, a phrase most commonly used against normies by jealous people, spread via social media. I'm trying to tell them that they're wrong, but I feel as though this is a fight that I'm not
韓流ドラマか何かだと思った人もいたという。そのためテレビや雑誌で取り上げられることはなかったが、果たしてこの事件は何者の手によるもので、その狙いはどこにあったのか。本誌では引き続き事件の背後に隠された謎を追っていくつもりだ。だって。へえ、その記事をモエニャンが書いたのかにゃ。頑張った。それだけじゃないんだよ、メリスちゃん。ほら見て、関東のグラビアには。おお、ルカニャンだにゃ。
まゆりちゃん、やめてよ。恥ずかしいよ。
どうして？可愛く撮れてるよ。
お前たち、ここは円卓会議の場だ。井戸端会議の場ではないぞ。
ほら、オカリンも見て見て。これ、萌香さんのところで編集してるフリーのタウン誌だって。ルカ君も映ってるんだよ。
だからまゆりちゃん、恥ずかしいってば。
それからあの時のことも、ほら。ほんとだにゃ。でもどうせあの事件のこと書くなら、こんな小さな記事じゃなく写真入りでドーンと載せちゃえばよかったのにゃ。でも映像のデータなら橋田至が持ってるんじゃないの？
それがすぐに牧瀬氏に没収されちゃったお。
It's no use. No matter how many times I tell them to lay off, they keep going back to what happened that day. I was hoping the memory would simply fade away. This new article isn't going to help matters. Damn you, Moeka. Why would you write this up? It was a stroke of luck that so few people saw me in such an embarrassing state, but it still had an audience, one that included everyone here.
まあまあ、ラブシーン見られたからってそんな照れなくてもいいじゃん。
照れているのでもない。俺は怒っているのだ。
第一、あれはラブシーンでもなんでもない。
恥ずかしい聴取が恥ずかしく垂れ流した恥ずかしい妄想だと何度も言っているだろうが。
死にたい。
Kurisu sat on the edge of the couch with her head in her hands. Well, that's what happens if you make a big fuss and get everyone involved with your personal matters. I imagine she'll feel that way for a while.
大体世界が大変なことになるかもなどというから、どんな大層なものが記録されているのかと思えばあれだ。スイーツかっこ笑いにも程がある。
なったじゃない、大変なことに。
なっているのはお前の周りの世界だけだ。
大体あんたが私が寝てる間に13号機を装着したのがいけないでしょ。
だからといって何という夢を見るのだ。
知らないわよ。夢のことまで責任取れるか。
It's obvious that what we saw on those screens was Kurisu's dream, and while it is true that her embarrassing dreams broadcast caused me some distress, I still don't know why Kurisu would have a dream like that. She insists that she doesn't know either, and I'm not about to cry. But by the same token, we also don't know why number 12 released us. Were our feelings really intertwined, or did it just run out of power? I won't care to check for a while.
はあ、天才科学者なら自分が見る夢くらい制御したらどうだ。
できるか。
というか、なぜお前はここにいる？アメリカに帰るんじゃなかったのか？
難しくて外歩けない。
自意識過剰ね。
うっさい。いつ帰ろうと私の勝手だ。
ああ、また始まった。
結局仲良かったのはあの間だけだったね。困った二人だにゃ。犬も食わず。まゆりちゃん、止めた方がいいかな。そうだ、まゆしーにいい考えがあるのです。
いい考え？どんな考えだお？
まあ、ああ言えばこういう責任を感じているなら少しはおとなしくしたらどうだ。
おあいにくさま、あんたに対して感じる責任はこれっぽっちもありません。
なんだと？
何よ。
Was that just...
今電子音のようなものが聞こえなかったか？
聞こえたかも。
That sounded oddly familiar, and my wrist feels strange.
まさか。
We looked towards the origin of the beep at the same time. There clung future gadget number 12, also known as Darling, You Idiot.
こうすればまた喧嘩もしなくなって二人は仲良くなるよね。
まゆり、お前。
まゆり、あんた。なんてことをしてくれたのだ。
ダメだよ、そんな興奮しちゃ。
And just like that, Kurisu and I found ourselves stuck together once more. Mayuri. Resonance, it repeats. CD library, sound library, movie library, added to extras. Okay, let's quick load number 1. Female experiment is trouble. Female experiment is trouble. All those are red, yeah? Female experiment is trouble. Stop number 12 development at once. Reconsider female experiment. All those are marked as red. I think these are all from the previous game. Yeah. Kind of interesting that they would add that detail in here. Makes sense continuity-wise, of course. So all the messages marked as red. Okay. Okay. Load number 9. Send. Sending the mail. Mail sent. There we go. I'm hit by an
Stream
intense
elements.
wave of vertigo.
Said.
The scenery around
Stay
me
moist,
loses
my friends,
color,
hydrate.
distorts, and the ceiling and floor merge into one. Everything is engulfed in chaos, and I don't even know whether I'm sitting or standing up. Then it finally subsides. There's some saying about keeping one's feet on the ground. I think I just experienced the opposite. My very existence feels unstable. I'm overcome with an intense fear, anxiety. However, it only lasts a moment. Right now, I'm standing with my feet firmly planted on the floor. This sensation, and the reality that, even though I should have been in the development room, my body has moved seemingly by itself. There's no mistaking it. The D-mail worked. Number 12 is no longer on my right arm. Number 12 isn't. While number 12 is gone, I'm grasping a different object in my hands. What is this? No, of course I know what this is. What I meant to say was, why am I holding something like this? Why am I holding a...
ちょっとオカリン、何ぼーっとしてんのさ。ほら、セッション始めようぜ。
なんなのだこれは。
I don't know. What were you holding? Were you holding Daru's... Melancholia lost happiness. No matter how I look at it, I'm holding an electric bass. One for a left hand. Oh, we're going to start up a music band, okay. But it's not just me. When I look around, I see pretty much every lab member holding their own musical instruments. What's going on here?
オカリン、どうしたの？演奏会始めないの？
まゆしまゆし、演奏会じゃなくてセッションだお、セッション。
別にどっちでもいいわよ。そんなことより早く始めましょう。
でもほら、さっきからオカリンがボケーっとしちゃってんだよね。
なになに？岡部倫太郎、もしかしてあれだけ人に練習しとけって言って自分は全然してないとか？
Everyone speaking like this is all totally normal.
それともひょっとしてあいつのことを思い出しちゃったのかにゃ？あのクリスマスライブの日、フェリスたちを残して行っちゃったあいつのことを。
Nonsense pours from Ferris's mouth as per the usual. At least I have a grasp on the situation now.
俺たちはバンドをしているのだ。
しているのだなって言い出したのあんただろう。
俺がバカを言え。なぜ俺がいきなりバンドやろうぜなどと言わなきゃならんのだ。
ならんのだっつっても実際にオカリンが言い出したんじゃんか。
さあさあ、ニコニア動画の第6回好きなアニソンやってみたで賞金をゲットしてラボに資金を当てるぞーって。
ニコニア動画。
そうだよ。投票で一番人気のあった動画に賞金が出るんだって。ラボメン全員で演奏してそれに応募するぞーって。いきなり「お前楽器はできるか?」なんて聞いてくるからびっくりしちゃったよね。
It's all clear now. Following the D-mail's warning, I gave up on developing the new gadget and instead decided to use this contest to try and fund the lab.
ちなみに楽器はフェイリスさんが借りてきてくれたんだお。
お店のお客さんたちに頼んだら快く貸してくれたにゃ。
That doesn't at all surprise me. They're customers at Mayclean. One flash of Ferris's winning smile is enough to get every single one of them to say okay to any request. But still, seriously? A band? This is important, so I'll say it again. Seriously? A band?
でも知らなかったな。橋田至がドラムできるなんて。
ドラムなんてやったことないよ。
でも何の楽器やりたいって言われた時真っ先にドラムだって。
いやーだってほら僕ってばどう見てもドラムって感じだしさ。
Sure. Drums. Oil drums, to be exact.
だけどやったことないのに大丈夫なの？
それなら心配いらないよ。ゲーセンで鍛えた僕の腕前はそんじょそこらのドラマーには負けないっつーの。これでも秋葉のゲーセンじゃ神と呼ばれたほどの腕前なんだぜ。
そうなんだ。すごいじゃん。
As far as I'm aware, those aren't actual drums. They're just accessories for a certain taiko drum game. But I decide not to needlessly open my mouth.
でもすずさんとクリスちゃんがギターできるっていうのもびっくりだよ。
できるって言っても私はコードを押さえるくらいしかできないけど。
それでも十分だって。わかんないところは教えてあげるし。
ありがとう。
Judging by what she said, it seems Suzuha is pretty good. Drums, guitars, and...
ベイリスはキーボードか。
このキーボードだけはフェイリスの自前なんだにゃ。この前聞かせてもらったんだけどフェリスちゃんピアノすっごく上手なんだよ。子供の頃からずっと習ってたからあれくらいは簡単にゃ。
Now that's reassuring.
ところでマユリ、お前は何も持っていないようだが。
ちゃんと持ってるよ。ほら。
Mayuri proudly holds out a tambourine.
マユシーはねタンバリンちゃん担当なので。
Did this band really need a tambourine? I mean, I get that tambourines and tambourine players are pretty great and all, don't get me wrong, but as far as I can imagine, since the concept was for everyone to play an instrument, this was what we came up with for Mayuri as a last resort. If that's the case, the remaining two people must also be in charge of some sort of part. What could the last two be? I'm struck with a realization. That's right. How could I forget the most important part of a band like this? The vocals.
引っ込み思案のお前がずいぶん思い切ったものだな。まあだがその引っ込み思案を直すのにはちょうどいい機会かもしれん。
京馬さん、ごめんなさい。何のことを言ってるんですか？
何のことって、お前がボーカル担当なのではないのか？
ボーカル？僕が？違います。ボーカルだなんて僕そんな大それた役できません。
何？違うのか？
はい、僕はコーラスで参加するだけです。だから後ろでひっそりと。
It's not Dukako. Then that means...
ボーカル担当は誰だ？
My eyes dart around the room. Not a single person steps forward. I'm the vocalist. I look back and forth at my phone screen in the face of the sender. You're the vocalist? I tap at my phone screen, replying in silence. Noeka nods back at me. I look around one more time, as though sensing what I want to ask. Everyone nods simultaneously at the same time.
ボーカルだと？一体どういうチョイスをしたらそういう編成になるのだ？
何？今何と言った？
だからくじ引き。
They drew
く
straws.
じ引き。ボーカルといえばバンドの中でも最重要ポジションではないか。その大切なパートをくじ引きで決めたというのか。
しょうがないじゃない。他の人は楽器担当だし、じゃあ残った人でってなったら誰も自分がって人がいなかったんだから。
And that's why they decided to draw straws.
クリスチャンやりたがってたんだけどね。ピアノは習ってたけど、弾き語りは演奏とはまた違うスキルが必要だから諦めるにゃ。
そうか。
But still, Shining Finger, can't she even sing? I barely ever heard her speak normally, never mind sing.
とにかくやってみないとわかんないんじゃないかな。ね、マキセプルス。
そうね。っていうか大体岡部、あんたはどうなのよ。人のこと言えるの？やはりバンドの幹となるのはベースだから俺がベースをやるぞ。うわーはっはっは。てかなんとか言ってたけど、あんたはちゃんとベースを弾けるんだろうな。
あ、俺は
Am I? I wouldn't have said something as bold as that if I didn't have a plan. But knowing myself, I might not have actually had a plan.
まさか法王院京馬ともあろう人が自分もできないくせに人のこととやかく言ったりしないわよね。
実は俺は D メールを使ってたった今この世界線に来たばかりなのだ。
岡部、どうせ嘘つくならもっとマシな嘘にして。
嘘ではない。俺はついさっき D メールを使用して気づいたらここにベースを持って立っていたのだ。
オカリン、いくらなんでも今のタイミングでそれは誰も信じらんねえよ。
Everyone in the room is looking at me with pity. They think I'm making excuses. Or what have I done? While it's true I only just arrived here, I totally screwed up the timing to tell them. Mayuri, my best childhood friend and my eternal ally, comes up next to me and whispers into my ear.
このところオカリンは一生懸命練習してたから大丈夫だよ。
練習？俺が？
分かってるよ。練習してることはみんなには内緒なんだよね。だから誰にも言わなかったよ。
I see, I see. So that's how it is. It would seem that in this world line, I had been practicing the bass in secret. Of course, I have no idea the results of that practice were inherited by me, since I'm from a different world line. But they say playing a musical instrument is all about muscle memory, so there shouldn't be a problem. I can do this. I have zero guarantee that this will work out, but I feel like I can do anything. With the wind at my back, it's time to test out my new
と
abilities.
にかくこうして集まったんだし、一度全員で合わせてみようぜ。
そうだな。賛成だ。
あら、さっきは自信なさそうだったのに、ずいぶん威勢がいいじゃない。
Just you watch, Christina. I'll definitely make you eat your
じ
words.
ゃあ行くよ。みんな用意はいいな。
On Daru's signal, everyone gets into a standby
行
position.
くぜ。ワン、ツー、ワン、ツー、スリー。
ギャフン。
あんたね、あれだけ自信満々に言うから、もしかしたらこっそり練習でもしてるんじゃないかと思ったけど、全然じゃないか。
In the end, either the me in this world line didn't actually practice at all, or I didn't inherit that me's abilities. I don't know which one is the case, but I do know that I'm terrible.
お前こそ一人で先走って他の人間と全く会ってなかったではないか。
しょうがないだろが、誰かとセッションするなんて初めてのことだったんだ。
へえ、これだからぼっちは
Loner, someone who has no significant other or friends. It also refers to a person who, instead of doing something together with a group, does said activity alone. The term is popular across online message boards.
いやー、やっぱゲーセンのゲームとリアルは違うってことに気づいたわ。
これは思った以上だね。
Given their actual experience, Susuha and Ferris were fine. On the flip side, everyone else was so bad you would want to cover your eyes, or your ears in this case. And the icing on this shitty cake?
指圧師
Considering how garbage I am at bass guitar, I didn't want to be the one to say this, but...
何ではない。なんだ今のは。お前はボーカルなのだろうが、それがなぜ歌わずに歌詞だけをメールで送ってくる。
A pact through prayer, eternity for all, the moon that lights the deep night. I open up my text screen and thrust my phone into her face. A blood-stained fate, a never-ending sorrow, a light of which cannot be extinguished. Spirits led to the land of calm, the flames burn into the air. Following the melody, a broken future, a strong will that turns its back to the world, searching for salvation. Silence falls through the cracks of time and space after images in my mind. The moon trembles in pain. People aren't born from sorrow, a tangled trap, the vanishing power within. A requiem of amends, emotions held back, screams of loneliness, merciful love, begging forgiveness for forgiveness, overflowing blessings, the never-ending ceremony that lies beyond, a great hymn. To the land of happiness, believing that even if this eternal road of grief can be changed, the land of calm won't. Spirits led to the land of calm, the flames burn into the air, following the melody, a broken future, a strong will that turns us back to the world, praying until its release. During the noise we called a performance, Moeka didn't make a single sound, instead sending countless emails to my cell phone.
いいか、うまい下手は置いておくとして、せめて声を出さなければ意味がないではないか。
I'm sorry. Please don't get so angry. You're scary when you're upset. At this rate, we won't even be able to make a submission video, let alone win.
どうするオカリン？
どうするとはどういう意味だ？
だから動画投稿。さすがにこれじゃ無理じゃね？
バカを言え。当然するに決まっている。
あんた本気？とてもじゃないけどさっきのは演奏ってレベルじゃねえぞ。
そんなものは本番までに何とかすればいい。
ダメだこいつ。目が本気だ。
マジかよ。
Once Ho-Oh Kyoma says he's going to do something, he does it. No turning back. Ever. There's a knock at the door.
おう、俺だ。天王寺だ。
なぜミスター・ブラウンがここに？
もしかしてうるさくしちゃったから怒ってきたのかも。
This is bad. Mr. Braun is merciless. I can beg and plead as much as I want, but it won't make a difference. Knowing him, he'll take great pleasure in uttering the words rent increase.
わかってるぜ。いるんだろう。入るぜ。
Mr. Braun comes stomping into the room. As soon as he enters, he starts looking around the room. The expression on his face is impossible to read.
ミスター・ブラウンよ。これにはいろいろとやむにやまれぬ事情があるのだ。だからここは一つ穏便に。
やってるみてえだな。
いやだからそこをなんとか。
What did he just say? Looks like we're really at it.
萌えかから聞いてるぜ。バンドの練習してんだってな。ほらこれ、差し入れ持ってきてやったぜ。
He hands me a massive paper bag.
ありがとう。
I can smell something sweet from inside the bag. It must be a cake or something. Wait, more importantly, what did Mr. Braun mean? I heard everything from Moeka. I'm sure that's what he just said.
ミスター・ブラウン、あなたは指圧師と知り合いなのか？
指圧師？誰だそれ？
あ、萌かだ。桐生萌か。
なんで萌かが指圧師なんだよ。
あ、いや、それにはそんなことよりも指圧師との関係を教えてもらいたい。一体どういう関係なのだ？
As far as I know, Moeka and Mr. Braun have nothing in common. At the very least, it was like that in the previous world line. I think.
そういや、おめえには話してなかったか。萌かはな、まあ、俺の知り合いの娘で、ちょっと事情があって、今俺が身元保証人になってる。言ってみりゃ、親代わりみたいなもんだ。
親代わり？ミスター・ブラウンが指圧師の？
I look at Moeka tightly gripping the microphone in the middle of the room. She quietly nods. They're not joking. Then that means, in this world line, Moeka and Mr. Braun are basically family.
ま、そういうわけだから、バンド練習するってのも、萌かから聞いて知ってたっつうわけだ。なあ、遅くまででかい音出して、近所迷惑になるようなことがなけりゃ、多めに見てやるよ。
そうか。
そんじゃ、俺は行くからよ。
Mr. Braun leaves the lab behind. In any case, now that we have Mr. Braun's approval, we can move forward and put this thing together.
よし、許しも出たことだし、もう一度練習するぞ。指圧師、 今度はメールではなく、ちゃんと歌うのだぞ。
善処する。
じゃあ行こう。ワン、ツー、ワン、ツー、スリー。
Of course, even after all of that, it's not like we would suddenly become awesome. Today ends up being a total wash, and everyone heads off to practice on their own. But still, a video contest, a band, acquiring funds for the lab is important and all, but Moeka's the lead vocalist? Will we really be able to win? I know I apparently started all of this, but even I'm not so sure we can pull it off. The next day, I'm walking on the Akiba Bridge connecting UPX and Daibiru. 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 A skyscraper with offices and a commerce center that opened alongside UPX in 2003, connected to UPX by overpass. In my hand is the bass practice book that I just bought. The great Hoenn Kyoma can't afford to look like a fool. Damn it, Christina, I'll show you a thing or two. By the way, this practice book only cost 105 yen at a used bookstore. It's pretty old, but I have little choice in the matter. All I need to do now is return to the lab and start practicing. I'm in the middle of shopping. Me too. What a coincidence. Moeka. Oh, what the hell? How did she know I was shopping? Just in case I looked behind me. And just as I expected, Moeka's standing right there. It's really hot today.
おい、シャイニングフィンガーよ。いい加減、こうやってどうでもいい会話までメールで送ってくるのはやめろ。
Moeka gives me a confused look, as if she wasn't expecting me to say that. Not that I can actually tell what's running through her mind. Her expression had barely changed. I think I saw her tilt her head, though.
昨日も言ったが、歌うためにはまず声を出さねばならないのだ。それは分かっているな。
Moeka remains silent and nods.
些細なことまでメールで送ってどうする。
But
でもこれ口で言え、口で。
I'm really not good at talking to people. I didn't think she would actually say it.
Spin Dash Diva said, Bored.
Abort. No, we're not aborting. We're not aborting anything. Nope. Moeka starts shaking her head from side to side.
お前はなぜそこまで喋らなくなったのだ。お前も好き好んでそうなったわけではあるまい。理由は何だ。
Spin Dash Diva said, Sorry, that was supposed to go to Yahert LMFAO.
Oh, I
Warrior
see.
said, Bored.
Moeka's expression had hardly changed up until now, but I can see a clear frown forming on her lips. Maybe she doesn't want to talk about it. But the reality is that Moeka is going to struggle with this going forward. We might be able to help her out.
言いたくないのかもしれないが、できれば教えてくれ。でないと、バンドの件だって挑戦する前から失敗に終わってしまう可能性がある。
Moeka remains silent. She stands still for some time without even sending me an email. She's back to looking expressionless, making it difficult to tell what she's thinking. Then, after waiting 3 minutes,
昔
Moeka finally opens her mouth. I lean over to hear her quiet voice.
昔何もかも嫌になって生きてる意味がわからなくなって死のうって思った時天王寺のおじさんが親身になって助けてくれて
This is all much heavier than I anticipated. If nothing else, it looks like she's living a fairly normal life now, and judging by the tone of her emails, she's actually a pretty bright person at heart. Which means it might be possible to fix this shyness problem she has.
今からラボに戻るぞ。お前を一人前の歌姫に育て上げるため、これからどうすればいいか、皆に意見を聞くことにする。
This is specifically the sort of situation that calls for a good old-fashioned brainstorm. I need to talk to you guys about Shining Finger. If you're available, please come to the lab. I send emails to the other lab NIMS. Since today's a Sunday, everybody should be able to make it.
よし、では行くぞ。
ちょっと
I take Moeka by the hand and head toward the lab.
とまあ他にも会話が苦手だっていう事象の原因はいろいろと考えられるわ。
After waiting for everyone to gather at the lab, I explain the situation. Kurisu is the first one to start voicing her thoughts. I had expected no less from a neuroscience specialist, but neurons, synapses, hippocampus, hypothalamus, serotonin, noradrenaline. I have no idea what the hell she's talking about. Hippocampus. No, it is not a hippo on a campus, although that could be fun. A major part of the brain, the hippo on the campus governs memory and spatial navigation, and is otherwise the driver for where the campus goes in space. Space school. What the hell am I even talking about?
結局、
Anyway,
早い話がどういうことなのだ。
要するに脳の機能から考えると会話が苦手な原因がどこにあるかというのは一概には言えないってことよ。
なんだそれは。そんなくだらん結論を言うために無駄な話を長々と続けていたのかお前は。
そんな結論って説明しなきゃわかんないでしょうが。
説明しても対処法さえわからんのなら説明したところで意味がないではないか。
誰も対処法がわからないとは言ってない。
ではどうすればいいというのだ。
桐生さんの症状から見ると原因は脳というよりも心の中に原因がありそうに思える。だから催眠療法でその原因を取り除いてあげるのがいいと思う。
hypnotherapy, a method of therapy where the patient is placed in a hypnotic state and the therapist acts directly on their subconscious mind to remove the psychological traumas that lead to mental illness. In Japan, there is no government certification system for hypnotherapy, but therapeutic associations do offer their own certification. Certified hypnotherapists are sometimes called hypnosis technicians.
なんだそれは。長々と説明して結局オカルト的手法に頼るというのか。
催眠療法は別にオカルトじゃない。れっきとした科学の一部よ。現にアメリカでは医療や精神医学の分野でも積極的に取り入れられて研究だって盛んに行われている。
いいだろう。ではって催眠療法が科学的であるとする。その催眠療法を誰がやってくれるというのだ。
アメリカに行けば私の知り合いの先生を紹介できるけど。
そんな時間も金もあるわけないだろ。こんなセレセブは。
セレセブ言うな。大体何よその言い草は。あんたが桐生さんに楽しく会話をさせちゃおう計画を発動するから考えてくれって言うから一生懸命考えてあげたんじゃないの。
考えてくれとは言ったが、あくまでも現実的な範囲での話だ。それから今回の計画はそんなかっこ悪い名前ではない。ちゃんとオペレーションローレレイという名がついているのだ。
Lorelei, a water spirit said to have lived in the Rhine in Germany. She sat atop a rock, combing her lovely golden hair as she sang. Those who sailed by her were so stunned by her beauty that they would end up running aground.
何よ。だったら最初からあんた一人で考えればいいじゃない。
それができんから皆の意見を聞いているのではないか。
だったらもう少し意見を聞くっていう態度を示しなさいよ。
まあまあ、二人ともそう興奮しないにゃ。
Kurisu and I start our usual bickering, but Ferris steps in to stop us.
ここはこのフェイリスに任せてほしいにゃ。
なるほど。フェイリスさんならコミュニケーションのプロみたいなもんだもんね。
He's not wrong. Ferris could indeed come up with a good idea or two. Considering how many customers she converses with every day at May Queen, I would expect nothing less.
そうだにゃ。やっぱりあれだにゃ。喋るときには別の設定を自分の中に作ればいいのにゃ。別の設定。そうにゃ。例えば萌えにゃんは実は異世界から来たお姫様で、この世界には萌えにゃんを探し出して亡き者にしようとする奴らが追っかけてきてるから、そのことを知られてはならないのにゃ。だけど喋ってると時々つい癖でお姫様口調が出ちゃう。そんな設定を自分の中に作ってみるにゃ。そうすると自分の中に自分とは違う別の自分ができて喋りやすくなると思うにゃ。お姫様。難しく考える必要はないにゃ。早速やってみるにゃ。さあ頑張るにゃ。さあほら。
やめだやめ。
ああ、なんでにゃ。これからってところにゃのに。
これからも何もない。そもそも喋るのが苦手と言っているやつに設定を作って喋れと言ってもできるわけがないだろうが。
そうかにゃ。
Besides, stuff like alien worlds and alternate identities, Ferris and myself aside, I doubt most people would have an easy time talking about that kind of thing.
他に何かいい方法を思いつくやつはいないか。ルーカ、お前はどうだ。
僕ですか。
そうだ、お前も引っ込み思案だからな。何か共感する部分があったりもするだろう。その分何かいい方法を思いつくのではないか。
僕は確かに桐生さんの気持ちはわかります。やっぱり思ってることや気持ちを伝えるのってすごく勇気のいることだし。
I notice that Lukaku is staring right at me, not Moeka.
なんだお前、俺に何か言いたいことでもあるのか？
いえ、言いたいことというか。
思っていることがあるならはっきり言うがいい。
思ってることだなんて、そんな急に言われても僕こんなたくさん見てる前でなんてとてもじゃないけど言えないです。
His face turns bright red, and he goes quiet. What's his deal? I look away from the now fidgeting Lukaku, surveying the faces of the other lab members. Doesn't anybody have a good idea? I lock eyes with Mayuri, who's sitting with a spaced out look on her face. I'm guessing that Kurisu's lecture must have been so difficult that her brain's all scrambled up.
念のために聞くが、マユリは何か考えはあるか？
I'm not expecting much.
マユシーはもっとゆっくり焦らずに落ち着いて喋ればいいと思います。ゆっくり。さあ、こんな感じでジューシー唐揚げナンバーワンはとっても美味しいよ。ジューシー唐揚げナンバーワンは美味しいよ。でもオカリンの電子レンジを電話レンジちゃんにしちゃったから食べられなくて悲しいのです。でも岡部くんが電子レンジを電話レンジちゃんにしちゃったから食べられなくて悲しいのです。
やめだやめだ！地球の回転が遅くなったのかと思ってしまうではないか！お前は何か考えはないか？
ようやく僕にお声がかかったとか遅すぎっしょ。
かなりの明暗があると考えていいのか？
あたぼうよ。
では聞くが、その明暗とは？
エロゲのセリフを声を出してよ。
却下だ！
早っ。てかまだ全部言ってねえし。
聞かずとも判断がつくようなことを言うのが悪いのだ。
No good. Even Daru's useless. Then the only one left is...
最後、バイト選手は何かないか？
そうだね。でも橋田至の意見じゃないけど何かを読むってのは悪くないんじゃないかな。自分の言葉で言うのは苦手でも朗読とかやったら自然と声が出てくるものなんじゃない？
朗読か。問題は何を読ませるかだね。こういう時のお約束は名作と呼ばれる文学作品だろう
あ、それならマユシーにいい考えがあるよ。
が。漫画とかは却下だぞ。それは朗読の範囲に入らん。
漫画じゃないよ。マユシーがいいって言ったのは携帯小説なのです。
携帯小説だと？それはっていうかみたいなとかいうあれか。
そういうのもあるかもしれないけど、おすすめの携帯小説があるのです。
ねえ、それってもしかして私の虹じゃない？
あれ、クリスチャンも読んでるんだ。それならペイリスも読んでるにゃ。僕も読んでます。
私の虹か。それはそんなに有名なのか？
あれ、 オカリン知らない？現役女子高生が書いてるらしいってちょっと前から結構な噂になってるよ。ちょっと自堕落で大敗的な感じが今の女子高生の一面をよく表してるって評判で、携帯小説の中でもダントツ人気があるとか。
随分と詳しいな、ダル。まさかお前も読んでいるのか？
もちろんそういうのはチャットなんかでも話題になるし、チェックしておかなきゃなのだぜ。
なんだ、みんな読んでいるのか？ということはバイト選手もか？
ああ、私は最近の流行りとかに疎くって。
念のために聞いておくが、始圧師は読んでいるのか？しかしそれならば話が早い。その私の虹とやらを音読してみるというのはどうだ？
Let me guess. She's the one that wrote it, isn't she? She's probably the one that wrote it and she doesn't want to read out loud because she's embarrassed that she wrote it. That was unexpected. It's unusual for Moeka to be so upfront about her intentions.
なぜだ？せっかく皆が出してくれたアイデアなのだ。悪くないとは思わんか
Moeka goes completely silent. Is she that against it?
でも嫌なものを無理にさせるわけにもいかないよね。
そうね。
Thank you very much for the head pats, friend. Glad to see they're working today. No idea why they sometimes work and sometimes don't, but glad to see it. We've hit a wall. Then Ferris looks at the clock and raises a surprised voice.
あ、もうこんな時間だにゃ。フェリスはメイクインに行かなきゃいけないんだにゃ。あ、私もお店に戻らないと店長に怒られる。
Suzuha and Ferris stand up at the same time.
じゃあしょうがないけど、桐生さんに楽しく会話をさせちゃおう計画はまた次回に持ち越しってことにしましょうか。
だからオペレーションローレレイだと言っているだろうに。
And so the first strategy meeting for Operation Lorelei came to an abrupt end. Still, why is Moeka so opposed to reading that cell phone novel? With the meeting over, Suzuha and Ferris leave in a hurry. Daru follows after the cat girl, heading to May Queen to satisfy his worldly desires. Mayuri sets up camp on the table, and Lukaku helps her with her Japanese language homework. Kurisu sits in front of the PC with a serious look on her face, reading essays emailed to her from America. Needless to say, they're all in English. I hate to admit it, but I have no idea what they're about. Only Moeka and I have free time. I start skimming through the practice book that I had bought earlier. My cell phone's email chime goes off. The lab needs cash, right? I happen to know a good part-time job that pays really well. Wanna give it a shot?
いいバイト？
Moeka nods back in silence.
それはまさか何かの販売員にでもなれというのではないだろうな。だったらお断りだ。俺は販売員にはならんし、さらに知人に勧めて販売員を増やすようなこともしない。
It's nothing like that. I'm currently working on a magazine that covers the occult. The problem is that we're short on articles and don't have many folks available to help out. The occult. An article.
言っておくが、俺は記事など書けないぞ。
I'll write the article, so don't worry about a thing. You can just be the reader who contributed reader contributor who experienced a summer of horror,
投稿者
Okabe-kun.
なんだそれは。
You've seen them before, right? Reader contributed articles with photos attached to them. You know, supposedly true ghost sightings and the like. Basically, I want you to go to some haunted spots with me and snap some photos. I'll handle the writing. Moeka wants me to take photos of stuff, and she would write the articles.
つまり、やらせに協力しろということか。
Don't stare at me like that. Horror rags come in two flavors: those that aim for realistic terror, and those that are clearly fake but still enjoyable, like a haunted house of sorts. This magazine is like the latter. Most of the readers totally get that. Is that really it? If that's all there is to it, I guess I wouldn't mind helping. That said, the bit about haunted spots has me a little concerned. Where is she planning on taking me? After giving it some thought, I conclude that her answer to my question will be the deciding factor.
バイト料はいくらになる
Moeka quietly points her index finger up.
まさかゼロ3つではないだろうな。
She shakes her head horizontally.
いいだろう乗った。
There's no way I can say no to that kind of cash. The lab is in dire need of funding.
それでは詳しい話を聞かせてもらおうか。
And that's how I ended up agreeing to help Moeka with her work. By the way, I don't believe in ghosts or the supernatural. The occult is just that, the occult. There's no need to fear things that have no basis in science. I'm definitely not scared. Four days later, it's finally time for me to help Moeka with her work. Doop a doop doop. Doop. Wait, that's not right. That's right. Okay. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay. Mayushi saw your dad today. He wants to know when you'll be coming home. Cursed father, how long does he plan on treating me like a child? Didn't we get some new settings in the wallpaper? We did, yeah. Ooh, Fatty Garrow, very cool. Oh, we got our burning Garrow if you wanted to. What's this? Oh, well, we can't not do that now, can we? Four days later, it's finally time for me to help Moeka with her work. Our meeting place is in front of Akihabara Station. Even at night, the air temperature is high, and I'm getting damp with sweat just standing here. The asphalt and concrete walls have absorbed all the heat from the sun, meaning I'm basically being cooked. After roasting in the place for a while, I spot Moeka approaching from down the road.
しやし、こっちだ。
お待たせ。じゃあ行きましょう。
え、他のスタッフは取材に行くんだろ。
私たちだけ。
カメラマンとかいないのか。
Moeka takes a small digital camera out from her purse. It's the mirrorless SLR trending among women lately. Mirrorless SLR, An SLR camera has become more compact and lightweight by taking out the optical viewfinder and reflection mirror. Unlike compact digital cameras, it's possible to swap lenses in and out. Due to its comparatively larger sensor, it's capable of taking better night shots than most compact digital cameras.
撮影も俺たちで？
そう、予算のない雑誌だし、素人の投稿写真だから、うまいとダメ。
なるほどな。そっちの袋は？
Moeka is carrying not just her purse, but a large paper bag.
撮影道具。
Tools. Just the camera should be more than enough, right? Or does she intend to set up lighting and all that stuff?
で、どこへ行くんだ？
そこ。
そこ？ってラジカン？
Moeka is pointing directly at the Radican building, but there's something odd about it. It's different from how it normally looks. There's a sign on the building's entrance that says entry forbidden. It's completely sealed off. According to Daru, 50 years after its construction, Radican had started to deteriorate. Additionally, since it didn't meet current earthquake resistance standards, the management decided that it needed to be rebuilt. As Akiba's lights illuminate the city, Radican stands out as a dark void in the night.
ラジカンに心霊スポットなんてあるのか？
So Radican is technically closed, meaning nobody should be here, right? But I heard that at night you could hear a mysterious lady's voice in the building. There have also been tales of people seeing strange shadows too.
そんな噂があるんだな。知らなかった。
じゃあ、中へ。
中へって勝手に入っていいのか？撮影許可を。
心霊特集だと許可下りない。
何？ってことはまさかお前
忍び込む。
本気か？
I'm taken aback as I look at Moeka's expressionless face. She's serious. Still bewildered, I end up getting dragged into Radican with her.
なあ、いつもこんなことしてるのか、指圧師。
場合によっては。
そうか。
何？
あ、いや。
I was just thinking about how unexpected all of this has been. Moeka doesn't give off a very active image. I mean, sure, this is all for an article, but I still didn't think she would be this bold.
それにしても、非常灯すらついてないんだな。
I look around in the darkness. The inside of the building has been completely abandoned, and both the night lights and emergency lights are off. The only illumination is from the pin light Moeka is holding in her hand. With this tiny circle of light as our only guide, we slowly advance. We climb the stairs, eventually reaching the floor in question, a place rumored to be the site of the various supernatural phenomena. It's summer, but the air feels strangely cold here. I hear sharp cracks and clanking sounds. I know I'm repeating myself, but I don't believe in the supernatural. At all. Phenomena like that are so absurd that a mad scientist the likes of myself can't help but laugh.
Stream elements.
I have issues
Said.
with the plasma theory
Stay
from
moist,
that
my
one
friends,
professor
hydrate.
that's always popping up on TV. If I ever had the opportunity to appear on a show about the supernatural, I would have no problem saying this outright. Do ghosts exist? The answer is obvious. No. I suddenly hear a loud noise at my feet, causing me to leap several meters backwards. I cautiously look toward the place where the noise came from. I apparently had accidentally kicked a bucket.
わ脅かすな
Oh, if that isn't a death flag, I don't know what a death flag is. That is such a blatant death flag. He's kicking the bucket, guys.
いや、大きな音に驚いただけだぞ。別に怖いとかそういうわけではないからな。
Moeka looks at me in silence, expressionless as usual. I bite my lip, reflecting upon my own cowardice. I was taken aback by a mere bucket. I'm sure Shining Finger is looking at me with disdain. Ho Owen Kyoma shall never get over this disgrace. I'm really scared.
怖いのならそう言え態度で示せ俺だけ育児なしのヘタレに見えるだろう
But, if I speak, the ghosts might attack me. Ghosts?
お前は幼稚園の子供か
Can we hold hands?
は
Do you not want me to? I'm so scared, I just can't help it. I couldn't tell in the darkness up until now, but Moeka's tightly gripping my hand, trembling slightly. She feels kind of cold. Is it because she's scared?
ダメも何ももう握ってるではないか。
ごめん
ほら行くぞ。さっさと写真を撮ってしまおう。
Just to make things perfectly clear, I'm not the type of virgin who turns red just from holding a girl's hand. And come on, this is Shining Finger we're talking about. Sure, her hand's more slender, dainty, soft, smooth, and silky than I thought. But that's all. My heart definitely doesn't feel like it's going to burst out of my chest or anything.
もしもし。そうだ、俺だ。現在、極秘ミッションを遂行中。状況は困難だが、決して絶望的ではない。おそらく、機関の連中に気づかれる前に完遂できるだろう。貴様も十分に気をつけろ。いいな。ではまた連絡する。L、プサイ、カンガロー。
L. Psy. Congrue.
ふう。なんだ
そっちじゃなくてこっち
It seemed I was about to head in the opposite direction down the hall. Reluctantly, I let Moeka pull me along by the hand, deeper into the darkness of Radican.
ここか噂の場所というのは。
そう
This area used to be a passage for employees of the tenants who occupied the building. There's a mess of carts loaded with all sorts of things strewn about. It's impossible to see very far with only Moeka's penlight, but this is probably connected to a warehouse and cargo elevator. Moeka finally lets go of my hand, takes the camera out of her bag, and starts snapping shots.
どうだなんか変なものが映りそうか
Hey, stop it. I don't want something weird in the
貴
photo.
様は何のためにここに来ているのだ。
Moeka remains expressionless, but her eyes scream, "Oh, right." Or at least that's how they looked to me. She starts taking photos again. However, I don't know if I should call this unexpected, but after checking the photos, we find nothing even remotely suspect.
使えないこれじゃ。
諦めろ、始圧師。噂話などというのは往々にしてこんなものだ。
Moeka keeps silently staring at the LCD screen. She suddenly sticks her hand into the paper bag she was carrying and pulls something out.
なんだそれ。
Moeka is holding a wig in her hand, one with long, long black hair. I don't know if this is intentionally the case or if it's just not particularly well taken care of, but the hair is all tangled and twisted. It's super creepy.
私かぶるから取って。
何？
その柱の影から取って。
おいおい。
Are we really doing this? Won't it be obvious we're just making it all up? No worries. If anything, we gotta go the extra mile or the readers will be disappointed.
そういうものなのか。
ある意味様式美の世界。
I don't really get what's supposed to be beautiful about any of this, but, well, whatever. I extend my hand to grab the camera from Moeka, and then suddenly, thump, thump, we hear footsteps. Moeka and I hurriedly turn off the pen light and crouch down. I cast my gaze in the direction where the sound is coming from, but I see nothing there. All we can hear are the creepy footsteps getting louder and louder. Moeka is clinging tightly to my arm, probably without realizing it. I feel a couple of large, warm, soft objects pressing against my arm. Get it together, Ho-Oh and Kilma. Get that mind out of the gutter. Is this place actually haunted? That's impossible, right? As I try to sort things out in my head, I look around and realize something. Due to the way the corridor is constructed, sound echoes around, making it seem like the footsteps are coming from the opposite direction. I turn around, and as expected, I see the light of a flashlight peeking out from around the corner. Moeka follows my eyes. Could it be a ghost hunter who snuck in here? Or even a security guard on patrol?
まずいな。どこかに隠れないと。
The light turns the corner and starts heading in our direction. We search for a hiding place and try to lay low, not realizing that there's some luggage piled up right behind us. Moeka and I end up knocking over the small mountain of stuff, falling onto our butts. I hear the footsteps quickly getting closer to us. Moeka and I try to get to our feet to run away, but my legs are swept out from under me. I flip over and fall to the ground, face first, just as a black silhouette leaps on top of me. Something hard is pressed against the back of my head. What's going on here? Did I accidentally wander into an American slum or something?
あれ？
Unable to believe the situation I'm in, My entire body is frozen in place. Suddenly, the tone of my assailant's voice changes.
岡部倫太郎と桐生萌香じゃん。
何？
The assailant removes her leg from on top of me and helps me up. I look at my attacker, only to see a familiar face staring right back at me.
お前バイト戦士ではないか。
びっくりした。こんなとこで何やってんの？
それはこっちのセリフだ。驚かすな貴様。
驚かすなって言われてもさ、警備のバイトだもん。
何？
だからバイトだよ。ビルのオーナーに頼まれて見回りしてんの。
そうだったのか。しかし頭を吹っ飛ばすってずいぶん物騒な警備員だな。
ああ、それ懐中電灯だよ。
Suzuha spins around the pistol-shaped flashlight she's holding. When she pulls the trigger, the LED at the end lights up.
見事に騙された。凄まじい殺気だったぞ。
When Suzuha attacked me, I could feel a terrifying aura flowing from her. How can I put it? It actually felt like she had a real gun.
そりゃそうだよ。なんだってさ、不審者相手に。ああ、よく考えたら君たち二人も不審者じゃん。
Suzuha raises her voice like she suddenly remembered something important. Damn it, I was trying to dance around the subject.
ちゃんと説明しなきゃ許さないよ。場合によってはお仕置きだからね。
いや、そのな。
Punishment? What does she mean by punishment? Just thinking about the way she had her flashlight pressed to the back of my head sends a chill down my spine. Moeka and I decide to spill it all.
心霊スポットの撮影？
Suzuha frowns.
そうなんだ。すまん。
ごめんなさい。どうも変だと思ったらそんな噂があったんだね。
すまん。
いやな、岡部倫太郎が捏造した噂じゃないし別にいいけど、記事の掲載は自粛してるね。あとさ、別にお説教するわけじゃないけど。
Suzuha puts her hands on her hips and starts to lecture us. For 40 long, long minutes. At a later date, I would go on to complain to her about how long her lecture was. She would respond saying that the uncle who looked after her in her hometown was big on lectures. I guess she picked up his bad habit. I sure would like to have a little chat with that guy. Anyway, 40 minutes later, free at last, we scramble out of Radican.
次、ここ。
Don't say that, Okarin. Your dad loves you. Don't ever say such disgusting things ever again. This is the next place, huh?
ここ？
でもここはお前ルカ子の家だぞ。
Yes, it's true that shrines often appear in urban legends and the like, but Yanabayashi Shrine of all places?
心霊スポットがあるなんてルカ子からも聞いたことないがな。
だけどこれ
Moeka shows me her cell phone. On her screen is a mobile site where urban legend and ghost enthusiasts gather. There's a thread on here about Akihabara, quite a few actually. There are all sorts of rumors concerning this area. Yanabayashi Shrine, in particular, seems to be a hotspot for ghost stories. The ghost of a woman who threw herself into the ocean after being rejected by her love appears every night, nailing cursed dolls to the sacred tree. I don't even know where to start with this one. From stories about sobbing heard from the old well to a storehouse where a doll with grown hair is enshrined, these are nothing but ghost stories that people are trying to pass off as real.
すごく嘘っぽいんだが。
そうかな。
ああ。
では一応調べる。
そうか。じゃあルカ子を呼び出して。
Just then, I hear a voice from behind me.
京馬さん？
I turn around to see Lukaku conveniently standing by the shrine in trance.
おお、ルカ子か。
こんな時間にどうしたんですか？
From the looks of it, he's on the way back from the convenience store. I can see a bottle of mineral water and a few other items poking out of the top of the eco bag in his hands. Lukaku begins to happily drop over, but notices the figure standing next to me and stops in surprise.
桐生さん。こんばんは。こんばんは。
After looking back and forth at me and Moeka several times, he starts blinking rapidly.
どうしたのだルカ子。
いえ、そのもしかしてお二人はデートですか？
え？
いえ、なんでもありません。それじゃ僕これで。
ちょっと待て。
I grab Lukaku's hand tightly as he tries to flee to his house. He's wearing a somber expression on his face.
待ってくれ。お前に聞きたいことがあるんだ。少し時間をくれないか。
聞きたいこと？
ああ、実はな。ということで、今始圧師と一緒に取材をしてるんだが。
なんだ、そうだったんですか。京馬さんは桐生さんのお仕事の手伝いを。
For reasons beyond my comprehension, Lukaku's expression immediately brightens. He smiles at me.
そういえば、この前そんなこと言ってましたね。僕すっかり忘れてて、変な誤解しちゃいました。
誤解？
いえ、なんでもないです。それで、うちの 神社に心霊スポットですか？
ああ、ネットで見つけた噂なんだが。
I fill Lukaku in on all the weird stories floating around.
幽霊ではないですが、ご神木にまつわる女性の話なら知っています。
本当か？
ええ。ぜひ聞かせて。
Moeka takes a notepad and pen out from her bag.
はい、いいですけど。でも、ネットの話とは全然違いますよ。
Lukaku starts telling us the tale of Yanabayashi Shrine and the sacred tree. The Showa period. It said that a beautiful woman would visit Yanabayashi Shrine and its sacred tree every evening in the hopes of saving a young man dying from tuberculosis, an incurable disease at the time. She wouldn't miss a day of paying her respects, no matter the weather. From time to time, she would even visit the shrine despite being ill herself. 3 long years passed as this continued. The young man miraculously overcame the disease, returning to the woman he loved. Basked in the gentle spring sunlight, the sacred tree quietly watched over the couple as they tearfully embraced one another at Yanabayashi Shrine, finally reunited.
とまあ、そんな感じで涙なしには語れないお話なんです。どうしました？
海に身投げは？
そんなことしませんよ。呪いの人形。そんなもの出てきません。
ほら見ろ、やっぱりデタラメだったではないか、指圧師。
じゃあ、漆原さん、これとこれは。
Moeka takes out her cell phone and shows Lukaku the stories about the sobbing heard from the old well and the storehouse where a doll with growing hair is enshrined. Lukaku's eyes open wide with terror as he reads the text.
おお、その2つは本当なんだな。
話聞かせて。
Moeka takes her notebook and pen out again.
あ、いえ、とても怖いお話だったので、つい悲鳴が。僕ダメなんですよ、こういうの。でも、うちの神社に古井戸はありません。あと、人形も奉納されていません。
もう諦めろ、始発師よ。
Without a word, Moeka thrusts her hand into the paper bag she's carrying. She once again pulls out her ghost wig. On top of that, she also removes a straw doll, a long spike, and a hammer from the bag.
何ですか、それ。
Lukaku's face freezes in terror.
岡部君、ご神木にこれぶつかる。やめてください。ご神木にそんなことしちゃダメです。
Faster than the speed of light, Lukaku's father dashes outside. I assume he heard his son's screams. He arrives just in time to see Shining Finger wearing the ghost wig, holding the hammer like she's about to hit the sacred tree. He nearly turns us over to the police. Much like what happened at Radican, Moeka and I find ourselves on the receiving end of a scolding. We scurry away from Yanabayashi's shrine like the remnants of a defeated army. It's past midnight.
もうこんな時間か。今日はそろそろ終わりにするか。指圧師。指圧師
もう一箇所だけ
ん
最後の手段だけど
You have to treasure your mom and dad. Moeka stands up and starts to walk. With little choice, I follow after her.
ここは
She had led me to an apartment building that looked like it had seen some rough times over the years. It's basically a two-story shack made of wood. The stairs and other metal bits are covered in rust. The amateur paint job makes it all look that much worse. We're already 10 years into the 21st century, but this place looks like it's been frozen in time since the 1970s.
私のうち
え
2階上がって
えあいやしかし
I hesitate. Sure, this is for work, but is it really okay for me to be barged into a woman's room this late at night? I mean, what if Kiryu Papa, name subject to change, or Kiryu Boyfriend, name subject to change, are there?
いらない一人暮らしだから
そうなのか。それならいい。よくないわ。こんな時間にまずいだろう。
Oh, Okabe-kun, you silly head. Don't worry, I trust you. Moeka takes out her cell phone, types something up, and sends it over. And anyway, you're not into older women, right? You're into young, cute girls like Sheena-san and Makise-san, right? I bet that's because their skin is so soft and their hair is all shiny. Their legs are nice and smooth, and I bet they even smell nice when they sweat. I'm making myself depressed. Anyway, you're not going to try anything funny with me, right? How am I supposed to react to this? Naturally, if I tell her I won't, she'll probably be pretty upset. But if I say the opposite, that's basically like telling her I'm going to try something skeevy. Damn it, why do women always have to send such annoying texts?
ということで平気だから
わ
そこ上がって階段
In the end, I'm unable to reply at all. I climb up the creaking stairs to the second floor. I'm led to a door that looks so thin and frail it would probably open if I just applied a little bit of force to it. Apparently, this is Moeka's place. If this were a TV drama, this would be the part where Moeka would frantically turn to me and say, "Oh, wait just a bit. Just 5 minutes." In reality, Moeka says nothing as she unlocks the door.
中汚れてるけどどうぞ
じゃあちょっとだけ
Moeka probably has people over for meetings all the time, so I bet her apartment's fairly clean. That's why she's not worried about inviting me in. The main room is about 6 tatami mats large, with the kitchen being about 4.5. But the first thing I noticed upon setting foot inside her apartment is, well, the abundance of plastic shopping bags all over the floor. Crammed inside these bags are cans of alcohol, everything from beer to shochu to wine. Making matters worse, opened and unopened cans are mixed together. She probably hasn't even noticed that some of them are unopened before she goes to buy more. Plastic bags full of obviously half-eaten sweets and snacks dot the corners of the room. Fortunately, unlike the messy homes you always see on TV, I don't spot any empty bento boxes or raw garbage sitting around. Still, this is way more dire than I expected. Plastic shopping bags aren't even the worst of it. There are piles of books and papers that I assume she uses for research. Some of those piles have toppled over, scattering the contents all over the room. Various articles of clothing are piled on those paper avalanches, making for some sort of chaotic piece of art. It almost resembles multicolored shaved ice in some weird way. Moeka is basically the perfect example of a woman who can't clean. Women Who Can't Clean, derived from American counselor Sari Sultan's book, Women with Attention Deficit Disorder. During the localization process, the title of Sultan's book was unfortunately mistranslated into Japanese as Women Who Can't Clean, resulting in widespread misunderstandings that have stuck to this day. I mean, I'm hardly one to talk. My room isn't something to be proud of. But it sure as hell isn't the surreal experience that this is.
ああ、悪いな。
Where am I supposed to sit? I can't say this out loud, so I tidy up one of the mountains of paper and sit down atop it. I ask Moeka a question, all the while attempting to not touch anything in the fear of causing a tiny avalanche.
この部屋、出るのか。いや、取材場所に選んだってことは何か出るんだよな。
I glance around her room. Considering its long years of filth and corruption, I wouldn't be surprised if evil spirits had latched onto this place.
おい、だったらただのボロアパートではないか。
You're the worst. Don't call my place a trash bin. Well, it's not like I've ever seen ghosts or anything here, but these kinds of old apartment buildings always tend to have some kind of weird supernatural stuff, right?
適当だな、おい。
What was the point of everything we went through at Radicant and the shrine? Didn't I tell you this was my last resort? I didn't want to do this.
これでどんな心霊現象にするのだ。
Moeka digs through the stuff on her table and excavates a sheet of paper out of it. It's an A4 size printout and seems to be something along the lines of a personal journal. The apartment I live in has abnormally low rent. The place gave me bad vibes from the outset, but hey, I wasn't going to complain at a price like that. However, things were off from the very first night I spent there. Whenever I try to go to sleep, I can feel someone's eyes on me. But this room is 2 stories up. Whose eyes are those? Whose eyes are those? So my sleepless nights continue. I finally asked my friend to come stay with me. He came at night, saw me scared out of my mind, and laughed at me. He then took photos of the different parts of my room. Wouldn't it be funny if something showed up in them? He joked. But then, as he looked over the photos, his face stiffened and grew pale. That's right, he caught something terrible in one of the photos. This is that photo. Okay, I get it now. This is the sort of story you see pop up in ghost story shows on TV all the time. This is the part where they would show the photo. I'm betting they're all forged, just like we're trying to do right now.
じゃあ早速写真。
いやちょっと待ってシアツシ、この部屋そのまま撮るのか。お前いくらなんでも荒れすぎだろ。
At this rate, her article's not going to be about ghosts, it's going to end up being a feature on women who can't clean. Moeka quickly realizes what I'm trying to avoid saying directly.
片付け。待ってて。
I mean, if we're talking about ghosts, really, it would be better to have it not clean. I mean, right?
俺も手伝おう。
いい。座ってて。すぐすぐ。
Moeka starts to clean her room. But the more she cleans, the messier it gets. In some weird way, she's actually kind of incredible. As she tries to sort through her books, her attention is drawn to the documents poking out from in between the pages, so she starts trying to file those. But then she notices that there's dust on the shelves where she's filing the documents, so she takes out a handy mop and starts wiping them down. Upon realizing that the handy mop she's using is already filthy, she stops attempting to file her documents and instead opens a kitchen cabinet to find a replacement head. Many of the plates in the cabinet look ready to fall, so she hurriedly takes them out in order to reorganize the cabinet. Upon noticing that the plates are still somewhat dirty, she abandons swapping out the mop head and starts vigorously scrubbing the plates in the sink. Eventually, Moeka returns to her senses.
おかしい。私、お皿を洗ってる。
掃除は俺がする。貴様の写真の準備をしておけ。
Oh my, oh my, oh my. Unable to watch any further, I finally shout orders at her. Such a silly filly.
なんとか見られるようになったな。
岡部君、すごい。
いや感心されるほどではないが。
Moeka can't clean to save her life, but there's no way I can say that to her face. That would just be mean.
あとはこの段ボールをちょっとキッチンへ移動するぞ。
I pick up the cardboard box that's taken up residence in a corner of the room. But
悪い。
the box is unexpectedly heavy, throwing me off balance. It ends up tipping over and spilling its contents all over. It was full of paperback novels. Moeka hurriedly starts to pick them up. As I help her out, I notice that they're all the same book. My Rainbow, Volume 1. That's what the front cover says.
これって。
Isn't this that popular cell phone novel Marjorie and the others mentioned before? Is this the physical edition? I take a look at the band around the book. Girls throughout Japan cried their eyes out. The definitive edition of the cell phone novel.
なんだ、指圧師もこの小説のファン。
I cut myself off. No, there's more to it than that. No matter how big of a fan someone is, they wouldn't buy this many copies of the same book. Moeka hurriedly packs the books back into the box and seals the top. She then shoots me an email. Well, no point in keeping it a secret now.
何？
Called it. I called it. I stereotypes, right? Stereotypes. The author of this novel is me.
え？
Unable to parse what she's getting at, I sit there in shock.
指圧師が書いた？ってことは作者なのか？
My eyes dart back and forth between Moeka and the box of books.
なんでお前が？というか作者は高校生なんだろ？
これ内緒の話だけど
According to Moeka, the user submission site her novel was uploaded to is run by the digital contents division of the company where she works, Arc Rewrite. Apparently, Moeka also helps out on that end too. My Rainbow was originally a cell phone novel written by a high school girl. But about halfway through the story, the young lady had ran into a wall. Her talents could take her no further. However, her novel had attracted a huge number of readers, and after some struggles, Arc Rewrite decided to continue it with Moeka as its ghostwriter.
そんなことがあるんだな。驚いた。
I look at the box full of books, then back at Moeka. I think back to a few days earlier when she refused to read My Rainbow aloud. It all makes sense now. Of course she would be too embarrassed to read her own work in front of others. Moeka nods her head in response to my conclusion. Given the high marks it's getting from my lab NIMS, it sounds like a pretty interesting little novel. I never thought Shining Finger had this kind of talent. Moeka's as expressionless as ever as I compliment her, but... This is really embarrassing, but seriously, please keep this a secret between us. She still manages to send me an email. We clean up the rest of her apartment, which means it's time to dim the lights and get ready to snap some photos. Moeka puts on her ghost makeup and dons the wig from earlier, and so...
What?
I instinctively shout out. Moeka climbed out of the window. This is the second floor. Not only that, but as far as I can see, there's no terrace or veranda out there. The only thing keeping her from becoming a tragic headline is the bit of rail attached to the window frame. In other words, Moeka had to latch her hands and feet out onto the protrusions on the wall. She's clinging to them like some bizarre ghost spider. She proceeds to close the window and then stares inside with a resentful look on her face. This is no friendly neighborhood. But look, I'm legitimately terrified, okay? You're terrified. Shining Finger. Moeka's agonized voice sounds like the groans of the dead, wandering their way through purgatory. I set up the tripod and attached the camera on top, then activate the timer. Since I'm playing the role of the apartment's resident, I have to make sure I'm on the edge of the frame. The flash shines and the shutter snaps. With backups in mind, I take several more photos. The terrifying Spider Woman opens the door and slinks back inside the room. Spider Pig! Spider Pig! Spider Pig! She slumps forward, her arms and legs likely tired, and starts crawling along the floor toward me. The tangled hair covering her face reaches down to the floor. From behind the strands of hair, bloodshot eyes glare at me. What is this, a horror film? I end up taking another photo. After removing the ghost makeup, Moeka looks at the camera screen with a satisfied expression on her face. I think about the earlier spectacle and feel a cold chill run down my spine. Restless nights, here I come. I glance up at the clock. Considering how late it is, I really shouldn't be here any longer. I stand up and turn to the entrance. It's then that Moeka suddenly grabs the sleeve of my shirt. What's she thinking? I take a moment to assess this current state of my stomach. Moeka's pacing the floor, but I can see her eyes shyly looking up at me. Even looking directly into her eyes, I can't read Moeka's thoughts. I guess she wants to thank me for helping out. I accept her offer. I mean, she's going out of her way to be nice, and I would be lying if I said I wasn't curious as to what she's going to make. The corners of Moeka's mouth raise just slightly, as though she's happy at my response, and she cheerfully heads to the kitchen. I sit down in front of the round table and stretch out my legs. With the place looking presentable, I can finally relax a little bit. Hearing the sounds of cooking from the kitchen, and with nothing in particular to do, I aimlessly look around the room. Now that I finally have the chance to let it sink in, it dawns on me how unbelievably plain her place is. There's hardly any furniture at all. A round folding table for eating on, an old-looking chest, and a low table for doing work. Describing this place as lonely would be an understatement. It's just so cold. Despite how messy it all is, it just doesn't feel like someone actually lives here. What's she planning on making? Up until now, I had never even considered the idea of Moeka cooking food. This feels new. It's pretty common in video games for there to be a scene where the heroine cooks the protagonist a meal. They tend to be really emotional moments. I can't even begin to count the number of times I've seen Daru collapse in front of his PC from Moe overload. But then there are also cases where the food is so bad that the protagonist nearly dies. The heroine then replies with something along the lines of, "No way, why? I worked so hard on it." Again, I can't count the number of times I've seen Daru collapse in front of his PC after a scene like this. I wonder which pattern Moeka is going to fall into. As I try to predict the future, Moeka exits the kitchen. She's holding a tray in her hands. On top of the tray, I spot two delicious smelling yakisoba UMA cups. Yakisoba UMA, one of the most popular products produced by Ni Shoku Foods, the highest selling instant yakisoba product in the world. The cooking process is simple. Pour hot water into the bowl, wait for 3 minutes, drain the water, and mix in the special sauce. Add mustard mayo for an extra kick.
想像の斜め上を行くやつだな貴様は。いや、どちらかといえば好物だが。
I grab one of the cups from Moeka and break my chopsticks in two. For a brief period of time, the only sounds coming from this dumpy apartment are our slurping noises. Wait a second, what the hell am I doing here at a time like this? As I glance at Moeka eating her yakisoba, I suddenly snap to my senses. And then I hear the sounds of someone climbing up the stairs outside. They're trying to hide the sound of their footsteps, given what time it is, but they're failing spectacularly. The moment she hears someone approaching, Moeka stands up, unusually flustered.
どうした？
隠れて
何？
押し入れ早く。
え？
Still at the complete loss, I'm forcibly stuffed into the bottom section of her closet. Moeka grabs yakisoba from my hands.
音立てないで。
Moeka throws the rest of my belongings into the closet with me before shutting the door. It looks like I'll be sharing closet space with a futon Moeka always uses when she goes to bed. I'm surrounded by a sweet fragrance. Moeka's, no doubt, and my head starts to spin. I need to stay focused. Now's not the time to morph into some Daru-like pervert. Finally realizing the situation I'm in, I can feel fear setting in. Don't worry, I live alone, my ass. I knew it. Kiryu Papa or Kiryu boyfriend is on their way. Whoever it is must be huge if we can hear their footsteps all the way from here. I'm screwed. If they find out that I'm here, even the immense magic power that burns in my right hand might not be enough to escape this nightmare scenario.
これは俺のイメージじゃない。押し入れでの災難は誰の役だ。
Sweat pours down my brow, unrelated to the temperature or humidity, as I hold my breath.
おい、萌か起きてるか
From the other side of the door, I can hear a deep voice that screams, "Man who will murderize me if he finds me." Their voice is that horrifying. In the darkness, I grab what I can only assume is a handkerchief of some kind. I wipe my brow with it. It doesn't take long before I'm immediately rinsed in sweat again, so I grab another handkerchief. The cold sweat just keeps pouring out of me.
今開ける。
I hear the apartment door creak open as Moeka responds to the mystery man. The murderizer exchanges some words with Moeka. I then hear him stomp his way into the room. I swallow the air and attempt to peek into the room through a crack in the door. I hold one of the pieces of cloth to my mouth in an endeavor to keep myself from yelling.
今日は随分と片付いてるじゃねえか。
But Mr. Braun, you have to be kidding me. How did this worst case scenario somehow get even worse? I sink further into the closet despite knowing that it would provide me little protection from the beast on the other side. The more I move, the more of a mess Moeka's closet becomes. I now find myself covered in small pieces of cloth, many of which I had just used to wipe away my sweat. But why does she have so many handkerchiefs? I take a closer look and I immediately put my hand over my mouth to keep myself from screaming. With my eyes having finally adjusted to the darkness, I get a good long look at what I thought were just handkerchiefs. It turns out I was very, very wrong. The damn it, Shining Finger! What are you doing just throwing your bras and panties in here? You're a woman, right? Put the stuff away! I hurriedly toss away the panties in my hand, the very same ones I had been using to cover my mouth. If nothing else, at least they're all clean. This sucks. Damn it. This isn't the sort of situation a character like me should be in. This is Daru's territory.
萌かこれ持ってきてやったからよ。
Mr. Braun sits down with a thud and places a plastic bag on the round table. The bag contains everything from meat to vegetables, a real treasure trove of foods.
こんな時間にすまねえな。明日でもよかったんだが、なんだか急におめえの顔が見たくなったな。
ありがとう。
どうだちゃんとしたものを食ってるか、レトルトやカップ麺だけじゃダメだぜ。
Liar. We were just eating yakisoba a minute ago. Of course, I'm in no position to chime in.
仕事は忙しいのか。そうか。でも無理はするなよ。仕事ってのは生きるためにするもんだ。仕事で寿命を縮めちまったら、それこそ本末転倒だ。
That is actually some really good advice. This isn't the terrifying monster of a man that I'm familiar with. His eyes are the same as when he's talking to Nae. Hell, even his tone is much gentler. Mr. Braun did say that he was Moeka's legal guardian. I guess he must drop by with food every so often. Mr. Braun's much more of a loving father than his face would suggest.
仕事といやおめえあいつとなんかやってるそうじゃねえか。
あいつ。
岡部だよ。
Me. I nearly stuffed one of Moeka's undergarments into my mouth to keep myself from yelling, but managed to snap to my senses before making a fatal mistake. That was a close one.
岡部君。
うん。さっきな、駅前でうちのバイトにあったんだよ。そした
Stream
ら、おめえ
elements
と岡部が、
said,
その、
Stay
一
moist, my
緒
friends,
にいたって
hydrate.
言うからよ。
I see. Mr. Braun must have heard about the whole Radican thing from Suzuha. That's why he's here so late.
別に変なことしてない。
いや、それは分かってる。俺はおめえを信用してるし。岡部もまあ適当でいい加減でだらしなくてバカな男だが、それなりにいいやつだとは思ってるんだ。あのバカやその仲間のおかげでおめえもだいぶ明るくなったしな。
私が。
あ、
そうかな。
ああ、あいつらといるといい顔してるぜ。
Moeka looks down at the floor, preventing me from seeing her face.
そんな風に照れるとこなんて初めて見た。
岡部君やみんなとても優しい。一緒にいて楽しい。
そうかそうか。なら多少の迷惑は我慢してあいつらに部屋を貸しといてやるかな。
Mr. Braun lets out a hearty laugh as he stands up.
ま、おめえが幸せなら何も言うことはねえさ。頑張れ。邪魔したな。そろそろ帰るぜ。
お茶入れる。
また今度ごちそうになるよ。苗が一人で寝てんだ。心配で仕方ねえ。
そう。
それじゃあな。
Mr. Braun heads to the door, vanishing from my line of sight. Moeka disappears after him.
ああ、そうだ。最後にもう一ついいか。もういいか。おめえよ、惚れた男ができた時は相手にちゃんと伝えなきゃダメだぜ。男ってのは鈍いからな。言わなきゃわかんねえ。特にあの野郎、色恋沙汰に関しちゃ全くとろそうだしな。
何のこと？
好きなんだろ、あのバカが。
I press my face into the pillow right behind me. Nothing else in here is usable to muffle out my scream. What did Mr. Braun just say? She likes that idiot? Who's that idiot? What idiots do I know? Right, there's Daru. I can't believe Moeka has the hots for Daru. No, hold on. Something about that seems off. Moeka and Daru are too much of a mismatch. Then that means Mayuri? I guess she can be a bit of a dummy in some ways. No, that's not it either. Mayuri's a girl. I don't think Moeka swings that way. My mind is racing in circles.
違う。
そうなのか。でもあいつが話をしてる時のおめえは随分と嬉しそうだぜ。
だからそれは
ほんと照れてるおめえがこんなに可愛いとは思わなかったよ。ま、俺の勘違いってことにしといてやるか。じゃ、また明日な。
Mr. Braun laughs and closes the door behind him. I hear his heavy footsteps growing distant, and the apartment is suddenly filled with silence. It's almost like the quiet after a storm. I can hear Moeka approaching the closet.
岡部くんもう大丈夫？
She says nervously as the sliding door opens up.
ふはー
I take an exaggerated breath of air and tumble out of the closet. If it's not clear, I'm trying to make it seem like I didn't hear the last part of their conversation.
いや、全くもって不測の事態だったな。ミスター・ブラウンの襲来と。俺の存在が察知されなかったのは、奴にとっても我々にとっても良好だったかもしれない。もしも俺とミスター・ブラウンが相まみえることになっていたら、この呪われた右手がついに発動していただろう。本当に一触即発だった。
I wipe my sweaty face using my sleeve. I try to make this gesture as exaggerated as possible.
なんだ。
ごめんなさい。変なところに押し込んで。
My entire body is covered with Moeka's undergarments. Her underwear is all over me, and even the sleeve I used to wipe my sweat has a bra stuck to it. It looks huge, too. An F cup, maybe. I shake my entire body to try and get them off.
別にクンカクンカとかしてないからな。
平気。洗濯してあるから。
ああ、当たり前だ。大洋上半惑星か、ここは。
それじゃあ、俺もそろそろ退散するぞ。ミスター・ブラウンが戻ってくるようなことがあったら面倒だからな。
I start feeling embarrassed for many reasons, so I hurriedly gather my belongings and head to the door. But there's no sign of my shoes. Moeka must have hidden them before Mr. Braun's raid.
靴ここ。
Moeka opens the refrigerator. There's almost nothing inside. Well, except for my shoes, which are now ice cold by the way.
お殿様が熱くないよう冷やしておきました。なんちゃって。
やかましいわ、猿。
Monkey, the nickname used to refer to Hideyoshi Toyotomi when he was still serving Nobunaga Oda. There's a famous story in which Hideyoshi gave Nobunaga a pair of sandals that he had warmed in his bosom, but that has been proven to have never occurred. In the midst of this sweltering night, I put my shoes on and march outside, my feet icy cold.
明日はというかもう今日か。練習に来られるのか。
仕事の前にちょっと寄れると思う。
そうか。じゃあその時にな。
I wave and say goodbye to Moeka, and then start to make my way to the lab. So about what happened back there, please don't worry about it, okay? Just forget it ever happened. When I turned around, Moeka is still standing at the bottom of her apartment stairs, looking at me. What is she referring to? So much went down back there. Is she talking about her underwear or... In the end, still confused, I replied to her. Back there? What are you talking about? So much happened that I'm not even sure what you're referring to. If you're not sure what I mean, then don't worry about it. Good night, Okabe-kun. When I tilt my head to the side, everything makes more sense and I am so much smarter just because my head is to the side. Moeka makes a cute bye-bye gesture to me. Having never seen Moeka behave like this before, I feel my heart skip a beat. Dawn ratio. Two weeks have passed since practice for the video contest started. Our dedication to practicing every day has started to pay off. We actually sound like we might be able to submit something. Emphasis on might. Moeka, at least when it comes to singing, is beginning to make actual progress. However, singing solo really seems like too much for her, so after discussing it with everyone, we decided to have Mayuri step in as a secondary vocalist.
デュエットは得意なんだ。カラオケで吹雪ちゃんとアニソンデュエットするといつも98点はいくよ。
Fubuki-chan is one of Mayuri's cosplay friends. I've never met her.
それは頼もしいな。どうだしやつ。これなら少しは気が楽だ。
Mayuri gives her a big smile. Then, still smiling, she trots over to Moeka.
そろそろシーナさんじゃなくってマユシーって呼んでほしいな。だってお友達でしょ。萌えさんって呼ぶから。
This is probably the first time anyone has ever said something like this to Moeka. She's as expressionless as always, but I can see a slight knit in her brow. Is she confused? No, that's not quite right. I catch her cheeks turning a faint red. She's just embarrassed. So this is how you can tell what's going through her mind. I've gotten better at reading her. Moeka finally nods.
よし、じゃあ一回全員で合わせてみるか。
そんじゃ行くお。
With everyone in the standby position, Daru hits his drumsticks. Moeka and Mayuri's twin vocals are way better than I could have imagined. If we had just done this from the start, there wouldn't have been any strange pressure on Moeka. We might actually be able to put together a submission video. I'm starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel. We just have to keep practicing. However, the arrival of an unforeseen agent of chaos stops our rehearsal in its tracks. We hear heavy footsteps on the stairs. It's him. Make no mistake, these footsteps belong to the owner of the Brawn Tube Workshop. This is bad. Did we make too much noise? Sure, he gave us permission to practice, but if the neighbors complained, that would be an entirely different issue. Everyone in the room exchanges nervous glances.
おう、やってんなおめえら。
Mr. Braun slowly enters the room, then looks around at us with a sharp glint in his eyes. Lukaku lets out a breath that almost sounds like a scream.
ああ、店長ごめん。ちょっとうるさかった？
Suzuha's used to dealing with Mr. Braun, so she doesn't seem too freaked out over his presence.
あ？うるせえのは仕方ねえだろ。昼間なら別に構わねえよ。それより岡部、ちょいと顔貸せや。
なんだと。
顔貸せって言ってんだ。話がある。
お
さっさと来い。
Without waiting for my reply, Mr. Braun stomps back down the stairs. What could he possibly want to talk to me about? Oh no, is he going to raise the rent? Crap, crap, crap. I have to stop him.
しっかりねオカリンファイトだにゃ
ラボの後輩この一戦にありだお。
骨は拾ってやるからな。嫌です。死なないでください、京馬さん。
Everyone seems to have the same idea of what's about to go down, seeing me off like a soldier going to war.
私、一緒に。
私も行こっか
Moeka and Suzuha are being considerate, but I feel that going with a group to talk about this would only sour Mr. Braun's mood, so I decide to head to the front lines alone.
来たぞ、ミスター・ブラウン。
When I enter the Braun Tube workshop, the man of the hour is in the middle of rummaging through the stuff in his desk.
のそこへ座れや。
There's a single round chair squeezed between all the Braun Tube TVs. This almost looks like an interrogation room. I reluctantly take a seat. What's about to happen? What's he going to say to me? How are things going to go down? My heart is racing a mile a minute. However, I do my best to mask my panic as I kick things off.
で、なんの用だ。
おめえ、この前、真夜中に萌香の部屋にいたろ。
はい
My voice jumped up 3 octaves. I could feel myself going pale, the blood draining from my body at the speed of light.
何の話を
やっぱり
Mr. Interrogator takes a folded up piece of paper and an envelope from his desk and stands imposingly in front of me.
部屋にな、男の匂いが残ってた。あと、ゴミ箱にカップ焼きそばが2つ、割り箸も2膳。
Shining finger, whatever happened to cleaning up the evidence?
俺じゃないかもしれないだろ
だから今鎌かけたんじゃねえか。なあ。
Mr. Executioner places his enormous hand on my shoulder with a thud and narrows one of his eyes. This is bad. He might really end up killing me. As I tremble in fear, Mr. Executioner's eyes sharpen and he gruffly asks,
どこまで行ってんだ。
どこまでというと。
あるだろ。男女の。とかよ。
なっ
I nearly fall off the chair.
待ってくれ。俺と指圧師はそんな関係ではない。この前だって仕事で部屋に寄っただけだ。やましいことは何もしてないぞ。本当です。
I didn't mean to cover myself in her underwear. It was all just a bad accident. Mr. Braun suddenly lets out a heavy sigh.
おめえと萌香じゃ何にも起きねえだろうなとは思ってたけどよ。
で
たく話になんねえな。
He holds the envelope out to me.
ほら、受け取れ。
なんだ。
昨日、町内会から回ってきたんだ。
I cautiously open it. Inside is a pair of movie tickets.
子供向けの映画なら、苗を連れてくところなんだがな。
What am I supposed to do with this? As I sit there confused, Mr. Braun thrusts another piece of paper at me.
感謝しろ。おめえのためにわざわざ作っておいてやったぜ。
これは
開けてみな。
Everything about this screams suspicious. I was expecting the man-beast to scream, "How dare you deflower Moeka," before ripping me to shreds or something. I'm certainly relieved that hasn't happened yet, but I still can't help but be on guard as I unfold the paper and look at its contents. Perfect date plan and points of notice. My brain can't catch up with reality.
いやー、つい青春時代を思い出しちまったぜ。若いってのはいいもんだ。
Mr. Braun gazes off into the distance. Meanwhile, all I can do is sit there with my jaw hanging low.
てなわけで、今度の日曜開けとけ。萌香には俺から言っといてやる。
ちょ待ってくれ。
なんや、うるせえな。キャーやわめくな。
あんたが無茶なことを言うからだ。
無茶？
だってそうだろう。なんで俺と指圧師がデートなんか。
嫌なのかてめえ。
Mr. Braun roars like a bear assaulting its prey. His muscular body looks like it's grown several times larger, causing me to jump in my chair.
あんな美人の娘とデートできるんだぞ。何が気に入られんだ。あ
A beauty like her, he's not wrong, but isn't he just a wee bit biased considering their relationship? I would be murdered on the spot if I said that.
いや、よく考えてみろミスター・ブラウン。そういうのはお互いの気持ちが大切だろ。俺はともかく指圧師が何と言うか。
それだったら案ずることはねえ。あいつはな、自分でも気づいてねえかもしれねえが、おめえを憎からず思ってるはずだ。喜ぶに決まってる。
そうなのか？
I'm reminded of what Mr. Braun said back at Moeka's place. Moeka likes me. Could that really be the case?
なあ、岡部よ。萌香ああいうやつだし、おめえもそういうやつだ。このままじゃ何も進展しねえまま終わっちまうだろう。だからとにかく一回でいい。デートしてやってくれ。頼む。
Mr. Braun suddenly bows his head down to me. I actually fall out of my chair from shock this time.
萌香、確かに愛想がねえし、可愛いことの一つも言えねえ。かなりの変わり者だと思う。けど本当にいい娘なんだ。そりゃおめえだって分かってくれるだろうな。
もちろん分かるから表を開けてくれミスター・ブラウン。
I stagger back up to my chair. Seeing Mr. Braun like this really throws me off. I think I prefer it when he's yelling at me.
あいつはよ、ちょっと不幸な生い立ちをしててな。俺が親代わりになるまでは、いろいろあったみてえなんだ。そのせいであんな風に人とまともに話すこともできねえ。感情を素直に表すこともできねえ。そんな人間になっちまったんだよ。
Mr. Braun looks up at the ceiling and lets out a long sigh. He's probably thinking of Moeka up in the lab. I remember what she said to me before.
昔何もかも嫌になって生きてる意味がわからなくなって死のうって思った時、天王寺のおじさんが親身になって助けてくれて、
初めて会った頃はな、今よりもっとひどかった。感情ってもんをどこかに落としちまったみてえに。いや、違うな。最初から感情なんてもんを持ってなかったみてえに。うずくまったまま動かねえんだ。どうにかこうにか人らしく生活できるようになって社会に出てからもよ、あいつはどうしても他人に心を開けなかった。そんな姿を見てると俺は不憫で仕方なくてな。
And just then, Mr. Braun's eyes look like they're shining. Even an ogre can shed tears.
それがよ、どんなわけがあるにしろ男のおめえを自分の部屋に招き入れるなんざ、これはもう奇跡以外の何もんでもねえだろな。少しずつだがあいつは変わり始めてるんだ、おめえたちと付き合うようになってから。だから頼む、あいつの心を開いてやってくれ。それが親代わりの俺の願いだ。
Mr. Braun once again bows his head to me.
ミスター・ブラウン。
I stand up and slip the movie tickets and kind of unnecessary memo into my pocket.
誰かの心を開くなんて、そんな大それたことができるのかどうかはよくわからないが、俺だってあいつを放ってはおけない。大切な仲間だからな。
すまね
え。ただし恋愛云々は別だぞ。勘違いするな。
分かったよ。たく、俺があと10若けりゃあんないい女絶対にほったかねえがな。
I'm telling you, you're just biased because you're her dad. Obviously, I don't say that aloud.
ありがとな、岡部。俺の話はこれでしまいだ。もう戻っていいぜ。
なあ。
I turn around and start to exit the Braun Tube workshop, but just before I make it out, I hear a voice from behind me.
おお、そうだ。最後にもう一つ言っておくことがあった。デートに行くときはよ、もう少し洒落た格好しろや。萌えかに恥かかせたらはっと打つからな。
I give him a pained smile. I'll do my best. On Sundays, cinema complexes are packed with families and couples. Cinema Complex, abbreviated as Cinecom, a movie theater that has multiple theater rooms and screens that all run different movies simultaneously. It only has one lobby, ticket counter, and concession stand. It's not uncommon to find cafes and restaurants located inside. Looking at the numbers, approximately 80% of all movie theaters in Japan are cinema complexes. The word complex refers to something that consists of many different but connected parts. In Japan, this word is commonly used to describe a person's feeling of being inferior to someone or something, but this is actually the wrong usage. Said feeling is actually referred to as an inferiority complex in the medical field. For some reason, only the word complex made it through the language barrier. They happily purchase their refreshments in the lobby before heading to their screen of choice, and mixed in with those happy people. Moeka and I are looking around us nervously. We stick out like a sore thumb. It's my first time coming to a place like this, much less on a date, and I have absolutely no idea what to do. Just to be safe, I check the perfect date plan and points of note concerning Cinema's memo that Mr. Braun gave me. When buying drinks and snacks you treat, don't even think of splitting the bill. No matter how boring the movie is, don't sleep. Sleep and I'll hit you. When the movie ends, talk about your thoughts in a fun way. This thing is useless. As I internally curse Mr. Braun, Oeka sends me an email. I'm sorry Tenoji-san can be pretty hard-headed once he settles on something.
あ、いや、俺も別にイヤイヤ来ているわけではないから気にするな。
In a rare moment for her, Moeka wears her feelings on her face. Whether out of surprise or confusion, her eyes blink rapidly behind her glasses. Her deep amber-colored eyes stare right at me. I immediately start walking to hide my own embarrassment.
映画始まる。中に入るぞ。
Moeka and I enter the theater and sit down in a pair of seats that just happen to be open. The film's a romance. That said, the story doesn't just blindly focus on the romantic elements. There are plenty of funny and sad moments, making it the perfect date flick. The lead is an actress popular in women's magazines, and actually, she kind of looks like Moeka. When said actress embraces the man she loves while in bed with him, the two begin to whisper sweet nothings to one another. This is starting to get a little awkward. Feeling the need to cool off, I reach for my drink. Moeka just happens to do so at the same time, and our hands gently touch.
すまん。
We both hurriedly pull our hands back. Hey, wait a second. Are we a middle school couple or, well, you've got the experience of one. While reflecting my own lameness, the spot on my hand that touched hers feels oddly warm. What am I supposed to do? The concept of a date doesn't even exist within the perfect framework that is Ho-Oh and Kyoma's mind. Framework, the fundamental philosophy that underlies the way a person goes about thinking of a thing or business strategy. In computer terminology, it refers to the base software in which an application is developed. The tension-filled 2 hours fly by. 2 hours? Ooh, that's a long movie. After the movie, there's a stylish little cafe in the lobby, so we decide to have a coffee. I
恋
can't.
愛映画なんてほとんど見たことがなかったが、ちゃんと腰を据えてみればなかなか面白いものだな。
小説を書く時の刺激になった
小説？ああ、例の携帯小説か。そういえば、あれって恋愛ものだったよな。
そう
しかも、女の子たちに大人気なんだよな。
一応
デートシーンとかどうしてるんだ？
According to Mr. Braun, Moeka has about as much romance experience as I do. So how is she writing that sort of stuff?
勘？
なんとなくだいたいイメージで
そうか。
Considering the praise she receives from readers, she must be one hell of a talented writer. Putting Kurisu aside, who seems to just be in love with the idea of love itself, Mayuri, Lukaku, and Ferris all said it was a good read.
千厚氏は才能があるんだな。あの本、かなり売れてるそうじゃないか。
最近ちょっと
I'm having some trouble. The story's gotten super serious, but I'm not sure how to wrap it all up.
大変だな。すまないが、俺は読んだことがないんだ。どんな話なんだ？
The protagonist is kind of traumatized. She thinks that nobody needs her. At first, she's kind of an introvert. Then she meets a guy a lot at work and falls in love. For the first time in her life, she feels like somebody needs her. And so she gradually becomes more cheerful and outgoing. That's the main. So you're projecting, is what you're saying. You're projecting. Okay, I see. It's pretty orthodox overall, but sounds like a nice little tale. The problem is that around the point when the protagonist is trying to get back on her feet, she says this to the boy she loves. People are able to live their lives because they're needed by others. If no one needs them, what point is there in living? The boy desperately wants to tell her that that's not true, but I just can't think of the right line for him. What can he say that would help her stand on her own 2 feet? As I read Moeka's texts, I find myself nodding. Yes, this is a toughie. The more you try to polish the text with cool lines or rhetorical flourishes, the larger the chance that the reader can't follow the story.
そうだな。こういう時は割とストレートな方が。
I raise my eyes from my cell phone screen to speak directly at Moeka, and Moeka's gaze is pointed directly behind me.
どうした？
Moeka frantically turns her eyes back to me. Out of curiosity, I turn around, and there I see a family happily walking through the lobby. There's a young girl, maybe an elementary school student, smiling as she holds hands with her mother and father. It seems as though Moeka was watching them. And then suddenly, I can hear Mr. Braun's words in the back of my head.
あいつはよ、ちょっと不幸な生い立ちをしててな。俺が親代わりになるまでは、いろいろあったみてえなんだ。
いや。
I grab my coffee off the table and gulp it down. I definitely just burned my tongue. That's going to suck when it starts to peel.
そろそろ行くか。ミスター・ブラウン、次はどこへ行けというの？
I look at the aforementioned useless memo. Listed on it are a host of different locations like Takejima and Odaiba, among others, the most cliché date spots you could think of, along with the transportation needed to reach them. Just as Mr. Braun instructed, we ended up visiting a handful of different spots. This goes without saying, but all the popular places are jam-packed with visitors. It is the summer after all. In the end, I could no longer tell whether we were on a date or if we had been tossed into some life or death survival game. It was time to give up. After barely escaping a date spot with our lives, we decided to swing by an arcade in Akiba and play some games and grab dinner at a restaurant near the station.
やっぱりここが落ち着くな。
今日は
Moeka tries to say something, but the second I look up at her, she goes quiet and reaches for her cell phone. Thanks for today. I had a blast. I think I'm starting to fall for you, Okabe. No, I think you already fell for him. Okay, you're not fooling anybody. Well, maybe Okabe. You might be fooling Okabe because Okabe is not very smart, but you're not fooling most people. I think back to what Mr. Braun said about her liking me, and my heart skips a beat. However, reacting to this would look super lame, so I try my best to respond coolly.
なあ、いや、こっちこそ。それなりに楽しかったぞ、試合。
Could you stop calling me Shining Finger? It's super uncute.
では何と呼べばいいのだ？
Well, it would be nice if you called me Moeka.
そんな恥ずかしいことができるか？
But you call Sheena-san Mayuri, right?
あれは幼馴染だからだ。
You're all upset now. Damn her. I can't tell if she's serious or if she's trying to mess with my head. I try to get a read on her intentions by looking at her face, but she quickly turns away. I'm gonna get going, okay? Thank you so much for today. We're gonna be recording our performance soon, right? I'm gonna give it my all. I want to make something awesome with everyone. After sending me another email, she waves at me. Moeka starts to walk in the direction of her apartment. Then, after putting a little distance between the two of us, she sends me another email. Oh, and I'll tell Tenoji-san that the date was super boring, and that you're totally not into me at all. I think he'll understand. Anyway, bye-bye. I quietly watch as Moeka disappears into the distance. I finally make up my mind and type up a response. Well, I wouldn't mind accompanying you to the movies every now and then, Shining Finger. Just keep in mind it wouldn't be a date or anything as mainstream as that. It would be as research for your novel. Don't get the wrong idea. Okay, Sue. It takes a moment. I notice Moeka turn around in the distance, presumably because my email reached her. She's too far away for me to see her face, but I think she's looking my way. As throngs of people at the station come to and fro, the two of us simply stand there, looking at each other. And then finally, after her usual slight hand wave, Moeka disappears into the sea of pedestrians. The sounds of nervous gulping fill the air. In front of us is the digital video camera that we borrowed from Lukaku's family. Of course, it's the latest model. Lukaku's father bought it so that he could record every minute and second of his beautiful Lukaku's growth.
どうだ？
今のはいけたんじゃないかしら。
大丈夫だったと思うな。
The submission deadline for Nico Diaz we tried to perform our favorite anime song contest is today. In fact, the deadline's just an hour away. Mr. Braun warned us against making noise at night, but we don't have the luxury of worrying about that right now. As much as we would love to give it another 20 tries, we just don't have any time. It's do or die.
時間は大丈夫なの？
あと20分だ。
なあ、データを PC にコピーして編集してでもうギリギリじゃね？
Daru takes the storage card out from the video camera and runs it to the computer. He pushes it into the slot and starts frantically operating the mouse.
ダル、位置を確認させろ。
んなことやってる暇ないよ。
Daru's fidgeting intensely, waiting for the data to finish transferring to the computer.
しかしだな。
ファイルを作るのが先よ岡部。どのみち今のテイクしかないんだから。
確かにそうか。
She's right. As much as it pains me to admit it, this is the only take we have where nobody made any mistakes. Regardless of the quality, we need to use it.
よし、頼んだぞダル。
オーキードーキー。
After a little while, the video data finally finishes copying to the PC.
よしよしよし。あとはこれを。
He opens the editing software and cuts off useless chunks of footage from before and after the performance. He then plugs in the title screen and other bits he prepared beforehand. And then finally, he exports it as a single complete file.
よし、できたお。
おお。
危なかったお。あと10分って。
1回だけならプレビューする時間ありそうね。
動画をウップする準備してるから、その間に見てみるお。
Upload up. Uppies. Uppies.
ほら、始圧し。お前もこっちに来い。
Moeka stands next to me and looks at the screen.
ワクワクするにゃー。早く見せてタルくん。
あのねまゆし、そこはもっと恥じらうように言ってくれる？
早く見せてタルくん。
いいからさっさと再生しろ変態。
はいはい。
Daru clicks on the file and the video begins to play. To be completely honest, we are super bad. There's literally no way that we'll be able to win the prize money with a performance like this. The dream is dead. But quite frankly, nobody here really cares about the money anymore. I mean, sure, we sound terrible, but we all look like we're having a blast. Especially Moeka. She's doing her very best to sing out loud, and Mayuri's giving it her all to back her up. All the other Labnins are performing their hearts out, trying to elevate the vocalist as much as they can. And yes, from time to time, Kurisu and I glare at each other after clashing sounds. But everyone just looks so alive. Yes, that's all that matters. As far as I'm concerned, this operation is a success. The performance finally comes to an end. The peanut gallery can't help but voice their surprise and awe. Mayuri and Ferris start clapping their hands in applause.
すごいすごい。まあ演奏は正直あれだけど、みんな楽しそうだからこれでいいにゃ。
そうね。OK ってことにしましょうか。
Kurisu flashes us a somewhat strained smile.
なんといっても、ほら、ベースがものすっごく上手だから聞き応えあるし。
いやー、ギターにはかなわんぞ。
京馬さんも牧瀬さんも仲良くしましょう。仲良く。
よし、準備完了。それじゃ動画をウップするお。
With everything on the submission page filled out, the time had finally come to submit it to Mikonia.
ああ、やってくれ。
それ、ポチッとな。
Daru's finger moves to click the mouse, but then Moeka grabs Daru's hand and stops him.
え、
始圧し。
どうした？何？
Moeka's quietly muttering something. I bring my ear closer to her mouth.
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry.
だからどうしたんだ？
While we were busy talking about how the video came out, Moeka had just stood there in silence. That's not particularly rare for her, so I paid it no mind, but there's clearly something wrong with her. Her face is paler than usual, and she's biting her lip, trembling. The area between her eyebrows is furrowed just slightly.
今見てて気がついた。
え？
間違えてる。
何を？
私おかしい。間違えてる。
え？
ごめんなさい。
For the first time ever, I see Moeka Kiryu shed tears before my very eyes.
それじゃあまた明日ね。
おやすみなさい、京馬さん。
おやすみにゃー。おやすみ。
ああ、気をつけて帰れよ。
The lab men start leaving in small groups.
ねえまゆり、電車あるの？私のホテルに泊まってく？
本
うん、遠慮しないでいいわよ。
I was concerned that Mayuri might miss the last train, but if she's going to stay with Kurisu, she'll be fine. Of course, Daru and I will be staying at the lab. As for Moeka,
どうしてるだろうな、あいつ。
with all that had happened, we decided not to upload the video. There was no time to do a retake. Some of the lab nims proposed that a tiny mistake in the lyrics wasn't a big deal, but in the end, we opted not to send it in. Moeka hung her head in shame the entire time. When the submission deadline finally passed, she bowed her head and apologized before running out of the lab. We tried to tell her not to beat herself up over it, that we would just do better next time, but our words could no longer reach her. We were all worried about Moeka, but none of us could find the words necessary to comfort her. I take out my cell phone and shoot her an email. Did you make it home without any problems? Make sure you eat. We had spent the entire day filming, and Moeka was so nervous that she barely ate. If she's too depressed to eat, she might end up collapsing from fatigue. I wait to hear back from her, but there's no reply. There's no reply from the queen of texting, Shining Finger. On any other day, it would only take seconds before I would get a barrage of replies from her.
どうした視圧師。
I'm starting to get really concerned. I send another email. Are you at home? Get back to me. But again, there's no response. Where are you? Are you not home? Say something. Why won't you reply to me? In a panic, I send a barrage of emails. Hey, Shining Finger, just get back to me. Got it? But no matter how many I send, there's no reply. I'm beside myself with worry. I run into the lab, inform Daru of the situation, and immediately head out into the city. From just outside of Moeka's apartment building, I can see that the light in her room is on.
なんだ、いるじゃないか。
I walk up the stairs and stop in front of her door.
おい、シアツシ。
However, just like with my emails, there's no answer.
おい。
More knocking, but it's no good. Moeka's that depressed over all this? I can see it in my mind. I can see her curled up in her room, holding her knees. Unable to restrain myself any longer, I start violently banging on the door.
いるんだろ、シアツシ。萌えか。
And then, I can just barely make out the sounds of someone shuffling to the door. Moeka's voice is frail.
いるなら返事くらいしろ。あとメールの返信も。おかげで心配してしまったではないか。当たり前だろ。
The door opens a little. Moeka timidly peeks out from inside. Behind her glasses, her eyes are completely red. Not the kind of red from overwork or lack of sleep. She's clearly been crying. Her eyelids are a little swollen, and upon closer inspection, I see traces of tears on her cheeks. I doubt Moeka's ever cried in front of anyone before. She moves her hair with her hands to cover her eyes, like she's embarrassed to show her feelings.
大丈夫か。そうか。ならいいが。あと、ちゃんと食べるんだぞ。お前昼から何も口にしてないだろう。わかったか。
Overcome with relief, I instinctively start to pat Moeka on the head. It kind of reminds me of how I interact with Mayuri. I know she's technically older than me, but I can't help but see her as a little kid right now.
心配させたお返しだ。それじゃな。
As I turn to leave, Moeka pulls on my sleeve from behind. I turn around to see Moeka looking down, still holding onto my sleeve.
なんだ。
何か。
おお、やっと食欲が出てきたか。それはよかった。
一緒にどうかな。
え？
Moeka finally looks up at me. Her eyes say it all. Please don't leave me alone. I nod my head and decide to join her.
今夜もまたカップ焼きそばか？
違う。明太子パスタ。
Just like before, slurping sounds echo throughout the room. And because I don't know what that is, I'm going to Google it because I like knowing about foods. Mentaiko. What is mentaiko pasta?
Stream elements. Said. Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
Oh, it's a fusion of Japanese and Western cuisine. So it's pasta, and then the mentaiko is apparently a specific spicy marinated cod or pollock roe. And then it's got cream. Ooh, that sounds really, really good. Ooh. The combination of creamy sauce and spicy mentaiko creates a unique and delicious. Ooh. Now I want to try mentaiko. Mentaiko pasta. Okie dokie. Just like before, slurping sounds echo throughout the room. Except it's not yakisoba this time, just regular pasta. Hey, regular pasta is some of the best food you can possibly eat. I glance around her apartment while I eat. The place has gotten a lot messier since I last cleaned it. As usual, there's a wide assortment of books, papers, and plastic bags all over the place. Inside said bags are cans of alcohol and various snacks. The reason the place smells a little like alcohol is probably because she was drinking. There are empty cans all over her table. Drinking without putting anything in her stomach is a bad look, but then I remembered that she probably came home depressed and couldn't help herself.
しやつし、お前結構飲むんだな。酒、好きなのか？
別にそうでも。
そうか。
I can't keep a conversation going. Quite frankly, I really want to talk about what happened back at the lab. But I don't want to do anything that will make her feel worse, so I just shut up and eat more pasta. Done with the food, I head toward the kitchen to throw away the empty container.
Koに捨てればいいのか？
I toss it all into a plastic bag filled with convenience store bento boxes and other empty containers. Back in the other room, Moeka has stopped eating and is now typing into her phone. Her fingerwork is as magnificent as always, her slender digits gliding over the different keys. I'm sorry for worrying you like this. I'm an open book, apparently. I guess not mentioning what happened at the lab is actually more suspicious than just bringing the subject up right off the bat.
まあ、今回は残念だったが、いくらでもチャンスはある。みんなも言っていたろ？次また頑張ればいいことだ。な。
But I have no confidence in myself. I'm always causing trouble for the people around me. I've always been this way.
でもそれは。
Isn't that the same for anyone? Just as I'm about to say this, I get another email from Moeka. Sometimes I wonder why I'm even here. When I tilt my head to the side, my phone rings again. Nobody needs me. People are able to live their lives because they're needed by others. But if no one needs them, what point is there in living? I take a long, hard look at Moeka's face. She quickly averts her eyes. The room is engulfed in silence. I can even hear the sounds of cars driving around in the city. That's how heavy the silence is. After reading Moeka's email again, I hold my cell phone screen out to her.
なあ、始圧師。これはあれか？お前が書いている携帯小説の一部。その中に出てくるかわいそうなヒロインのセリフか？そうなんだろ？
I sit motionless, waiting for her answer. Moeka runs her fingers over the keys on her phone. Her white, slender fingertips press the keys, but I can tell that she's erasing what she typed over and over again. And then, finally, Moeka speaks with her own mouth.
バカなことを言うな。
Moeka raises her eyes from her screen and looks at me in surprise. I bring myself just a little closer to her.
だってお前にはお前を必要としてる人間がたくさんいるじゃないか。
Moeka's eyes open wide. Her mouth is opening and closing. It looks like she's trying to say something but can't find the words. Moeka's fingers move across the keyboard. She's trying to type something in. I extend my hand to stop her. My hand covers hers. Moeka's hand is warm and just a little moist. Her fingers are so delicate that they feel like they could break at any moment, but they're also soft, beautiful, and trembling. I made a grave mistake giving her the nickname Shining Finger. That's just how beautiful her hand is.
頼む、萌か。その口で言ってくれ。俺やラボの仲間たち、そしてミスター・ブラウン。お前のことを大切に思っている人はたくさんいる。そう、たくさんいるんだ。お前はそれでもいらない人間なのか？そう思うのか？
I can tell that Moeka is desperately trying to find her voice. Her eyes are full of pain and loneliness, but there's also a crazed longing within them.
私を必要だと思ってる。
ああ。
岡部君私のこと必要？
もちろんだ。
でも私は
なんで逃げるんだ？自分が必要とされることから。なぜ？
Tears start welling up in Moeka's eyes. A few of them roll down her cheeks, landing atop my hand.
私いらない子だってずっと言われ続けてずっとだから本当に自分はいらない子なんだってずっと思ってて ないこの私なら誰も私を見ない。誰も私に期待しない。誰も私に失望しない。だから私
ならもう諦めろ、萌香。俺には、俺たちにはお前が必要だ。だからいつも期待してる。そしてお前が悲しめば俺は失望する。
Moeka's tears are suddenly streaming down her cheeks. Radiant little beads of moisture trickle down from both of her eyes. Eventually, they start gushing. Moeka buries her face into my chest and starts crying loudly. She lets her emotions just hang out. Her cries are like those of an innocent child. I quietly listen to Moeka's crying voice as I lend her my chest. This is likely the first time she's ever expressed her own feelings so directly. The next morning,
心配かけてごめん。
with all the lab nymphs present and accounted for, Moeka bows her head apologetically. To me, it seems like less of an apology for what happened last night, and more of an apology for not noticing that everyone here cares about her.
いいのよ、別に謝らなくて。
そうだよ。萌さんが元気になっただけでまゆしんは嬉しいのです。ありがとう。
Then, Moeka smiles at everyone and gives them a warm, pure smile.
ついに桐生氏が出れた。
変態はなんでそっちへ話を持っていきたがるのかしらね。
だけどさ、桐生萌香はその方がいいね。笑ってる方がずっといい。
そうですね。とっても可愛らしいです。
Moekas? Moeka turns bright red and starts to fidget uncomfortably. I don't think anyone here has seen this side of her. She quickly flees behind me. Actually, she's pretty much just holding me. The lab imps turn their gaze to Moeka hiding behind me. They then immediately look at me.
ああ。ほほー。そういうことですか。
マユシ全然知らなかったよ。
許さない、絶対に許さない。オカリンのくせにボッチを脱出するなんて。
ちょっと待ってお前ら、なんか勘違いしてるぞ。
そういえばさ、いつだったかラジカンに二人っきりでいたよね。
柳林神社に2人で来たのもやっぱりデートだったんですね。
にゃにゃ、これはスキャンダルにゃ。
だからお前ら話を聞け。
Meanwhile, Moeka is still clinging to me from behind, her face undoubtedly bright red. How the hell am I going to clear up this misunderstanding? But then I realized something. Who cares? What's there to clear up? I still don't know that much about Moeka. What kind of girl is she really? What does she like? What makes her smile? We've only just made it to the starting line. So who knows, maybe I will totally fall in love with her. Maybe I won't. It'll take some time before I know one way or the other. Thanks, Okabe-kun. I'm really glad that I met you. I really am. P.S. We're having tonkatsu ramen tonight. I'll be waiting for you. I then turn to look at Moeka. I give her a I feel dizzy as my vision distorts. I've lost all sense of reality. And then, once again, the world begins to take shape. I know this feeling. Reading Steiner. The D-mail worked. Cat Maiden's Domain. Oh dear. What are we about to get into? My movement is staggered. I place my hand against the wall to hold myself up. After recovering from the side effects of reading Steiner, I move on to checking the current situation. I immediately look down at my right arm. I want to see what new wallpapers we just unlocked. As you said, we unlocked some wallpapers, right? Oh, we got Moeka now. That has a good picture of Moeka. It's gone. Future gadget number 12, the infernal machine that had been torturing Kurisu and I up until now, has vanished without a trace. Ah, mouse.
よし。
何が良かったの？オカリン。
Mayuri pauses what appears to be her homework to look up at me.
あ、いや、ちょっといいアイデアを思いついたな。
またどうせろくでもないこと考えたんでしょ。
Kurisu unleashes her snark on me as she grabs a drink from the fridge. I attempt to casually pry her for information.
助手。未来ガジェットの開発は今どこまで進んでいる？何号機まで開発した？
頭大丈夫？さっき円卓会議とやらで自分で言ってたじゃない。
いいから答えろ。何号機だ
？11号機よ。
Then that means... So after the phone wave, it looks like we went to make number 9, Return of the Tear-Stained Goddess, number 10, Surprise Specs, and number 11, One Skew Prevails. This is the scenario I had hoped for. In this world line, I rejected Ferris's idea for number 12. The D-mail appears to have worked just as planned. My body awash with relief, I sit down on the couch. Mayuri stretches out off to my side.
今日の宿題はここまでにしようかな。
何？さっき始めたばっかりじゃない。
だってね、マユシーは最近ちょっとお疲れ気味なのです。
そんなに忙しいの？
メイクインのアルバイトが大変なんだ。
At Ferris's behest, Mayuri has apparently been working double shifts over at the cafe.
そういえばここんとこいつメイクインに行ってもマユシいるよね。
Daru takes a break from watching a Nico Nia video live stream to chime in.
マユリがいるとお客さんが増えるからじゃないの？ほら、マユリって可愛いし。
そういうわけじゃないんだよ。
She doesn't elaborate. Curious. Mayuri's cell phone starts to ring. She grabs it from her bag and checks to see who the caller is before lifting it to her ear.
もしもし、エリスちゃん？
Unsurprisingly, it's from Ferris.
今から？
Mayuri glances at the pocket watch she always carries with her. She frowns a bit before nodding to her phone and answering.
あんまり遅くまでは無理だけど大丈夫だよ。じゃあこれから行くね。
After hanging up, Mayuri begins to pack all her homework into her bag.
メイクインに行くのか？
今日バイトの予定だったミヤちゃんがね、やっちゃったんだって。人手が足りなくて困ってるらしいんだ。
なんですとミヤニャンが辞めた？
Daru suddenly leaps up out of his chair. Considering how often Daru's at May Queen, it's not terribly surprising that he's familiar with all the maids there.
残念だけどそうみたい。
今度オリジナルの PC を組んであげる約束してたのにブロークンハートだお。
ダルくん、元気出して。
ありがとうマユシ。ちなみに今のをもっと優しく言ってくれればさらに元気出るかも。そうそう、それでね、元気の部分を取っちゃってください。
Ah, Lord. Kurisu and I simultaneously smack the living hell out of our perverted companion.
何怒ってるの、オカリン。
お前は知らなくていい。ほら、さっさとメイクインに行ってこい。
Mayuri grabs her bag and hurries outside. With everything said and done, I take a moment to inspect the lab and the future gadgets. The results of my examination reveal that number 11 is where the production line ends, and that there aren't any huge differences between the swirled line and the last. I let out a sigh of relief, but unbeknownst to me, a new, more powerful threat was looming in the shadows. The afternoon of the next day, I'm out shopping in Akiba with Mayuri. Hello. After practicing with Samedare for so long, I started to feel like maybe I put on some muscles. I went to go lift the power stone at our shrine, but it's still way too heavy. I bet you would have no problem picking it up, Kioma-san. You mean that round one? I had a new idea for a gadget that could replace number 12, so I came here to get the necessary parts. I keep us busier than usual for a Sunday, with crowds populating not just Shiodori, but the back alleys as well. I feel like I'm going to lose track of my Yuri the second I take my eyes off of her. The fact that she can use Stardust Handshake or Sneaking Fade to just up and vanish doesn't make things any easier for me. That's why I need to be extra careful. Unfortunately, my keeping my eyes locked on the Yuri means that I'm barely paying attention to the crowds in front of me, and I end up bumping shoulders with someone.
まゆしも一緒かにゃ。お買い物かにゃ。
Ferris glances down at my bag.
お風呂とメイドとパンダを作るんだよ。
お風呂とメイドとパンダではない。フルオートメイズパンナーだ。
It's fully automated popcorn cooking device. Cooking popcorn at home is more trouble than it should be. You have to put the seeds into the frying pan, make sure they don't burn. It's all a hassle, and your arms get tired too. Anybody who's ever made the instant popcorn you can find in stores knows what I'm talking about. Hence the reborn number 12, the latest future gadget. All we have to do is exchange the head of a shoulder massage device with a frying pan and then attach a heater to its bottom. After that, just put the popcorn, butter, and salt into the machine and hold it. Popcorn. The wide world of kitchens will be revolutionized by this breathtaking advancement in culinary science. By the way, maize is actually another word for corn. I just thought it sounded amazing. Amazing. As for panner, that's just a word I made up by adding some extra letters to pan. I think it pans out pretty well. Ferris intently listens as I explain the details of the project to her.
ところで、フェイリスはこれからどこに行くんだ？ラボか？
失われた13の記憶を探しに。
いや、それはやめておけ、フェイリスニャンニャン。それを知った時、お前はお前ではなくなるんだ。
そんにゃー。じゃあフェイリスは今のまま可愛い子猫でいろというのかにゃ。
それが神の与えし運命ということであれば。
Whenever Ferris and I talk, things always get weird. It's a hassle. Anyway.
本当はそうしたいんだけど無理だにゃ。今からお店で仕事なんだにゃ。フェリスちゃん大丈夫？全然お休みしてないでしょ。それは平気。人気者だから仕方ないにゃ。
Ferris flashes her pearly white teeth at us in a big smile. But I can see the shadows beneath both of her eyes. She's done well to hide them with makeup, but I know those eyes. I've seen them when I look into the mirror after pulling an all-nighter. She's got dark circles under her eyes.
フェイリス、お前。
I start to speak but find myself getting cut off by Ferris herself.
さてと、そろそろ
Ferris waves at us before turning to head toward May Queen. I speak to Mayuri, my eyes still locked on Ferris.
随分大変そうだな。フェリス。
マユシーは心配なのです。
そもそもバイトのシフトなんて普通は店長あたりが調整するものだろ。そんなことまでやらされてる。フェリスは。
Mayuri starts to say something but hesitates. I give her a curious look, and she hurriedly continues.
フェリスちゃんはメイドさんたちのチーフをやってるんだよ。だからみんなのお姉さんなの。
ああ、そういうことか。
Yes, I heard that people used to compete with each other by trying to lift it during some festival. It's really interesting how this thing that people used to lift over 100 years ago is just sitting here at our shrine. Makes sense to me. Stones are inorganic. There's nothing weird about them being hundreds of years old. In other words, she's like a middle manager for all the maids. It seems every industry has its tough management positions. Mayuri nods. I've always figured Ferris to be kind of childish. What with her meowing and weird delusions. That said, she seems to have a lot on her plate at work. Impressive. My ear keeps getting all itchy. I don't know why my ear keeps getting itchy. But since I've got the headphones, it's a bit hard to. Anyway. I can't help but find myself seeing the cat-eared maid in a more positive light. But then... Ferris suddenly screams out. Surprised, I look up and find Ferris has been cornered by a handful of men in a back alley.
Yo, ご機嫌はいかがかな？かわいいシャム猫ちゃん。
I recognize the man in front. He's...
おいてめえ、まさか今からこの店に入るってんじゃねえだろうな。いいか、これは熱くほど走る伊達丸の血を宿した俺からの忠告だ。この店に行くのはやめておくんだな。さもないとブリリアントな罠に籠絡されちまうぜ。
That's right. He's that weirdo who stalked me in front of May Queen and started going on about all sorts of nonsense.
マユリ、お前はここで待ってろ。
あ、待ってよ。マユシーも行くよ。
ダメだ。危ないからここにいろ。
I immediately rush over to Ferris.
おい！
あ、長男。
なんだお前。
The men glare at me. Upon closer inspection, he doesn't seem to be your run-of-the-mill delinquent. Judging by his fashion sense, he strikes me as somebody who'd be hanging around Shibuya, not Akiba. He's also wearing what appears to be high-spec sunglasses, a necklace, and a wristwatch. The men around him are also decked out. These guys are more dangerous than your everyday delinquents, but I can't just leave a friend in need.
フェイリスに何か用か？
お前みたいなノーバディには関係ねえ話さ。引っ込んでな。
Persona non grata. Is that even English? What's this guy rambling about? No, technically that's Latin. That's not English. Welcome to Makise Kurisu's Tips Corner. In this case, okay. In this case, persona non grata means someone unwelcome or someone unneeded. The perfect way to describe you, Okabe. Kurisu would later rub salt into the wound. Unsurprising, to say the least.
関係ならある。フェイリスは俺の仲間だ。
恥ずかしげもなくくだらねえことを。
The man looks around, his eyes stopping at Mayuri behind me. He smirks and starts to laugh.
お前、フェイリスだけじゃなく、マユシーニャンニャンとも知り合いか。
What? He knows Mayuri. Just who in the hell is this guy? As I try to explain things out in my head, he starts to explain himself.
俺がなぜこの女どもを知っているかって？それはな、一度手に入れようと思った女の顔は絶対に忘れねえからさ。
なんだと？
Make them his. How can I stay calm after hearing something as demeaning as that?
なんだお前。さてはあの女の彼氏か。いきなり顔色が変わりやがったな。
そうではない。あいつは我が野望にとって大切な人質なのだ。貴様になど渡せるか。
そんなに怒るなよ。なに、あの女を俺のこれにしようって話じゃねえ。
Seemingly still misunderstanding the situation, the man crudely shoves out his pinky finger. Then, after dramatically posing in the most heavy-handed way humanly possible, he pulls out a business card. I take it from him and glance down. Amusement, hospitality, planner, hyper cafe producer, entertainment, food coordinator. His excessively gaudy business card is riddled with a confusing array of words and terms, and under them, an even gaudier font, is what appears to be his name, the Shido. How the hell am I supposed to read this? Wait. 4 can be read as she and do as degrees. He's a total Chiuni Bayo. Even the great Hyoen Kyoma can do naught but recoil in embarrassment.
俺はな、見ての通り、世界を股にかけるハイパープロデューサーであり、凄腕プランナーであり、そして秋葉原メイドカフェ界に舞い降りた黒き貴公子なのさ。
I stand there, dumbfounded by the nonsense this weirdo is spouting out. What the hell is he getting at? What's the point of all this? Amidst my bewilderment, Ferris angrily chimes in.
要するに、フェイリスとマユシーを自分がプロデュースしてるメイドカフェに引き抜こうとしてるんだにゃ。
ありていに言えばそういうことだ。あんたからも言ってやってくれ、この女どもに。奇跡のフードプロデューサーの店で働くようにとな。
何度も何度もしつこいにゃ。そんな話は聞けないと言ったはずにゃ。マユシーもお断りします。
Mayuri clearly states her intent.
そんなことを言っていいのかな。いくら意地を張ってたって、お前たちの働く場所はもうじき俺の店しかなくなるんだ。
Upon hearing this, Ferris's expression turns sour.
一体どういうことだ？それは。
どういうことも何も。秋葉のメイドカフェはすべて俺の店になるんだからな。
Shindo grins at my shocked expression. He gives his subordinates what I can only assume is his signal to leave.
まあ、よく考えるんだな、フェイリスニャンニャン。今俺の店に来れば3倍のギャラを出してやるぜ。 それだけの価値があるからな。その代わり俺に逆らったら二度とこの町では働けなくしてやる。
Bro, she literally owns the town. Okay, she owns the town. Fool don't even know. Trifling ass. I'm sorry, I'm not very good at chemistry. I did 15 swings with Samedare today. I thought I was going to faint from the heat. Be careful of heat stroke, Kyoma. In all seriousness, guys, be very careful of heat stroke. It is one of the leading causes of weather death. Heat stroke is not something to fuck around with. Shindo takes his men and leaves. As Ferris glares at his back, I can just barely make out the tears forming in her eyes. After everything that happened with Shindo, I had to make Queen with Ferris in the hopes of learning more about the situation. Ferris paces back and forth, clearly seething with rage. Even though it's lunchtime, the place is empty. That's why Ferris is showing off a side of herself she would never show a customer. Mayushi Nyan, the girl formerly known as Mayuri, places multiple apple teas onto the table. Ferris sits across from me and takes a sip. Ferris looks lost and confused for some reason. She turns her gaze to Mayuri. Mayuri gently urges her. Ferris takes another sip of the apple tea Mayuri made, then starts summarizing the situation. Things are even crazier than I had imagined. The third Akihabara Maid Cafe War. I have no idea whether they're actually a first or a second, but the way Ferris described this great war made it sound incredibly dire. Akihabara being the place it is, competition between maid cafes has always been fierce. It's not terribly rare for a Cafe A to become Cafe B only a month later. Things change quickly. But recently, something strange has started happening in the maid cafe circuit. It all started when Shindo appeared. Apparently, Shindo originally designed normal cafes and food courts. He eventually made use of his strong social skills to talk his way into major investment funds, which helped him to sneak into the maid cafe industry with a whole lot of cash to back him up. Shindo's joints were all hugely successful. Of course they were. The establishments produced by Shindo had bags of money backing them up. This money was used to scout top talent from other cafes and even bring in gravure idols. Of course, if that was the extent of it, that would just be business. Some of the services he offered were borderline industry levels of skeevy. He put the competition out of business by starting price wars that they could never hope to win. Much of the competition would then fall into financial holes, at which point Shindo would swoop in with the buyout. As a result, most of the maid cafes in Akiba are now backed by Shindo to some degree or another. The only exceptions are Meikun and a handful of old, well-established shops. This whole thing is unbelievable.
すごいことになってるな。
うん。それでね、メイクインもメイドさんがみんな辞めていっちゃうの。マキちゃんもミヤちゃんも姫ちゃんもシドさんにものすごく脅かされて。
そうか。
That would explain why Ferris and Mayuri had been working overtime. The thought of Shindo's cowardly tactics begins to get my blood boiling.
通りの向こう側を見てみるにゃ。
Prompted by Ferris, I look outside the window and spot a flashy sign on the building across from us. The picture on it is an illustration by a famous artist. Even I know who they are. The maid cafe goes by the name of Pudding Princess Mode. It takes up the second and third floors of the building. Visible from here are the throngs of customers.
あれもシドの店か。
I basically groan out my words, and Ferris nods, clearly
メイド
frustrated.
さんを引き抜かれるってことはね、今日がお客さんを一緒に連れて行かれちゃうことなんだにゃ。
そうか。だから日曜のこんな時間だとね。
Up until just a moment ago, I was puzzling over why the cafe was empty. It all makes sense now. This should be one of the busiest times of the day, but we're the only ones here. Actually, there were a lot of empty seats the last time I dropped in too. The May Queen that I know and love would never be that empty.
でもシドの店は絶対にメイドカフェなんかじゃないにゃ。シドはメイドさんにも秋葉の文化にも全く興味がなくて、ただお金が儲かればそれでよくって、あんなメイドさんたちに露出の高い服を着せて本当は嫌がってるのに、お金で釣ったり脅したりしてエッチなポーズをさせたり。フェイリスは思うにゃ、メイドさんが楽しくしてなかったらお客さんだって心の底から楽しめるわけがないんだって。メイドさんが心の底から笑ってるからお客さんも一緒に笑えるんだって。
Ferris's eyes begin to tear up as a mix of anger and sadness washes over her.
こんなことで大事なメイクインが潰されちゃうなんて悔しい。秋葉の文化をあんなやつにめちゃくちゃにされて悔しい。
フェイリス。
フェリスちゃん。
No, I don't know much about maid
Stream
cafes.
elements.
I only really come
Said.
to Maid Queen because
Stay
Ferris and
moist, my
Mayuri
friends,
are
hydrate.
always here. I've never given other places much thought. Regardless, Shindo's tactics are unforgivable. I want to do something to help Ferris and Mayuri.
よし。現状は把握した。
I loudly declare my intentions.
これより我が未来ガジェット研究所は全力を持ってメイクインニャンニャンのバックアップに入ろう。作戦名はオペレーションフレイヤとする。異論は認めない。
Freya, a goddess that appears in Norse mythology. She has a twin brother and is associated with love and fertility.
待ってほしいにゃ。いくらなんでもラボのみんなにまで迷惑はかけられないにゃ。
Ferris looks puzzled.
だから気にするなと言っているだろう。この作戦に反対する奴などいない。
そうだよ、エリスちゃん。でも
水臭いのだぜ。僕らはいつでも君の味方さ。
Upon hearing a voice from seemingly out of nowhere, I turn around and look toward the entrance, only to find the silhouette of a large man posing confidently with his hand to his forehead. Of course, because of how overweight he is, the pose isn't even remotely cool looking. The bag with the eroge character on it doesn't help his case either.
話は聞かせてもらったお。もちろん僕も協力するからね。
ありがとう、みんな。
The cat girl bows her head to us, finally accepting our offers to help.
よし、そうと決まればラボ面を緊急招集せねばなるまい。だがその前に一つやっておきたいことがある。メイクインのオーナーと話がしたい。俺たちだけで勝手なことはできないからな。
Ferris and Mayuri reluctantly glance at each other.
どうした？
ね。
Ferris licks her lips several times in hesitation. She gathers herself and looks over at me. Her voice is low.
極秘中の極秘なんだけど、この店、メイクインニャンニャンのオーナーはセイリスなのにゃ。
Daru flips over his chair, making a huge sound that echoes throughout the room. We can't contain our excitement as we look up at the super high-class, high-rise apartment building next to UPX.
すごいわね。このマンションの一番上が本当にフェイリスさんの家なんですか？
もしかしてものすごい資産家？
まゆりもここに来るのは初めてなのか？
エリスちゃんがお店のオーナーさんなのは知ってたけど、それ以外は謎なんだよ。
そうか。
Not only does she operate a maid cafe, but she also lives in a place like this. Who are you, Ferris? Anyway, I'm sure you're probably wondering why all of us Lavnins are standing here, staring awestruck at an apartment building. Since the place was lacking for customers anyway, Ferris decided to close up shop at May Queen and hold a roundtable conference at her place. Her reasoning: since everyone is going out of their way to help, I would like to treat you all to a good meal. But we never imagined we would end up here. I feel terribly out of place, given the way I'm dressed. Is it really okay for people like Daru and I to be here? The thought crosses my mind, but I quickly move on. There's no point standing here dumbfounded. I press the intercom button. I reflexively tense up. The speaker on the other end of the intercom sounds like quite the dandy gentleman. After stating my name and business, The auto lock on the door opens, allowing us access into the elevator hall. The hall floor is covered in soft carpeting, and the entire area has been polished to an incredible shine. Not even a speck of dust in sight. This seems more like a high-class hotel than an apartment building. Undoubtedly, we all feel incredibly out of place, but nonetheless pile into the elevator.
いらっしゃいませ。
はい。
As we enter Ferris's home, we're greeted by an older gentleman in an extremely classy suit.
どうもこんにちは。邪魔します。
The gentleman leads us into the living room, and we nervously take seats on the couch. How many square meters wide is this living room? It's huge, and the ceiling is so high up too. And man, that view of Akihabara through the huge windows up front is amazing.
人が5万円。これは法王院教の居城にふさわしいな。
今お嬢様を呼んでまいります。しばらくお待ちください。
はい、よろしくお願いします。
I reply with a polite nod, and the elderly gentleman leaves the living room with a gentle smile. Damn it. I was totally ready to go into a dramatic monologue, and now it's all ruined.
今のってもしかしてバトラーかしら。
そっちのバトラーじゃないぞ、マユリ。
個人的にはメイドさんの方が良かったわ。
メイドカフェで散々見てるでしょ、あんた。
メイドカフェのメイドさんとリアルメイドさんは別だよ。そんなこともわからないのもキスし。
わかるか。
As the two quietly argue, the door opens and a familiar cat girl enters.
みんないらっしゃいだにゃ。
Ferris is wearing her casual clothes, but for some reason she's still got her cat ears on.
ああ、大勢で押しかけてすまないな。
フェイリスがご招待したんだからにゃ。
Ferris stands in front of us and deeply bows her head.
みんなどうもありがとう。
いいのよ、フェイリスさん。事情は岡部から聞いたわ。私、今回みたいなことってすっごく許せないから。僕もです。やり方がずるいっていうか。
フェアじゃないね。
金に物を言わせて人気メイドさんを囲い込むってどんだけルール違反だよって感じ。
それは絶対にやっちゃいけないことだと思うにゃ。
Considering the apartment she lives in and the fact that she has a butler, I imagine Ferris has a small fortune, which means that she could utilize the same tactics as Shindo if she wanted to. She could easily attract customers back to May Queen. But Ferris is resolute.
それをやってしまったらこの街はいつかめちゃくちゃになってしまうにゃ。お金さえあればみんなの楽しみも夢も優しさも情熱も全てを踏みにじれてしまうような嫌な街に。フェイリスはそんなアキラは絶対に見たくないにゃ。
We all feel the same way. Moeka asks Ferris. It seems the current maid cafe issue is something of a popular topic at the editorial company where Moeka works. If all goes well, the story could end up getting featured in a magazine. Or at least that's what Moeka believes.
マスコミを味方につけられればオペレーションフレイヤの遂行に弾みがつくな。
いくらでも協力するにゃ。どんなことでも聞いてほしいにゃ。ただ一つだけお願いがあるのにゃ。フェイリスがオーナーだってことは秘密にしてほしいにゃ。フェイリスはあくまでも一人のメイドさんとしてお客さんたちと接したいのにゃ。だから秘密にする。
シドにも気づかれていないんだよな、フェイリスの正体は。
今のところ大丈夫だと思うにゃ。
I suppose if he knew who she was, he wouldn't have been trying to scout her.
よし、それじゃあ指圧師はその線で進めてくれ。問題はどうやって客を呼び戻すかだが。
あのさ、月並みなアイデアだけどいい？
Kurisu raises her hand.
なんだ、言ってみる。アイデアに月並みも何もない。
やっぱり1にも2にもまず宣伝だと思うのよね。例えばお店のプロモーションビデオを作ってネット配信したらどうかしら。
ふむ、PV か。なるほどな。
ニューツベとかニコニアにウップするって手もあるし、ありじゃね。
That wasn't a new one? That one's not a new
ただ
one? Yeah, it's a new one. That's weird. A popular video sharing website, YouTube.
俺たちは PV
I don't know why I didn't automatically go to that. It's weird.
など作ったことないぞ。プロに頼むか。
それはしたくないにゃ。できればみんなで楽しく作った方がお店の雰囲気が伝わると思うにゃ。
そうね、今回の場合親近感を持ってもらうのが大事だと思う。
じゃあ俺たちで撮ってみるか。
Lukaku timidly raises his hand in response.
もしよかったら僕のお父さんが結構いいビデオカメラを持っているので借りてきましょうか。
本当か、我が弟子よ。
はい、僕が生まれてから入学式とか卒業式とか何かあるたびに張り切って新しいのに買い替えてくるんですよ。
That sounds like the sort of thing Lukaku's doting father would do.
ではカメラはルカ子の家から拝借するとしよう。あとは PV の内容だが。
それならフェイリスやってみたいことがあるにゃ。
どんな？
まだ思いついたばっかりでまとまってないにゃ。次の会議までに考えてくるからそれでいいかにゃ。
そうね、メイクインのことはフェリスさんが一番よく知ってるわけだし任せていいんじゃないかしら。
よし、 PV の内容はフェイリスに一任しよう。
頑張るにゃ。
では次のアイデアを。マユリ聞かせてみろ。
ずっと前から考えてたんだ。動物さんカフェをやるのはどうかなって。動物さんカフェ？メイクインの中に動物さんを放し飼いにするの。
ああ、猫カフェとかそういうやつね。
それがもっとすごいやつを作るんだよ。猫ちゃんとかワンちゃんだけじゃなくってコアラさんとかペンギンさんとか。
ちょっと待て。猫や犬ならともかくコアラやペンギンは厳しいだろう。
だけどお客さんは来ると思うな。
客
くより先にワシントン条約か何かで警察が来そうだが。
Washington Convention. The Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora, also referred to as CITES, is a multilateral treaty aimed at protecting endangered plants and animals. Transportation of animals like Humboldt or African penguins has strict limits, though as long as it's for educational or research purposes, it's allowed under this treaty. In the past, a Japanese TV program came under fire for violating the treaty when the people behind it brought in orangutans and chimpanzees for the show. Additionally, koalas are not currently listed on the treaty. That said, they are on the IUCN's red list as a vulnerable species, but notably drop bears, which are considerably different, are not. But I wouldn't suggest getting a drop bear for a cafe. They might kill people. Buying and hunting them is strictly limited under Australian law.
ちなみにペンギンというのは一部でウホの象徴になってるらしいよ。
そんな豆知識はいらん。
I'm pretty sure most birds do that, actually. That's a bird thing. In general, I think.
猫や犬にしても、普段はどこで飼うんだ？世話をするのは大変だぞ。
だったらね、動物さんの着ぐるみはどう？
着ぐるみ？
マユシーが作るよ、ペンギンさん。はにゃー、それは可愛いかもしれないにゃー。
で、誰がその着ぐるみに入るんだ？
Everyone points directly at me.
却下だ。次、何かアイデアがあるものを。
As I look around, Suzuha quickly raises her hand.
あのさ、サバイバルカフェはどうかな？
というと、もしかしてサバゲーとメイドカフェのコラボか？
Survival game, a mock battle using airsoft guns, primarily played outside in the mountains. Participants generally wear camouflage.
むほう、メイドさんが銃持ってるとかありがちだけどいいんじゃね？絶対領域に川の食い込みホルスターは神すがる。
どうだフェイリス？
スペース的にサバゲーは無理だけどにゃー。でも店内の雰囲気をそれっぽくしてエアガンを用意するだけなら可能にゃ。あ、エアガン？なんで？
なんでってお前が言ってるのはサバイバルゲームカフェだろ？
違う違う、サバイバル料理が出てくるカフェだよ。
サバイバル料理って一体どういう？
ね、公園の草を煮たり、線路脇の草を焼いたり。
Now, I could kind of get behind this in a different form of saying that. Like those dishes where you make like multiple, like you have multiple takoyaki, and one of the takoyaki has like a really, really spicy thingy in it. So it's like, does the takoyaki go and burn my mouth off, or is it not?
却下だ却下。
結構いけるよ。今度ごちそうしよっか。
力いっぱい遠慮させてもらおう。
美味しいのにな。
What kind of life do you live, part-time warrior?
他に何かないか。
ほい、そろそろ真打ちが発言するのだぜ。
却下する。
いくらなんでもひどくね。
だってさ、橋田のアイデアってなんかエロそうなんだもん。
フェイリスやマユリにおかしなことはさせられんぞ。
エロくねえよ、させねえよ。人を何だと思ってるんだお。
エロいだろ、させるだろ、変態だろ。
すいません。
Under Kurisu's sharp glare, Daru's big body curls up into a tiny ball.
まあまあ、二人とも橋田至の意見も聞いてみようよ。そうだよ。
天音氏、まゆし。
橋田至だってさ、たまにはいいこと言うかもしれないし。そうだよ。
ぐはー、死ぬる。
今のは割と致命傷だな。
やる気がないって時に残酷よね。
僕だっていつもエロいことばかり考えてるわけじゃないのに、涙で前が見えないよ。
ほらダル、我が優秀なる右腕よ、発言を許可するぞ。
At my invitation, Daru begins muttering as he slowly stands back up.
みんな、日地産業って知ってる？
Niche market, a gap industry. The niche market is defined as an industry that aims to cater to enthusiasts rather than the general public. While in terms of sheer numbers, it doesn't even come close to the mainstream market, the monopoly the niche market has on a specific type of product almost guarantees profits. There's also no fear of getting caught up in price wars.
ああ、隙間産業のことね。隙間産業？
窓の隙間を直すお仕事かな。
それは建具屋だな。
じゃあ歯の隙間を直す？
それは歯医者だ。
要するに一般的じゃないマニアックなジャンルを狙った産業ってことよ。
例えばさ、ツンデレ妹萌え全盛期の今、あえてアメコミ調の筋肉マッチョなお姉さんしか登場しないアニメを作るとか。
そんな売れないものを作って大丈夫なの？
いや、逆に考えてみるのだバイト選手よ。誰もやっていないジャンルなら客を独占できる。商売敵がいないのだから価格競争に巻き込まれることもない。
おお、なるほど、そうだね。
ふむ、そういう路線を狙ったらどうかということだな。さすが我が右腕、いい着眼点だ。
却下しようとしたくせに。
でもニッチって案外難しいのにゃ。あんまりマニアックすぎてもお客さんは来てくれないし。
もちろんそれも検討済みだお。ニッチとメジャーのちょうど中間あたりで、僕らに今すぐできそうなことっていうと、ズバリ男の子しかないっしょ。
Almost as though he senses incoming danger, Lukaku hugs himself tightly.
なるほど、その手があったか。
悪くないかも。
メイド服は大きめサイズをマユシにちょっと直してもらえばいけそうだにゃ。はいはい、やります。
Lukaku seems desperate, tears forming in his eyes.
変なことではないぞ。我がパダワンよ。
Padawan used to describe a novice in the movie Spark Wars.
兄弟で卑劣な帝国に打ち勝つため、今こそお前のフォースが必要なのだ。
僕のフォースって何ですか？
フォースか？それはな。
こんな可愛い子が女の子のはずがない。やっぱり
気に入らなければ俺の男友達がこんなに可愛いわけがないでもいいよ。
どっちも嫌です。
Lukaku suddenly jumps up from the sofa, shaking his head while backing away. I stand up as well, walking slowly toward
ル
him.
カ子、お前の気持ちは痛いほどわかる。だが頼む、大切な友のため一肌脱いで、そして一肌着てもらえないだろうか。
誰がお前
でも僕そんなメイド服なんて。
臆するなルカ子、戸惑いを捨て新たなるステージに立つがいい。時代はお前を求めているのだ。輝けるニューカマーよ。
今のはオカマさんとカマーをかけたのかにゃ。
誰がうまいこと言うと。
そんなこと言われても無理なものは無理です。
ならばこうしよう。そこにクリスティーナも着る。
はあ？
お前とクリスティーナ、メイド服を着て並んだらお前の方が圧倒的に美少女だ。俺が保証しよう。だから安心するがいい。
あんた何言ってくれちゃってんの？
図星を疲れて怒るのは後にしてくれ。今はルカを説得しているのだ。
あっちこっちにムカつきすぎてどこに切れていいんだかわからん。
よく考えろ上州よ。これは今回のオペレーションに必要なことなのだ。
だったらあんたが来なさい。男の子でしょ？一緒にやってあげなさいよ。
何をバカな。
わかりました。
Lukaku mumbles out his decision while wiping away his tears.
京馬さんと一緒なら僕頑張れます。
おいこら！
Now it's my turn to slay. Hey, what was that about stripping away pride for a friend, Okarin?
XXL サイズのメイド服を特注しなきゃダメだにゃ。お前はオカリンニャンニャンになるのかな。
No, Larry. You've got to combine that into one word. Okarinyan. 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 Yan. Okarinyan.
うはん、超日産業来たー。
だらお前面白がるな。
俺がそんなことしても気持ち悪いだけだろ。
確かにこれ以上泣いてくれ気持ち悪い。
だったら反対しろ。
まあ綺麗どころはルカシがいるからいいんじゃね。色物ってことで一肌塗りなよ。
色物だったら貴様がやれ。
いいよ。
あっさり OK しやがった。
むふふふ、こんなこともあろうかと。いつでもダルシーニャンニャンになる準備はできているのさ。なんだお。
趣味もあったのか。
するわね。
くは冷ややかな視線が気持ちいい。あ、じゃなくて僕はメイクインのことを本気で心配してるんだお。
ダルニャン、ありがとうにゃ。
エイリスタン。
でもダル
Ferris gently rejects the existence of Darcy Manyan. Don't sound so disappointed, my right-hand man. You might make us think that you actually wanted to do that and this is just your scheme to do it. Lord. Okay.
あとね、せっかくだからスズニャンとモイニャンも一緒にメイドさんをやってみないかにゃ。私？やめちゃった子たちの代わりにメイドさんを雇わなきゃいけないのにゃ。だったらフェリスはラボのみんなと一緒に働きたいにゃ。
ラボのみんなの中にはやっぱり私も入ってるの？
You know another cafe that they could probably go for? Lab member cafe. Just do a science girl science girl cafe. Actually, that sounds like a really good idea. Like you have the beakers for the drinks. Okay, that's actually a pretty good idea.
俺は冗談だよな。
I mean, who doesn't love a sexy science nerd looking down at you from her glasses, right? With the glasses just tilted a little bit, just looking down her glasses at you. Science nerds. Science Nerd Cafe.
もちろんちゃんとアルバイト料はお支払いするにゃ。どうかにゃ。飲食店の接客は経験ないけどやってみようかな。決まりだにゃ。
Bears gives us a huge smile.
それじゃあ予定が空いてる人は明日から早速メイクインに来てほしいのにゃ。駅前でチラシ配りをするから手伝ってにゃ。
The round table conference would continue on for a while longer, with ideas being bounced around for about 2 hours. While watching my friends exchange ideas to help Ferris, my mind begins to drift. I start thinking about how wonderful it is that all us Lapims had come together to help in Ferris's time of need. I also come to the conclusion that I have to prevent Okarin Nyan Nyan from ever being born into this world, no matter the cost.
お金、自分だけ逃げんなよ。
Kurisu's glare burns a hole straight through my soul. The next day, a historic heat wave tears its way across Tokyo. The asphalt, having absorbed the scorching heat of the sun all morning, roasts the bottoms of our feet. The external air conditioner vents on every building are all open, blowing even more hot air through the streets. This is an urban heat island if I've ever seen one. One day I, the great Ho-Oh Kyoma, will invent a future gadget to fix this problem. Urban Heat Island, an urban or metropolitan area that is significantly warmer than its surrounding rural areas. Heat is stored in the asphalt and concrete, preventing it from being released properly. On top of this, outdoor AC units pump heat into the air, resulting in large-scale climate change. In recent years, development in coastal areas of Japan has resulted in obstruction of the wind, only making the urban heat island situation worse. The only current way to combat with this phenomenon is to regulate heat release and plant more trees throughout cities. Otherwise, I don't think I can survive this kind of heat year after year. Lost in thought, I find myself standing in front of Akihabara Station. My goal? To hand out flyers for May Queen. These groans have been going on for a while now. They're coming from right behind me, from behind a pillar in the station.
おいこらマキセ・クリス、そんなところに隠
隠れてないでさっさと出てこい、マキセ・クリス。
や
ほーらマキセ・クリス、早くチラシを配れ。
めんずいぶった切るぞこら。なんで本名蓮子なんだ。
やっと出てきたか。
うわ
Kurisu flees back into the shadow of the pillar.
おいおい、いくらなんでも恥ずかしがりすぎだろ。
だってこんな場所でこんな格好やっぱ無理よ。
フェイリスとマユリを見ろ。堂々としたものだ。
メイクインニャンニャンですにゃ。よろしくお願いしますにゃ。皆さんで遊びに来てくださいにゃ。
あれは慣れてるからよ。初心者に駅前で露出プレイはハードル高すぎでしょ。
露出プレイってちゃんとメイド服を着てるだろうが。
当たり前でしょ。裏切り者。
裏切り者とは何だ。
だってあんた普通のスーツじゃないの。どういうこと？
Indeed, as Kurisu has pointed out, I am wearing a black suit. It goes without saying, but it's not mine. A mad scientist like me would never own such a suit. So, I borrowed this from Ferris's butler.
仕方ないだろ。ルカと違って俺が着られるようなバカでかい衣装はオーダーメイドで1ヶ月以上かかるというのだから。
And believe me, I'm incredibly grateful that that's the case. After talking to Ferris about it, we settled on the role of Dark Butler. I'm not particularly sure what part of this look is supposed to be dark, but Ferris seemed excited about the potential to bring in female customers. Okarin has been contained, at least for the time being. I feel bad for Lukaku, but I refuse to let the beast be unleashed.
いいか、我が助手よ。初めてのことで気遅れする気持ちはわかる。だが、あれを見るがいい。
やっほー皆さん、こんちはーす。メイクインニャンニャンです。いかがっすか？すずにゃん、こんちらーす。いかがっすかじゃなくって、こんにちにゃんにゃん、いかがですかにゃだな。おっと、いけない。みにゃさん、こんにちにゃんにゃん。よろしくお願いしますにゃん。
ほらどうだ、バイト選手はノリノリではないか。
だってあまねさんは似合ってるし、すごく可愛いし。
自信を持て、クリスティーナ。お前だってなかなかのものだぞ。
Kurisu peeks around from behind the pillar with a surprised expression on her face. The cat ears on her head are slanted forward a little.
お世辞なんて言わなくていいか
お世辞ではない。結構いいと思うかな、俺は。
I'm ashamed to admit this, but when we all got together at May Queen this morning to coordinate costumes, I could feel myself going the way for Kurisu.
何を企んでるのよ。
企んどらんわ。
あんたが変に優しい時はどうも油断ならない。
Kurisu mutters to herself, her face turning a little red.
ねえクリスちゃん、これからマユシーチームは中央通りの方に行くんだけど、一緒にどうかにゃ。
Mayuri spots Kurisu peeking out from behind the pillar and walks over to her.
ああ、
行ってこいクリスティーナ。今のお前の姿、恥じることなど何もないぞ。
クリスちゃんすっごく素敵だよ。
Mayuri clings tightly to Kurisu and pulls her out from behind the pill.
猫耳が曲がっちゃってるよ。ほんと？まゆしんが直してあげるにゃん。
自分でやるからいいわよ。
Kurisu hurries to adjust the cat ears atop her head.
今度は逆に曲がっちゃったよ。
The shoppers near the ticket gate stop to watch Kurisu and Mayuri and transpire their natural chemistry. I get it. They look more like two sisters, not related by blood, playing around more than anything else.
ありがとう。
それじゃあ行くにゃん。オカリンはフェリスちゃんのお手伝いをしてあげて。
ああ、暑いから水分はちゃんと取れよ、マユリ。クリスティーナもな。
わかってるわよ。
そこは違うだろう。わかりました、素敵なご主人様とか言え。
殴るぞ。
And so Mayuri, Kurisu, and Suzuha all headed toward Chuodori to pass out flyers, leaving only Ferris and I behind. In case you are wondering, Oeka has work and Lukaku has to help at the shrine today, so they couldn't be here to help out. Daru's busy creating a new homepage for May Queen. He's been assigned to a top secret mission, so he's not here either.
っているじゃないか貴様。
マキセ氏とマユシで絶賛妄想中。話しかけんな。
この変態め。
ありゃりゃ、ダルニャンだにゃん。
こんにちはフェイリスタウン。なんかさ、手伝えなくてごめんね。
ダルニャンがメイクインのために一生懸命やってくれてることはフェイリスが一番よく知ってるにゃ。
フェイリスタウン、僕一生ついていくからね。
I grabbed Daru from behind by the nape of his neck.
ちょっと耳を貸せ。
なんだよもう。
守備はどうなっているのだ。
ホームページ？
それなら声を潜める必要などない。もう一つの方だ。
そんなにせかすなって。いくら天才の僕でも昨日の今日じゃハッキングは無理だろ上皇。
なるべく急いでくれ。闇プログラマーよ。
闇プログラマーってのはやめろ。スーパーハッカーよりダメすぎる。
As the two of us whisper to one another, Ferris draws her face in close and cuts off our conversation.
二人とも気をつけて。見張られてるにゃ。
何？
We're being watched. Without raising my head up, I glanced around the area. Shindo's goons. I checked near the crowded ticket gates, station interior, and the road in front of the station, but spot nobody immediately suspicious. Still, our enemy's a real scumbag. Who knows what dirty tactics he might use to keep track of us.
よみがえりし転生たるこのフェイリスと勇ましき戦士たちをリンボの闇から無名の獣たちがじっと見張っているのにゃ。
そっちの話かよ。
I nearly fall over, all the while glaring at Ferris. She shoots me back a big smile. Daru eventually returns to the lab to continue with his mission, leaving Ferris and I to resume passing out flyers. Ferris is as experienced as it gets when it comes to this sort of thing, and I worked plenty of tissue passing jobs in the past, so things go by surprisingly quick.
暑い
さすがのフェイリスもちょっと参りそうだにゃ。
With our job finished in a brisk 2 hours, the two of us head to Chuodori to give Mayuri's team some help.
はい、今日はな、スポーツドリンクだにゃ。
なあ、
I down the beverage. Ferris opens her own drink, and I can hear her gulp down almost half the bottle. I feel the lost moisture from my body being replenished, but the sweating starts up again, and just like that, it's all gone.
いくらフェイリスの能力で霊気の衣をまとってみてもベンヌの嫉妬には勝てないにゃ。
ベンヌ。
フェイリスは7回前の前世でベンヌという霊長に見初められたことがあるんだにゃ。でもその時すでにフェイリスには勇者シュノークスという言い名付けがいたのにゃ。ベンヌは大いに怒りシュノークスを殺そうとしたんだけどな。間一髪フェイリスたちはこちらの世界に脱出することができたんだにゃ。けど嫉妬深い霊長はフェイリスとシュノークスのことが許せず2人でいるところを見つけると怒りに任せて焼き尽くそうとしてくるのにゃ。もう分かったと思うけど今日のは実はシュノークスの転生した姿なんだにゃ。
いや待てフェイリスニャンニャン。俺は前世も来世も東王隠居もだ。それ以外の存在ではありえない。
それはリリスに植え付けられた偽りの記憶にゃ。
なんだと。
Crap, if we start going on like this, we're never going to stop. It's way too hot to be doing this right now. Before things go any further, Ferris suddenly stops.
にゃにゃにゃ、サークにゃ。
Ferris starts waving her hand at someone walking from the opposite direction on Chuodori. Ferris is waving her hand at a tall yet underweight, somewhat nervous-looking young man. He's wearing jeans and a t-shirt, holding what appears to be a bag with designer lettering on it. He's also wearing a surprisingly stylish pair of glasses. On his t-shirt is a character that used to be popular from some anime or game. I can't remember which. If I recall, I think her name is Sakura. Maybe that's why Ferris yelled at Sakuna.
サークにゃ。久しぶりだにゃ。
Ferris happily runs up to the young man.
久しぶりだね。
最近忙しいのかにゃ。あんまり顔を見ないから心配してたんだにゃ。
ちょっと仕事がね。
The young man seems to be somewhat flustered. Whenever Ferris smiles, he hurriedly shifts his gaze, not to mention he's hesitant to answer her questions. I also notice that he keeps trying to hide his bag from her. Of course, Ferris has also noticed this and makes moves to finish their conversation.
それじゃあサクにゃ、フェイリスはもう行くにゃ。
そう？
足型が忙しくっても体は壊さないようにしてにゃ。
ありがとう。それじゃあね。
バイバイにゃ。
The young man hurries off toward Akihabara Station. As he passes by me, I finally catch what it says on his bag. Pudding Princess Mode.
そういうことか。
That's the name of the cafe in the building across from May Queen, the one that Shindo runs. After seeing the young man off, Ferris returns to my side, pretending like nothing happened.
待たせてごめんや。メイクインがオープンした頃から常連さんだった人なのに。
He was a regular customer. The Ferris I know treats everyone she meets like a close friend of hers. That includes when she's working at May Queen and even when she isn't. For example, she was just asking that young man about how work was going and even if he was taking care of himself or not. She doesn't look at her relationships as maid and customer. To her, it's something much deeper and more personal than that. So I know that these kinds of things hit her hard. This isn't just about losing a customer, and if May Queen has lost this many customers, I can't even imagine how Ferris must be feeling right now. Have I underestimated just how hard this has been on her? As we walk together, I peek at the side of her face, her expression unchanged. Ferris is standing up straight, confidently holding her head up high and smiling, all the while waving at people who walk by. But I just can't help but feel like she's forcing herself to be this way. My heart aches at the thought.
どうかしたかにゃ。
あ、いや。
Ferris didn't even ask that man to come back to May Queen. She realized that by doing so, she would just make it awkward for him. Considering how kind Ferris is, that's something she could never do. Even though I'm sure she must have wanted to with every fiber of her being. I've always struggled with figuring this cat girl out, but these were her raw emotions, her kindness, her frustration, her despair. For just a short moment, I feel as though I've finally seen the real her.
なあ、フェイリス。お前、何かしてほしいことないか？
にゃにゃ。
Ferris's eyes open widely. Then, just as she's about to speak, she turns red.
今日待ってばダメだにゃ。今のフェイリスはみんなのフェイリスなんだにゃ。告白なら誰もいない夕暮れの空中都市でお願いにゃ。
誰もそんなことするとは言っとらん。
にゃ。今してほしいことって言ったにゃ。
お前は俺に告白してほしいのか？
してほしいにゃ。
Ferris looks me right in the eyes, almost as if she's searching for something. Her light pink lips slowly open, and her little tongue licks them just a bit. Then, in a gentle and sweet voice,
あ、ああ。
なんてもう今日待ったら照れちゃってウブだにゃ。
Ferris sticks her tongue out at me and laughs. Without thinking, I start pulling on Ferris's cat ears.
猫の分際で不隠居も苦労するかこな。
フェイリスの大事な耳が取れちゃうにゃ。
Ferris holds down her cat ears, real tears starting to form in her eyes. I don't get it. The ears are fake, right? I take a closer look and notice that they're held to her head via clips in her hair.
ああ、悪い。
I hurriedly let go.
にゃ。ひどいにゃ。
痛かったか？本当にすまん。
痛いとこなでなでしてにゃ。
なでだと？こんな天下の往来で。
だって今日のしてほしいことないかって言ったにゃ。はい、どうぞにゃ。
Ferris tilts her head toward me. Left with no choice, I gently rub her head. Ferris murmurs and narrows her eyes. She really seems like a cat right now. Then, in between her faint sighs, I hear her whispering so quietly that I can barely make out her words.
心配かけて。
ね、なんだ?
When I ask her to repeat herself, she immediately switches back into her cat girl persona and smiles mischievously at me.
ああ、さすがに答えたな。
After working the whole day at May Queen, I head home along with Mayuri. I say worked, but May Queen was closed today, so the lab nymphs underwent job training. Considering none of us have ever worked at a restaurant before, you can hardly blame us for needing it. Lukaku and Moeka joined us in the evening, and Ferris gave them the basic rundown. For the record, Lukaku's maid outfit still isn't ready yet, so there was no grand debut today. Mayuri's working her hardest on it.
なあ、そうだ、マユリ。ちょっと聞きたいんだが。フェイリスの好きなものとか、お前知らないか？
フェリスちゃんの好きなもの。
Mayuri places her index finger on her chin.
やっぱりライネットかな。
ライネットか。そういえばそうだったな。
Rynet, shorthand for Rynet Access Battlers. It's a card game based on the one that pops up in the super popular manga, Rynet Kakeru. It's big with adults and children of all ages. Ferris is not only addicted to the game itself, but also pretty damn skilled at it too.
もしかしてオカリンはフェリスちゃんにプレゼントをしたいの？
プレゼントというか、何か気分転換にさせてやりたいんだ。フェイリスはああいうやつだから口には出さないが、結構参っているんじゃないかと思ってな。
オカリンもやっぱりそう思う？
Stream elements. Said. Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
Mayuri furrows her brow and then frowns.
気晴らしになりそうなものって他にないか？ライネットと言われても、俺はあまり詳しく知らないんだ。とにかく俺にも分かりそうなものを頼む。
Mayuri gazes up into the sky, deep in thought. Then, after groaning for a while, she claps her hands together.
そうだ！レトルト PC。
レトルト PC？
ほら、昔のパソコンさんだよ。ラボにもあるでしょ？ペケロッパちゃんとか。
レトルト PC じゃなくてレトロ PC な。
そうそう、それ。
意外だな。あのフェイリスがレトロ PC と。
なんかね、もともとフェリスちゃんのパパさんが集めてたんだって。それを見てるうちに興味が湧いてきたって言ってたよ。
Retro PCs. This makes things easy. I should have I should take a look at the secondhand shops in Akiba. When I mention this, Mayuri smiles and says, Mayushi thinks Ferris-chan would like that very much. May Queen was closed to accommodate our training yesterday, but is ready and open for business today, which means it's finally time for us to start working. With the store set to open in about half an hour, the atmosphere is tense. We're nervous. Needless to say, Ferris and Mayuri are more than used to this environment, so they do the rounds, making sure everyone is all right.
ああ、リンリンちゃん。ちょっとリボンに当たってるんだ。
Mayuri fixes the ribbon around Rinrin. Rinrin's neck. Her maid name Rinrin is based off of the kanji character for Suzu.
ありがとう、椎名まゆり。違うよ、リンリンちゃん。ここではまゆしーはまゆしーにゃんにゃんなのです。ああ、そっか、ごめん。
ねえまゆり、じゃなかった。まゆし、私はどう？変じゃない。
大丈夫だよ。
After our flyer escapades yesterday, it looks like Kurisu's gained a little bit of self-confidence. She's still as shy as ever, but now she's at least able to act like a cat-eared maid.
何よ彼。汚らしい目でジロジロ見ないで。汚れるから。
全然メイドらしくないなお前。そんなことで大丈夫か？
私このキャラで行くことにしたから。
あ？
クリスニャンニャンはツンドラっていうキャラ設定になったんだにゃ。
Sundra. Derived from the word tundra, it sounds similar to tsundere, but the primary differentiator is that a tsundere character is only ever aloof and acerbic. They never exhibit any signs of affectionate behavior. Those kinds of characters are popular with masochists. The term rose to prominence after being used to refer to a certain popular anime's icy cold purple-haired main heroine.
お帰りなさいませ、ご主人様。大好きにゃん。なんか私が言っても似合わないでしょ。
確か
何を納得してるの？そうでもないくらい言いなさいよ、この DT が。お前って本当に最低のクズね。気持ち悪い。こっちに来ないでちょうだい。ドボン、こんな感じ？
わあ、クリスチャン上手。お客さん大喜びだにゃ。
So she was just practicing her character. Don't scare me like that. And wait, are customers really looking for that kind of service?
クリスニャンニャン大ブレイクの予感。
Daru bleeds heavily as he speaks, his cheeks bright red. I take back my previous statement. In case it's not already obvious, Chris is Kurisu's maid name. I had suggested Celeb 7, but needless to say, I only narrowly avoided getting my head bashed in. I also tried to push for Shining Finger as Moeka's name, but that got rejected as well. They went with the far more boring Moe Moe. Their loss. Said Moe Moe is currently trying her best to clean the windows. After working together like this, I realized something. Moeka is entirely incapable of cleaning. For example, Moeka was supposed to be polishing the tables right about now, but after she noticed some fingerprints on the window, she got distracted. Now she's cleaning the windows, and then we get a laser pointer out and completely and utterly distract her from cleaning of any type. by making her chase the laser pointer. And upon closer inspection, there's a broom leaning against the wall, right next to a dustpan full of trash has been completely abandoned. She probably got distracted by something else. She's not just like this with cleaning either. It's everything. When asked to make a chocolate parfait during training yesterday, Moeka took over twice as long as everyone else. She ended up making something that only barely resembled a parfait. The ice cream melted into a mess. There was too much chocolate, and it was all overflowing out of the glass. I've never seen someone so unskilled in my entire life.
ちょっとダメだよ桐生萌さんじゃなかった萌え萌えゴミはちゃんと廃棄しないとさあとテーブルと窓を同時に拭くのはやめなってばああいいよいいよゴミは私がやっとくから
What's interesting about this whole situation is that Suzuha's doing her best to try and help Moeka out. It's almost like watching a little sister try and take care of her clumsy older sibling or something. They might make for a good combo. My attention fully on Moeka and Suzuha, I hear Daku's voice coming from behind me. And then immediately after, I hear the girls let out a stunned sigh. I turn around to take a look and there stands a beautiful young lady, fidgeting restlessly after exiting the changing room. Her voice is faint, almost as if she might vanish at a moment's notice. The man is the epitome of innocent beauty. He's the polar opposite of how Kurisu was yesterday after changing into her maid uniform. I can just barely make out Daru buttering in the corner. I hate to admit it, but even I can't look away.
やっぱり変ですよね変なんてとんでもないにゃ僕美人さんだよ
私本当に自信なくすな
私もだよそんな
His face bright red, Lukako glances over at me. I imagine he's going to give me a look of protest. Considering I'm the one who put him into this situation, I get it. But instead...
どうですか京馬さん僕メイク委員の役に立てるでしょうか
当然ではないか我が弟子よお前はこの法王院京馬が見込んだ男の中の男だ胸を張ってメイド界の女王を目指すがいい
はい僕頑張りますセリフだけ聞いてると何かが間違ってるんだけど漆原さんだから許せちゃうわね
これで全員揃ったにゃ
みんな頑張ってくれだお僕も今日は裏方として頑張るからね
Daru's penguin suit is actually a modified one without Tokyo hands. Mayuri's going to make the adjustments, but she couldn't handle Lukaku's maid uniform and that at the same time, understandably. Tokyo Hands, a home improvement chain based out of Tokyo, but unlike most such stores, which have large buildings outside the city centers, Tokyo Hands has many department store style buildings located around major train stations. Tokyo Hands stores also carry a wide variety of products, from professional grade tools and materials to fishing and variety goods. So for today, Daru has his digital camera and laptop with him so he can grab photos for the May Queen
素
website.
敵なホームページをお願いにゃダルにゃ楽しみにしてるにゃ
任せてフェイリスタン。ということで早速写真を1枚。
Daru starts taking photos of us. He said one photo, but he's clearly taking multiple, some of them low angle even.
ローアングラやめい
Low angler, cameramen who photograph female cosplayers and idols from a low angle, can be found where cosplayers congregate, such as Komima or Akihabara's Pedestrian Heaven.
大丈夫だお。これは僕の個人的なコレクションだから。
余計に悪いわ
クリスちゃんキャラクターが変わってるよ
おっとっとっといけないふんさっさと死になさいこの豚お前のような変態がいるだけで地球の大気が汚れるわ
むおー、来たこれ。
Kitakore, Japanese internet slang used to describe when everything is proceeding according to plan. So should we really be going down this path? I get the feeling we'll only be drawing creepers like Daru if we keep this up.
それじゃあルカにゃもう少しで開店だからその前にフェイリスと一緒にお店の外をお掃除しに行くにゃ
いきなり外で仕事ですか大丈夫すぐに慣れるわ私も昨日そうだったからでも
ほら行くにゃ
待ってくださいまだ心の準備が
Ferris takes the hesitant Luca. Yes, that's his actual maid name, with her outside the cafe. And so the time to open up May Queen had finally arrived, kicking off our workday. That being said, Operation Freya has only just begun, so it's not like we're drowning in customers. Even around lunchtime, business is slow. Customers familiar with fairs and Mayuri pop their heads in every once in a while, but over the course of the day, there isn't much for us to do. Seeing Shindo's cafe flourishing across the street from us just adds insult to injury.
焦っても仕方ないにゃまだ大逆転の序章が始まったばっかりだにゃ
Ferris's smile is as bright as ever. Things only start to change a little after tea time in the afternoon.
嘘本当にルカ君
どうしようかわいい
Mayuri's cosplay friends swing by the cafe after hearing about things from her. Apparently, Lukaku is pretty famous in that crowd, and every event, they try to get Mayuri to convince him to cosplay with them.
ご注文をねえねえ今度のイベントでライネットかけるやるんだけど合わせしない
Gathering. This term refers to a group of cosplayers meeting up for the same series. Members of said groups might all cosplay as characters from a single series, or even the same character.
ルカ君ならキラリちゃんコスだっていけるよ
でも僕コスプレはちょっと
I feel bad for Lukaku, who's clearly struggling under all of this pressure, so I head over to lend him a helping hand. Without breaking from my butler character, of course.
失礼しますお嬢様先にご注文どうぞどうなさいました
どうしようやること来た
Seb, a character that appears in the popular anime Darkness Butler. His true form is that of a demon who has been summoned to the real world from the demon realm. Though he loves his master, he is fated to take his soul. The show is popular among female anime fans, but enjoys immense popularity among the Fujoshi crowd.
もしかして二次元の壁を越えて降臨なされた？
Female versions of Daru. I can feel myself wanting to interject, but I keep it all in. They might be odd, but they're still my Yuri's friends. I have to treat them well.
ルカ君、ルカ君。はい？クロット様とはどういう関係なの？
My name's not Seb.
どういうって言われても、僕にいつも優しくしてくれる方で。優しくしてくれる方。
The army of girls look back and forth between me and Lukaku nearly in unison, then start grinning.
いでよマユシンやんやん
I summon my Yuri over to the table.
何かにゃ？
My Yuri approaches us and exchanges cheerful greetings with the girls.
マユリルカ子をサポートしてやってくれ俺では全く歯が立たん
こんにちは。
お帰りなさいませ、お嬢さん。
I take the arrival of a new customer as an opportunity to flee the scene.
桐生ちゃんいます？
桐生ちゃん。
I point over to Moeka in the corner. Needless to say, she's continuing to fail at cleaning.
あ、いた。桐生ちゃんってば思ったより似合うじゃないの。
The female customer seems to know Moeka. As I lead her to a table, she smiles over in her direction.
おいしやつもえもねお客さんだぞ
見に来たわよ。
すみません。休んで。
いいのいいの。これも取材の一環ってことで。
This woman must be from the company where Moeka works. Judging by their back and forth, she's either her senior or her boss.
ねえ桐生ちゃん、今度うちで萌え系雑誌を出すんだけどさ。
ダメです。
まだ何も言ってないじゃない。
お断りします。
別に脱いでとか言わないわよ。パンツじゃないから恥ずかしくないもん的な感じでさ。
They're not panties, so it's not embarrassing. A catchphrase used to promote an anime series. It was chosen as the winner of the Anime Buzzword of the Year award back in 2008. The main characters in the series look like they're only wearing panties, but they're actually wearing pants. Supposedly.
けどやりません。
平気平気、萌え萌えならやれるから。
やりません。あ、こんにちは。
And yet another customer has joined us. Things are starting to get busy.
それじゃ頑張れよ、もえもね。
I leave Moeka behind to deal with her boss and head toward the entrance. If Moeka ever appears dressed up like a maid in a magazine, I have to make it a point to buy multiple copies.
お帰りなさいませ、お嬢様。
おう頑張ってるか
Mr. Braun and his lovely daughter Nae have joined us.
何しに来たのだミスター・ブラウン。
何ってうちのバイトがここで働いてるって言うからよ茶でも飲もうと思ってきたんじゃねえか
そうか。こっちだ。案内しよう。
I calmly lead Mr. Braun and his daughter to a table in the back.
うわー
This must be Nae's first time in a cafe like this. Her eyes are sparkling with delight and wonder.
あれ店長なえちゃん
Suzuha and Mayuri spot the pair and immediately trot over.
店長チワースだにゃんこんにちにゃんにゃん
おう。
鈴葉お姉ちゃんとまゆりお姉ちゃんかわいいね
まったくだ。なかなかイケてるじゃねえか。
そういいな羨ましいな私も着てみたいねえじゃあもうちょっと大きくなったらここでアルバイトするといいよ
おっと、そいつは聞けねえ相談だぜ。うちの大事な娘におかしな虫でもついたらかなわねえからな。
Upsettingly, Mr. Braun looks dead at me.
そこでなぜ俺を見るのだ、ミスター・ブラウンよ。
だっておめえ、年頃になった苗がこんな格好したら絶対によからぬことを考えるだろ。
考えるわけないだろう。
なんだと。
A fierce fire appears in Mr. Braun's eyes.
そりゃあれか、うちの娘に魅力がねえとでも言いたいのか。
そうではない。年の差を考えろと言っているのだ。
Doting fathers are the worst. Ferris quickly rushes over to the table with something in hand.
なーにゃんこんにちにゃんにゃんあ猫のお姉ちゃんこんにちはお話が聞こえたにゃんこれプレゼントするにゃん
Ferris is holding cat ears in her hands, the same ones that all the maids at May Queen wear.
いいのかい。悪いな、猫の嬢ちゃん。
お礼には及ばないにゃんその代わりナイニャンにはこの耳をつけてウランカン工房のお客さんにうちの宣伝をしてもらいたいにゃん
おお、タイアップってわけだな。大歓迎だぜ。
宣伝するよほらナイニャンつけてみるにゃ
Nae puts the cat ears on her head and smiles brightly.
あなかなかいいじゃんえへへそのうちマユシーがナエちゃんの着られるサイズの制服を作ってあげるね本当
よかったな、苗。ただし悪いやつには気をつけるんだぞ。
だからミスター・ブラウンよ、なぜそこで俺を見るのだ。
Oh, and about that collab campaign, I honestly wanted to yell about how it's a waste of time since the Braun Tube workshop never gets any customers, but I didn't want to risk upsetting the man beast. I keep my mouth shut. And so our first day of work slowly reached its conclusion. At the end of the day, our customers mostly consisted of friends and associates swinging by, but even still, May Queen felt like it had regained at least some of its old hustle and bustle. Ferris was overjoyed. After agreeing to help out at May Queen, the days just whizzed by. And slowly but steadily, the number of customers visiting the cafe begins to grow. Mayuri's friends in particular have been a great help. Thanks to their incredibly vast information network, customers log in just to see Lukaku and, for some reason, me. Among those customers are the Fujoshi girls, who have apparently decided to ship Lukaku and I. Fujoshi, a term for female otaku with a particular interest in yaoi, or works of fiction that depict homosexual relationships between men, does not apply to female otaku in general. This is no joke, and yet here I am again, attempting to take orders while being interrogated.
お嬢様方、本日のご注文は何になさいますか？
クロト様？
はい、何でしょう、お嬢様。
Initially, I had introduced myself as Kilmer, but I gave up after it became too annoying to correct people all the time. Recently, I've just been going by the name Seb.
今日はルカ君はいないんですか？
ルカですか。彼女は家の手伝いでまだ来ておりません。
それじゃクロト様もお寂しいですね。
別に寂しくもありません。あれはただの友人ですから。
無理してるわ。かわいそうに。ルカ君では何してるのかしら。うちの手伝いよりクロト様の方が大事でしょうに。
Why? Why does it have to be like this? I want to scream out to the heavens, but I remind myself that this is all for May Queen. I need to keep it in. That said, this is on the tame side of things. There's one other major problem I've been having, worse than even these girls. Every now and then, I can feel the male customers shooting me piercing glares from all sides. It almost feels like their negative feelings toward me are burning through my skin. There's no doubt about it. They have to be Lukaku's royal guard, waiting for him to come into work. For you see, Lukaku's picked up something of a fan club of male visitors recently. Daru's been working on the May Queen site pretty regular, and some parts of it are already open to the public. One of those sections being the maid introductions. Lukaku's profile is right up on there, and that caused something of a frenzy over on the @channel cosplay boards. To be honest, most of the comments I saw were fairly positive, but some folks whipped themselves up into a tizzy saying things like, "There's no way someone this cute could be a girl. I'm going to go check things out." The end result? Instant customers. And so the worst case scenario happened, in which I am now being shipped with Lukaku by the Fujoshi, and Lukaku's fans want nothing of it. Seb is so lame, right? That whole Darkness Butler thing is ridiculous. Everything he's doing is fucking crazy. What's up with that face? Warai. Laugh out loud. By inserting warai into the middle or at the end of a sentence, the speaker can convey that they are laughing. On message boards, users can also type them out in succession to strengthen the expression, or even ridicule someone else. Since he can't get any girls, he's probably just settling for spoiled goods. Needless to say, there's also a Seb defense force. There's no doubt in my mind that these posters are women. I can see why a creepy fat loser would be jealous of Seb. Yes, you're all just jealous. You're all under arrest for libel. I'm going to reveal your IDs and sue your asses. If someone like Seb can't get laid, there's no way in hell any of you are. And so here I am, feeling like I'm sitting on a bed of nails. Guys, seriously, come on. I know he looks beautiful and all, but Lukaku's a guy. What reason is there to be jealous of me? Why am I getting shipped with him?
どうしたの？
After I finish serving the customers, I grumble to myself near the kitchen. Kurisu overhears me as she passes by. She's carrying a plate with an omelet on it. She's probably going to bring it to a customer. On the omelet, die is written in big letters using ketchup. As much as I have reservations about this whole character of hers, customers seem to dig it. While Lukaku might occupy the spotlight most of the time, Kurisu is slowly accumulating her own personal army of manic fans. I love the way Chris looks down on me with her cold, uncaring eyes. I've started to see posts like that on @channel, and every now and then I catch Kurisu in front of the PC looking like she's seen a ghost.
いや、ちょっと疲れただけだ。
You know what you should do? You know what you should do? You should leak the fact that she actually is on @channel. You like you like Chris Chan? Well, here's her @channel handle.
サボるんじゃないわよ。このクリス。叱ってあげましょうか。
Kurisu flashes me a smile as she heads out into the hall. She stops and turns around to look at me.
ああ、そういえば今日の夜ってミーティングがあるのよね。
ああ、例の PV のアイデアがまとまったらしい。フェイリスと誰が何か作ってた。
芦田が
俺も少しばかり不安だが、まあ、あいつも今回の件に関しては一生懸命やってくれている。信用していいだろう。
そうね。そうよね。
Kurisu can't hide the uneasiness in her voice as she carries her deadly omelet out to the floor. By the way, before serving the omelet to the customer,
床に這いつくばって食べなさい。お前にはそれがお似合いだわ。
is apparently among the things she says to them. Naturally, she used Daru as a reference point. The customers beg for forgiveness, and she allows them to eat like normal, but I just don't get what's so fun about any of this. I guess I'm not enough of a pervert. Not that I want to be one in the first place. Thus, despite having lost a great deal of its customers, May Queen is finally regaining some of its liveliness, little by little. I feel like slowly but steadily things are beginning to look up. Oh, and as for our wages, Ferris wasn't kidding when she said she planned on paying us for our work. I didn't decide to help her because I wanted money, but she told me to use it for the lab's operating budget, so I accepted her gracious donation. It's not like she necessarily needs the money. She's not doing it for the money. And just like that, the lab's money problems look to be becoming a thing of the past. After closing up shop for the day, we all get together at the lab. Like I told Kurisu earlier, we're holding a meeting to discuss the May Queen PB. Everyone sits in a circle around the table, and Ferris places what looks like a stack of papers in the center.
これが今回のプロモビデオの台本だにゃ。
台本？もしかしてドラマ仕立てになっているの？
だいたい5分くらいの作品になるはずだにゃ。エリスちゃんに台本が書けるなんて知らなかったよ。にゃははは。実を言うと、フェイリスはアイディアだけで全部ダルニャに書いてもらっちゃったにゃ。
僕的には割といいストーリーになったと思うんだよね。
でもお芝居なんてできるかな。僕
任せて。ルカシはそう言うと思ってさ、セリフとか簡単な役にしといたから。
本当ですか？ありがとうございます。
せっかくだからちょっとみんなで読み合わせしてみるにゃ。
そうだな。やってみるとするか。
Ferris begins to pass out copies of the script. Since the promo video is only going to be about 5 minutes long, the batch of papers isn't particularly thick. That said,
フェイリス、ちょっと聞いていいか？
I point to the huge letters printed on the first page.
まさかとは思うが、これがタイトルなのか？
そうにゃ。
Ray made Itaru sweet battlers. No matter how many times I read the text, it refuses to change.
タイトルを考えたのは誰だな？
いやいや違うんだお。僕が主役とかじゃないから。主人公の名前がどうしても思いつかなくてさ、この世で一番かっこいい名前をつけただけなんだよ。
自分でかっこいいとか言うな。
もうこの時点で嫌な予感がするのは私だけかしら。大丈夫？
平気だお。ライネットとは設定から何から全くの別物だしね。
とにかく批評するなら読んでからにするにゃ。
それもそうね。
Everyone turns the page. Leading role, beautiful maid of love and justice, Itaru, Urushibara, Luca.
橋田さん言いましたよね。簡単な役にしといたって。
言ったお。
じゃあなんで主役なんですか？
Lukaku's eyes are filled with tears.
だからね、セリフを簡単にしといたよって意味。わかる？
そんな。だって主役なんて僕。
ルカニャン、聞いてほしいにゃ。今メイクインはルカニャンファンで溢れ返っているのにゃ。だから当然主役はルカニャンに決まっているのにゃ。本当はフェイリスだって主役をやりたい。でも悔しいけど今のヒロインはルカニャンを置いて他にないのにゃ。だからお願いだにゃ。フェイリスの分まで頑張ってほしいにゃ、ルカニャン。
Despite his face still dripping with tears, Lukaku is unable to resist Ferris's pleas any further.
それよりもね、フェイリスさん。それ以外の配役なんだけど。
Itaru's rival, Ferris. Itaru's best friend, Rin. Itaru's kind older sister, Moe.
これがどうかしたかにゃ。
いやいや、そこじゃなくてその後。
Cold-hearted. Cold-hearted hellmaid who torments Itaru.
地獄メイドって何？地獄メイドって。
マキセ氏のキャラに合わせて考えたんだお。
あれを配信するのは NG？
衣装はセクシーなボッテージです。
絶対にノー。あとね、これは何なの？
Hellmaid super slick. The mental image that just went through my head. The mental image. Okay.
超奴隷って私に何をさせる気？
いやいや、いろいろさせられるのは僕の方です。
脳みそずる出してやる。背骨バキ折ってやる。
タルくん。
まゆしもなんかあんの？
マユシーのこれは何かな？
Mascot Doofy Mayushi.
うん、犬。
マユシー、ワンちゃん？ワンちゃんといっても、ほら、魔女っ子アニメによく出てくるマスコットキャラのことだにゃ。ああ、そういうことか。でも、なんで名前がうっかりマユシーなの？
それは聞かなくてもわかるっしょ。
おほん。さて、最後は俺が文句を言う番だな。
なんだよ、まだあるん？
いいかよく聞け。
Yeah, kinda saw that coming.
これ以上客を煽ってどうする？俺の胃袋に穴を開けるつもりか？大体、法院クロートというのは何だ？人の大事なマナに変なものをくっつけるな！
True name, the name that describes one's true essence. Soul name.
だってさ、春菜たんが、春菜たんっていうのはまゆしの友達のレイヤーさんね。春菜たんがこういう設定にすれば絶対に受けるって言うんだお。
あの不女子軍団の差し金か。
とにかくさ、フェイリスさんも言ったけど、文句は台本を読んでからにしてほしいよ。
そうだにゃ。ほら、みんな読み合わせしてみるにゃ。
分かったわ。確かに読んでもいないのに批判するのは良くないわね。
ああ、そうだな。
We end up reading through the script, each of us voicing our own lines. The protagonist of this little tale, Itaru, he's a guy, spends her days attending an all-girls high school in the city. But Itaru has a secret. He is an angel reincarnated from a different world, the planet of Sora, to be precise. She has an important mission she must complete. That mission is to fulfill our corrupted Earth with the power of dreams, just like the planet of Sora. To do that, she aims to become the legendary maid, the bringer of love and dreams. She trains endlessly toward this goal.
僕、やるよ。世界一のメイドさんを決めるライメイドスイートバトル世界大会に出て絶対に優勝する。
However, before her stands a powerful, unflinching, unshaking rival, the great Ferris.
そうはいかないにゃ。イタルを倒し、フェイリスこそが世界一のメイドさんになるんだにゃ。
But that's not all. The jealous witch, the cold-blooded hell-maid Chris is lying in wait.
このウジ虫、お前ごときがライメイドスイートバトルで優勝などできるものか。はあ痛い。無知はやめてください。
そうですよ、クリス様。やるなら僕を思う存分やってください。
やかましい。
うわー、幸せだおー。
Amidst this cruel and desperate battle, there is but a moment of peace.
みんな心配しているわ。イタル。姉さん、何にもできないけど、携帯の機種変なら相談に乗るから。イタル、元気出せよ。ほら、草やるよ、草。三丁目の空き地に生えてたやつさ。もぐもぐ。何？いらないの？じゃあこっちはどう？なんとラジカンの屋上で見つけたタンポポだ。もぐもぐ。ワンワン、イタルくん大変だよ。マユシーの後ろからパタパタ変な音がするんだ。もしかして敵かもしれないよ。ああ、そうか。これはマユシーの尻尾か。うっかりうっかり。
And so, the eternal power of love is all that stands between young Itaru and the depths of despair.
イタル、我が愛すべきロード、宿命という名の帳に包まれたその魂を救えるものならば、我が身を地獄の豪華に幾千回焼かれようともひるみはしぬ。だがこの私もまたロードを黒く染めんとする魔界の眷属なり。あ、この身のなんと呪わしきことか。この苦しみから逃れることが叶わぬのなら、神よ、我らに業を与え続ける天上の暴君よ、いっそのことこの黒き翼を切り落とし、我が魂を永劫の闇にほふってしまうがいい。
How will it all end? Can Itaru defeat her rivals and use the power of true love to win the Rainet Maid Sweet battle? Good luck, Itaru, until the day you stand at the top of the Maid world.
さて、問題点はいろいろあるが、
とりあえずこれだけは言っておかないとね。
何を？
どうして私が鞭振り回さなきゃいけないわけ？
まゆし、いくらなんでもこんなにおバカさんじゃないよ。
私、草ばっか食べて牛みたいじゃん。
携帯の機種変って意味ない。
あとやっぱり柱が気持ち悪い。
そもそもこれはどんなストーリーなんだ。魔法少女ものなのか、根性ヒロインものなのか、短美系オカルトものなのか、とにかく風呂敷を広げすぎていてさっぱり感情移入できん。そう思うだろう、ルカー公も。何を赤くなっているお前。
いえ、別にその京馬さんがこんなに僕のことをとか考えてませんから。
一応確認しておくぞ。今のは全部芝居だからな。
にゃー、ごめんにゃ、みんな。
Ferris's expression darkened.
ああ、違うぞフェイリス。ダルの台本が悪いと文句を言ってるんだ。別にフェイリスのアイデアが悪いわけではない。
そうよ、柱の台本がダメなだけだから気にしないで。
助けて、あまねし、まゆし、二人が僕をいじめるんだお。
いやー、ごめんごめん。今草食べてるから忙しいんだ。
まゆしはうっかりワンちゃんなので役に立ちません。プンスカプン。
まさかあまねしとまゆしまでオラオラですか？
Suzuha and Mayuri can't help but burst into laughter at seeing Daru's eyes widen.
少し直して。
I don't know if a fire's been lit deep inside her pro-writer spirit, but Moeka chimes in nonetheless.
そんなことできるのか？
解約は困るんだけど。
これ以上悪くなるか。
うわ、容赦ねえよ。
手を入れてもらえるのはありがたいが、いつまでにできる？指圧しよう。何？
そんなに早くかにゃ。
少し直せば大丈夫。
As far as I'm concerned, that's the biggest problem, but I decide to let Moeka handle it nonetheless.
けど明日は例の取材記事を見せてもらう約束になってたにゃ。そっちもあるのに大丈夫なのかにゃ。
記事は明日の午後に。
はにゃー、すごいにゃ。
Moeka may very well be more talented than I've given her credit for. Showered with our expectant gazes, Moeka blushes and looks away. With the meeting over, the lab nymphs go their separate ways. As usual, Daru and I are the only ones left at the lab. I consider brainstorming some future gadget ideas since it's been a while, but as I take a look at the shelves, I spot some PC parts and immediately remember something. I throw on my sandals and run outside. Dashing toward UPX, I eventually catch up with Ferris.
おいフェイリス。
はにゃにゃ、どうかしたのかにゃ。
いや実はな。
はにゃ、まさかこんな時間からお誘い。そんなのダメにゃ。お家に帰らないとフェイリスいけない子になってしまうにゃ。
She shoots me an alluring gaze. For just a moment, I can feel myself turning red, but I'm fairly used to dealing with this catgirl's flirty nature, so I manage to pull myself together.
安心しろ。そんな非常識なことはしない。
Ferris looks dissatisfied. She cutely pouts her lips, almost as if she were saying, I wanted you to ask me out. You just don't understand how girls think. I decide to ignore it.
そうじゃなくて。お前、レトロ PC に詳しいんだってな。
にゃにゃ、大好きだにゃ。
Ferris's eyes light up in excitement.
実は俺もちょっと興味があるんだ。空いた時間にでも中古ショップに行かないか。
行く行く。フェイリス行きつけのお店を紹介するにゃ。
Ferris's mood has done a complete 180. She has a huge smile on her face. It's moments like this when she seems her age. Actually, she feels even younger if anything. I still can't believe that a young girl like this owns and runs May Queen by herself. I can't believe that until we joined the fight, she was doing battle with assholes like Shindo this whole time. Just who is Ferris? I decide not to pry into her past. It just doesn't seem necessary, and no matter what I ask, I'm sure she would just reply with Ferris is Ferris, or something of the sort. Honestly, as long as she's one of our friends, having fun with us at the lab, it doesn't matter who she really is. After spending a little time chatting, Ferris eventually decides to head home. On her way, she repeatedly turns around to wave at me. All I can do is stand and watch her until she disappears into the crowds of people. The next morning, Ferris and I are standing in front of an apartment building near Akihabara. I woke up to an email from Moeka this morning. The script is done. I'm such a genius, right? Except I pulled an all-nighter and kinda can't move anymore. I'm going to catch some shut-eye. Here's my address. You can just swing on by. Let me make sure I read all of that. And grab it. No worries, I live alone. I contacted Ferris, and so here we are now, standing in front of Moeka's building. Her place is located in an old 2-floor building made of wood. It gives off a distant Showa-era feel to it, and I wouldn't be terribly surprised if it was built over 40 years ago. When I say it has a Showa era feel to it, I don't mean that in a good way. The place is in terrible condition. The staircase and outside hallways are full of rusted pipes and the like. I hope this thing doesn't fall apart. Ferris and I cautiously climb the iron stairs and head to Moeka's apartment. I knock on the door, but silence.
おい、シアツシ。
We both call out to her, knocking a little more strongly this time. Still no reply.
どうしたのかにゃ。
寝てるのかもしれん。
にゃ。困ったにゃ。
Ferris furrows her brow, then casually turns the doorknob. And then, with a creepy creaking sound, the door slowly opens.
開いちゃったにゃ。
無用心に程があるな。
It's entirely possible that she left the door open for us because she knew we were coming to get the script. But even then, that's way too dangerous for a woman living alone.
もうにゃ。入るにゃ。
Ferris calls out to Moeka and steps through the doorway. The next moment, I hear a tiny scream.
どうした？
Did something happen? I immediately rush in after Ferris. True chaos. Not the chaos that I, Owen Kyoma, seek. No, the spectacle before my eyes is that of which even I would never willingly partake in. Convenience store bags are strewn about every which way. Empty beer and cocktail cans are scattered all over the place. Amidst the dirty clothes on the floor are papers that I can only assume are research materials for her articles. It's all just a huge mess.
やっぱり片付けられない女だったんか。
にゃ。すごいのにゃ。
In one of the corners of the room, I spot Moeka curled up into a ball on the floor. She's not even sleeping on a futon. I take off my shoes and step in. Ferris close behind me.
おい、シアツシ。すまないが、少しだけ起きてくれ。
もういにゃ。台本をもらいに来たにゃ。もういにゃ。起こしてごめんにゃ。エルディスさん。おかって。
てめるな。
I speak close to her ear, causing her to sit up, blinking confused.
Stream elements. Said.
台本ができたってメー
Stay
ルく
moist,
れた
my
ろ。
friends, hydrate.
Looks like she's finally got blood flowing to her brain. Moeka remembers why we're here. After slowly crawling over to her table, she begins rummaging through the stuff on top of it. Books, copies of documents, and all kinds of other items fall onto the floor. Moeka hands Ferris a printed stack of papers. Ferris seems confused. I curiously peek over her shoulder and see in big bold letters, "Now you too can be a clean-up pro. 10 vital rules from a charismatic housewife." No comment. Moeka grabs a stack of papers from Ferris and puts it back where she found it. She hands over a separate stack. "Hey, Shining Finger, maybe you should get that charismatic housewife to clean your own place before you write an article like that." As I internally shake my head in dismay, Ferris reads over the redone script. She nods, clearly satisfied with the end result.
すごいにゃ。これならみんな OK してくれると思うにゃ。
I take a look at the script and, yes, the basic story is mostly the same, but all of our complaints have been addressed. The weird, vague parts have been cleared up, and now is a proper made story. To be honest, I never knew Shining Finger had this kind of talent. She should be writing novels or something. Moeka points at the printer next to the table. What appears to be recently printed papers are still sitting in the tray. While there are still some blanks here and there, the headers and photos are neatly laid out. She must be using this as a reference to see how it'll look in the magazine. The article itself is about the Akiba-made cafe war, and judging from the headlines on the page, it's going to be about Shindo's crooked methods and all the illicit rumors surrounding him.
萌えにゃん頼りになるにゃ。
だがな、その前にちゃんと寝ろしやつし。今日はお前休みなんだろ。
Moeka immediately lays down and closes her eyes. It's less like sleeping and more like fainting.
なおい、それはちゃんと寝るとは言わん。着替えろ、布団を敷け。
But no matter how much I shake her body, Moeka stays silent. With no other choices left to me, I cover her with a blanket that's lying nearby, and Ferris and I quietly exit the room. Fortunately, the door has a push-type automatic locking cylinder, so I'm able to lock it from the outside. Cylinder push lock, a type of door lock first sold by the American company Schlage, is also called a cylindrical lock. The locking function is placed inside the doorknob for easy locking from the inside via a push button. Doorknobs with the automatic lock function also allow for locking from the outside by closing the door while holding down the push button. Because its design was easy to mass produce, a huge number of units were sold during Japan's high economic growth period. However, due to its inability to keep thieves out, they're now primarily used on bathroom and hallway doors.
どうするかな。
I look down at my watch. It's still only 10. We spent less time at Moeka's place than I expected, so we're ahead of schedule. Both of us figured we would be discussing things for a while with Moeka, and then we would head to May Queen in the afternoon.
しょうがないにゃ。ちょっと早いけど、フェイリスはメイクインでお仕事するにゃ。
じゃあ俺もそうするか。
That said, we have maids on duty at May Queen right now. Mayuri and Lukaku are both there, plus 2 veteran maids who refuse to give in to Shindo's threats. With customers fairly sparse during the morning hours, there won't be much work for us to do. Nonetheless, the two of us make our way toward May Queen. Akiba in the morning has a different kind of hustle and bustle to it compared to the evening hours. Stores are either just opening up or preparing to, with workers and clerks carrying merchandise and putting up displays inside and outside. And since summer vacation is in full swing, there are more casual shoppers walking around than ever. I stop in a certain corner of town. Why? The sign on one of the buildings in front of me reads, Used PCs. If we head straight to May Queen, Ferris will probably have her mind on work for the rest of the day. How often does she ever have free time like this? I wonder if I can't use this opening to give her a bit of a break.
なあフェイリス。昨日
約束しただろ。レトロ PC を扱ってるショップに案内してくれるって。ちょっと行ってみないか？
これから？
おう。
Ferris seems surprised by my sudden suggestion. She looks up in thought as though she's figured out what I'm getting at, and then grins at me.
このフェイリスとデートできるなんて光栄に思ってほしいにゃ
デートなどではない。我が研究のためのレトロ PC 探しだ。
なんだ？
Ferris looks like she's plotting something, you know, like a cat ready to cause some mischief.
キャストオフだにゃ
Cast off, primarily used when discussing shows that rely heavily on special effects. Cast off refers to the moment in which armor or equipment is unequipped during a transformation sequence from one form to the next. This term is now also included to refer to figures that include clothes that can be removed to reveal skin. Initially, this gimmick came into existence thanks to hobbyists who customized their own figures. In recent years, however, this has now become a rather commonplace feature in the industry. Ferris immediately vanishes from my line of sight. Surprised by the suddenness of this all, I turn around to find her right behind me.
What?
キャストオフ完了
In front of my eyes stands not a cat girl, but a regular high school girl. Ferris's trademark cat ears are gone.
何のつもりだ、フェイリスニャンニャン。
何ってデートだから
違うというのに。
私の猫耳はね、展開から使わされたフェイリスニャンニャンがフェイリスであるための呪縛なんだよ。だから猫耳をつけてるときは私、特別な男の子と仲良くしちゃいけないの。
She gently laughs, but not in the cat ear-like voice she usually does. Her tone has changed completely, and there's not a in sight. If anything, she sounds more elegant, sweet even. Strangely enough, these small changes are enough to completely alter the atmosphere that surrounds her.
フェイリスじゃない私は初めましてかな。
いや、でもフェイリスはフェイリスだろ？
そうだけど
She quickly brings her lips close to my ear. What's this fragrance? A subtle aroma, sweet and fruity, tickles my sense of smell.
ものすごい秘密教えようか。
Her gentle breath brushes against my ear.
マナとは違う。今の私の名前。
She's right. There's no way Ferris is her actual name. She has to have a proper, normal name.
それを聞いてしまったら今日のには魔法がかかるかもしれないよ。
魔法？
私のこと好きになっちゃう魔法。
は？
Instinctively, I turn and look directly at her. Her eyes are narrowed, and I can hear her softly laugh. With such a different air about her, I can hardly think straight. But deep down, she's still the same Ferris. The second I come to this conclusion, she pulls away from me.
やっぱりやめた。
え？
マヨシーやクーニャンに叱られるかもしれないし。
なんであいつらの名前がここで出てくるんだ。
Ferris smiles and shrugs her shoulders before suddenly wrapping her arm around mine. She gently tugs at me.
さあ行こう今日も。
Her tugging is so girly that I can't even work up the energy to pull away and scold her like I always do. Bear smiles and giggles, leaving me at her mercy as we head toward a retro PC shop.
これは
Wide-eyed in amazement, I stand before what can only be described as a mountain of treasure. The retro PC shop Bears has brought me to is deep within a back alley in Akiba. I imagine only the most diehard of fans know about this place. Inside and outside the store are shelves filled with old PCs. The first set of shelves in the store are dedicated to devices that were overproduced. The prices are pretty cheap too. This includes the PC 6001, 8001, 88 series, and more. An X68, like the one enshrined in the lab's experiment room, is casually sitting here amongst other machines.
おFE タウンズ2ではないか
FE Towns, the previous line of PCs that Fujiyama Electric developed before its current FEV series. This generation was famous for being the first series in which all models had a built-in CD-ROM drive. Its popularity exploded with the FE Towns 2, in which featured a Braun monitor integrated into the PC's design. I latched onto the video-equipped Braun 2 TV-like body. By the time I was a small child, this particular model had been discontinued. Fortunately for me, a neighborhood friend had one at their house, and we would pretend to be programmers on it.
こっちのこれは NZ80C かいや 80K2 か
NZ80C, released in 1978, a consumer-level PC with an 8-bit processor developed by Shabo, one of the top 3 PC manufacturers at the time. It is one of the first computers domestically manufactured in Japan. The PC had inbuilt monochrome display and a cassette tape drive that would save and load. Compared to other PCs of its time that utilized a program language built into the hardware, the NZ80C loaded its language from the cassette to the RAM every time that it booted. This system is very similar to present-day PCs.
見てこれ
おお MC37
MC37, a home PC built in 1983, lovingly referred to as the BITHIT. The advertising campaign aimed to bring the previously niche market of home PCs into the mainstream. To do this, they utilized a host of different tactics, like having famous idol Kamachi Seiko come to do TV commercials. The BIFIT series of computers would eventually reach the end of its life, as is something of a video game console. The game company that developed it would go on to release what many consider to be the spiritual successor, the VIAO.
ヒットヒットだ
その相性を知っている女子高生がいるとは思わなかったな。
こっちはコンタかわあ PX78 まで
PX78, a hobby PC developed by a famous toy maker, released in the 1980s. Game software, program languages, and even word processing software were all available for the platform. The name RX78 is an homage to the super popular robot anime Mobile Jacket Gundam. Some even refer to it as the Gundam PC. Content Type TP100, a computer that was released in the 1980s, initially developed for playing video games. It became famous thanks to its compatibility with Japanese programs. The CO is derived from computer. I can't help but raise my voice after seeing it sitting there naked, out in the open.
ねえねえ今日はこっちのコーナー NSX がずらっと並んでるよ
NSX, a standardized home computer architecture first announced in 1983. Numerous domestic hardware makers would go on to release PCs to NSX specifications. Companies like NEC and Shadow did not, however, as they held a majority of the domestic shares in the market at the time. As an unfortunate result, most consumers ended up viewing the NSX as little more than a game console, opting to purchase the less expensive, lower performance devices over the alternative. This would lead to an intense price war, ending in the death of the NSX, with Matsuyama Electric the only one still standing.
たまらんな。すべて買い占めたい気分だ。
Ferris and I excitedly browsed the old PCs and game consoles, making our way to the back of the store. In the back, there's a showcase of super expensive and rare machines. You know, the kinds one might expect to find in a place like this.
これパパが持ってたよ。
Ferris's eyes sparkle with delight as she puts her face up against the case.
うわ、すごいな。これこそ本当の意味でレトロ PC だぞ。
Naturally, the price is absurd. If we're just going by basic specs, it should be dirt cheap, but you could easily buy 10 of the latest PCs for this amount.
フェイリスのパパさんはかなりの PC コレクターなんだな。
結構いろんなの集めてたよ。
フェイリスのレトロ PC 好きはそのせいだってマユリから聞いた。
そんな感じ。あ、懐かしい。こっちのやつもパパが大事にしてた。
Ferris continues to cast her gaze at the showcase, her eyes sparkling with delight. But despite her high spirits, I can't help but notice that she keeps referring to her father in the past tense. Now that I think about it, the last time we visited her place, her mother was the one that came out to greet us.
どうしたの？私の顔に何かついてる。
あ、いや。
あれれれ。もしかして私の名前も聞いてないのに魔法がかかっちゃった？
バカ言うな。
照れちゃってかわいいにゃ。
I pout at her, and for just a moment, she laughs and returns to her cat-like speaking style.
面白かった。
After hitting up that first shop, the two of us went on to peruse other back alley shops all across Akiba. We also checked out some retro PC game shops and even got into a fierce rhythm game competition at an arcade. After wandering for a while, we eventually ended up at this open-air cafe. Ferris has been in good spirits since the start of this little trip. I'm glad I invited her out.
たまにはこういうのもいいものだな。
たまにはっていうのはレトロ PC やゲームをダラダラ見て回ること？それとも女の子とデートすること？
まだそういうことを言うか。
Ferris sticks her tongue out from between her lips.
デートで秋葉の裏通りとか PC ショップとかありえないだろう。
そうかな。
Ferris puts her finger to her lip and thinks about it for a moment.
でも私にとっては特別な場所なんだよ。子供の頃ね、よくパパと一緒にこうやってお散歩したの。迷路みたいな路地を歩いてレトロ PC ショップを見たりゲームをしたり、本当に楽しかったな。
Ferris's gaze shifts as though she's looking far off into the distance.
その時ね、パパがよく言ってた。ルミホは いつまでパパと一緒にこうして歩いてくれるのかなって。いつか大切な人ができたらパパじゃなくてその人と歩くのかなって。だからね、私にとっては特別な場所なの。
Ferris laughs softly, but I can still see a flash of loneliness in her eyes, as though she's chasing after something far in the past. The smile suddenly drops from Ferris's face, and she covers her mouth. Panicked, she starts to blink rapidly.
どうした？
今教えちゃった、私の名前。
そうだったか？
とぼけてる、聞いたでしょ。
ああ、まあ。
Rumiho, that's what Ferris said to me.
ああ、これで魔法がかかっちゃったね、今日は。
それはない。
ここまできっぱり言わなくてもいいじゃない。
Ferris pouts with her small red lips.
今日なんかそんなに意地悪だとは思わなかったな。
俺は残虐なるマッドサイエンティストだからな。当然だ。
優しくてお人よしで、あとお人よしで優しいくせに。
その2つしかないのか？
Rumiho's Ferris's expression brightens, and she takes a sip of the iced tea sitting on the table. Then, after playing with her straw for a moment,
あのね、今日も。
ん？
今日はありがとう。そしてごめんなさい。
何がだ？
私がかなり参ってることバレちゃってたんだね。
何のことかわからんな。
はにゃー。フェイリスニャンニャンもまだまだ修行が足りないにゃー。
まだまだも何も。お前は高校生なんだ。そんなに頑張る必要はないだろ。
フェイリスにはそうも言ってられない事情があるのにゃ。
what reasons could she be referring to? If nothing else, I feel like I'm finally starting to understand. I've always seen Ferris as a girl that lives life at her own pace, but in all reality, she's just a normal high school girl. And that normal high school girl is shouldering an absurd, heavy burden.
なあ、フェイリス。もっと俺たちを頼ればいい。そのための仲間だろ。またそういう顔をするな。お前、今困ったような顔をした。前もそうだった。みんなに迷惑とか、みんなに悪いとか、そんな風に思うのはやめてもらった方が嬉しい。少なくとも俺はそう思う。
ごめんなさい。
だから謝るなよ。
I shoot her a light glare, and Ferris immediately looks away. Pretty rare for someone like her, who always looks people in the eyes when she talks.
私
ん？
ずっと大人たちに混じって戦ってきたの。大切なものを守るために。大人の中にはいろんな人がいて、私を利用しようと笑顔を見せながら近寄ってきたり、味方だって言いながら次の日には平気で裏切ったり。私がいなくなればいいのにって本気で思ってる人たちも大勢いるわ。
そんな。
She's just a high school girl, She's just a tiny cat-like girl. Why? How could anyone think that?
だからね、私こんなに可愛くない子になっちゃったんだ。私、目を見ればその人の心が読めるの。今何を考えていて、これから私をどうしようとしてるのかとか、私にどのくらい敵意を持っていて、どのくらい邪魔だと思っているのかとか、みんなわかっちゃう。でも逆に自分の心は読ませない。絶対に。ね、可愛くないでしょ。
Ferris raises the corners of her mouth just a little bit, but the usual twinkle in her eyes is gone. They are devoid of all light.
だからね、京馬たちといると怖いの。
怖い？
そう。みんな裏表なしに私のことを心配してくれて、何の見返りも求めてこなくて、ただ私のためだけにいろいろなことをしてくれ。私、そういうお友達を持ったことがないから怖いんだ。こんな素敵な関係を壊したくない、失いたくないって思うのに、じゃあどうしたら失わずに済むのか全くわからないの。いつか京馬たちが私のことを必要としなくなって、でも私はそれをどうすることもできなくて、みんなどこかへ行っちゃうんじゃないかって、そんなことばっかり考えてる。
フェイリス。
バカだな、私。
I can't even begin to imagine the type of world that Ferris has lived in up until now. This little soul has been fighting alone in this world for so long that she's lost sight of the things most important to her. She's lost sight of the fact that those important things are right there in front of her, and that taking hold of them is easy as pie. Without thinking, I extend my hand and place it on Ferris's head. I ruffle her hair around.
本当だな。まったくバカなやつだ。お前がこんなにバカだとは思わなかったぞ、フェイリスニャンニャン。
そんなにバカバカ言わなくたって。
信じろ、俺たちを。
Ferris stops reaching for her hair.
どうしたら失わずに済むかなんて簡単なことだ。俺たちを信じればいい。いつか俺たちがお前を必要としなくなるだと、どこかへ行ってしまうだと、くだらないことを考えるな。俺たちはお前と一緒にいる。そしてお前は俺たちと一緒にいる。この関係がそう簡単になくなってたまるか。何があろうとお前はラボの一員だ。こんな簡単なことがお前には信じられないのか。
Kromager said, "You chose the Ferris route."
Well, we eventually choose all the routes because we go through them all, but this is a Ferris route specifically, yes.
何があっても
We've already been on Shining Fingers and I feel like we were on somebody else's, but I can't think of it.
Said, "What routes have you done?"
Shining Fingers and Kurisu's. That's the one. I'm bad with names, okay? I'm not the best with yeah, Shining Fingers and Kurisu's.
その通りだ。
Moeka, Moeka. Ferris's hand drops to her lap, and she looks down at it. The hair I ruffled up is covering her eyes, including her expression. For a short while,
Chromager
Ferris goes silent.
said, BTW gang checked out your Twitch recaps.
Oh, did you make some Twitch recaps? No. Oh, Twitch recaps. I was thinking of the wrong thing. I was thinking Twitch clips. No, I haven't yet, but I did notice that they were sent out today. Not yet. I haven't had a chance yet, no. I woke up and then like an hour later I was streaming, so. For a short while, Ferris goes silent without the slightest idea of what she's thinking about. I remain silent as well. The cafe is filled with people loudly chatting away around us. The blaring sun shines through our parasol and onto us. It's so bright that even the shade starts to look pitch black. And then, after some time, Ferris quietly raises her head. She wears a tiny smile on her face.
かっこいいね。
Her comment is so out of nowhere that I have no idea how to respond.
何の話だいきなり。
魔法本当にかけたくなっちゃった。
おい。
Ferris pulls back her ruffled hair and brings her face close to
ク
mine.
ーニャンやマユシーとバトルになるのはちょっと嫌だけど。
だからなんであいつらの名前が出てくるんだ。
Dumbfounded by the sudden series of events, I only barely managed to squeeze words out.
そんなこともわからないなんて。今日もバカだね。
Ferris's hand zips over to my head.
お返し。
She playfully starts messing my hair up.
こら、やめろ。こら。
引っかかった。
I reach for Ferris's hair and return the favor.
もうやめてよ。今朝しっかりセットしてきたのに。
そんなことは知らん。
にゃー助けてにゃー。
Blind to the surprise of the customers around us, Ferris and I continue to mess around with each other's hair. We eventually stop, the both of us breathing heavily.
今日待ってばすっごい髪型。
お前こそな。
もうこの後お仕事なのに。
そんなこと言ったら俺もだぞ。
ちゃんと直して。
Ferris points her head at me. With a sigh, I comb her hair with my fingers. Ferris narrows her eyes. She's enjoying this.
極楽だ
ほら、できたぞ。俺の髪も直せ。
はいはい。
Next, Ferris starts combing my hair. Her slender fingers feel absolutely delightful.
今日
うん。
私信じるよ。今日もみんなも。
そうか。
うん。あとはね。
ん？
その私ね。
Right at that moment, our cell phones ring almost simultaneously. I quickly reach into my pocket. Ferris immediately backs away and starts rummaging through her bag for hers.
私のはルカニャンからだ。
今は仕事中のはずだが。
何かあったのかな。
もしもし。
おかり、なんか大変なの。
どうした？
トラックがバーっていっぱいなんだよ。
トラック？
それでビルの中がドドドーって。
へい、バーとかドドドじゃさっぱりわからん。もっとちゃんと話せ。
ほんとね。
Mayuri's clearly panicked. Across from me, it seems like Ferris has gotten a much better explanation of the situation from Lukaku. She stands up, almost kicking the chair out from under her.
今行くね。ルカニャンたちは何もしないでじっとしてて。
Ferris and I exchange looks before she quickly starts to make her way toward May Queen. I'm right behind
と
her.
りあえず話はそっちで聞く。ルカ子たちとおとなしくしていろ。いいな。何があったんだ。
ルカニャンもかなり動揺してて、ただシドが何か仕掛けてきたみたい。
何？
とにかく急
Cromager
がなきゃ。
said. We got video calls in with this one.
Before we realize it, our brisk walk has turned into a dash. When did video calls become a thing? I genuinely don't know. I genuinely have no idea when videos started. Okay, well, video calls have apparently been around for a very long time. Maybe not on smartphones, but... I probably should have refined the question. Okay, apparently video calls on smartphones became widely popular in 2010 with Apple's FaceTime with the iPhone 4. Apparently. Early experiments started even earlier than that, however, so it is entirely possible. Maybe. Maybe. Before we realized it, our brisk walk has turned into a dash. There's Ree clips her cat ears.
戦闘モードに突入だにゃ。
I can see the fire in this cat girl's eyes. That same cat girl begins to send emails out to different people while she sprints toward her cafe.
これは
Ferris and I stand wide-eyed and shocked in front of May Queen. Mayuri wasn't kidding when she said there were trucks going zoom. Every street surrounding the building that May Queen occupies is filled with moving trucks. Workers are going to and fro, carrying pieces of furniture and other assorted items. Ferris and I rush up the stairs and burst into May Queen. Mayuri immediately runs up to us. Lukaku and the other maids also walk over, uneasy expressions on their faces.
大丈夫？怖いこととかなかったかにゃ。マユシーたちは何にも。
でもどういうことなんでしょうか。このビル、メイクイン以外のお店やオフィスがみんな出て行こうとしていて。
メイクイン以外？
最近どうも閉店するお店や転居するオフィスが多いとは思ってたけど。
白のやつ、一体何を考えて。
教えてやるぜ。俺の哀れな生贄ども。
Cromager said. Oh hell nah, they put him in a maid outfit.
Not only did they put him in a maid outfit, they put Okarin into a butler outfit, and apparently he looks exactly like a hell butler from an anime in this anime. And not only that, but they, the female otaku have been shipping him and him together rather vehemently, apparently. Yes, it is canonical that that is a ship, apparently. Demon Butler Okorin and Maid Luca. I look toward the source of the pompous, unpleasant voice in the doorway. There, I see someone equally as unpleasant.
貴様てめえらのちっぽけなハートは今や不安とおののきでバ
Chromager
ースト寸前だろう
said,
な。
Glad this game has no arrow scenes.
Chat, that makes one of you. 4 degrees, Shindo and his goons loudly enter the cafe.
これはどういうことだにゃ。
おっとその前にてめえに改めて挨拶しねえとな。
にゃに
まさかこんなガキが店のオーナーとは思わなかったぜ。
Oh, he figured it out, huh? Good for you, Shindo. Now go fuck off. Damn it, he figured it out. Now that he knows Ferris is the owner, who knows what he'll do? I step out in front of her, trying to act as something. Where the fuck are the cops? For real, I would think at this point, I mean, some of the shit he's done, you would think that cops would be out here arresting his ass for like assault or something. I signal with my hand for Mayuri, Yukako, and the others to take refuge in the back of the kitchen.
ナイト気取り野郎がこの楼閣都市に君臨する新たなるエンペラー覇王シドの前に立つんじゃねえ。
何が覇王だ。汚い手ばかり使って成り上がっているくせに、この法王隠居もそんな卑劣な男を覇王とは認めん。
汚いってだとこれだからロワークラスはよ。これはなビジネスなんだ。ままごと遊びをしているのとは違うんだぜ。
つまらないごたくはいい。
Chromager
それより貴様
said,
一体
He
何を
sounds
始めたん
like
だ。
Gilgamesh.
あれのことか。
Shindo shoots a look of satisfaction out of the window. Huge numbers of workers are packing things into the trucks.
聞きたいか聞きたいのか。闇の貴公子が放った次の一手を。たとえ相手がチェスのポーンであっても決して手を抜かねえキングの非常な采配を。
Shindo gestures as wildly as ever, all the while barfing up his absurdities.
いいだろう。ガイアが俺に教えてやれと囁くからな。
What are his amazing, probably not that amazing, shit-stained activities? Find out tomorrow, unless somebody redeems the appropriate redeem. Because it is time to head off for the day. It is 2300. We've been playing for 11 hours. So stay safe, friends, and maybe we'll get to kick this Shindo's teeth in next time.